Introduce you, Dr. Yogesh,
हाय एवरीबॉडी, बनारस में सभी का स्वागत
Dr.
है।
Manisha, Dr. Simar, Dr. Wasim, Dr. Abhipsa.
तो नमस्कार, वेलकम। मानसिक शक्ति के इस कार्यक्रम में आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत है। इस अभियान को हम आज के दिन काशी के विख्यात प्राध्यापक डॉक्टर संजय गुप्ता के सहयोग से आयोजित कर पाए। हमें गर्व है कि हम ऐसे लोगों को जानते पहचानते हैं जो हमारी मदद के लिए न केवल सामने आते हैं बल्कि वे उन बातों में भी हमारा साथ देते हैं जो बहुत कठिन है। और जीवन की कठिन यात्रा में सबसे बड़ी समस्या है युवा शक्तियों को संचालित करना। आज के छात्रों की समस्या बहुत ही भीषण है। लोग कहते हैं कि हमारे बच्चे जो स्कूलों में विश्वविद्यालयों में जाते हैं वे तो ठीक हैं, स्वस्थ हैं, मगर क्या आप जानते हैं 12% लोग डिप्रेशन से शिकार हैं। करीब आधे से अधिक चीख चीख कर कहते हैं कि वे मानसिक तनाव में हैं। और हमारे भारतवर्ष में किए गए शोध से हमें मालूम पड़ता है कि किसी भी समय किसी भी प्रांगण में जाइए 7 से 10% छात्र सुसाइडल आइडियाज यानी आत्महत्या के विचार अपने मस्तिष्क और मन में लेकर घूम रहे होते। अगर आप सोचें कि किसी भी समाज में 2 में से 1 व्यक्ति समस्या में है, फिर भी आप कहें कि समस्या नहीं है, तो जागरूकता के अभियान की कितनी आवश्यकता है ये प्रत्यक्ष है। हम इस मानसिकता से बाहर निकलेंगे कि छात्रों की समस्या बरसात का वो पानी है जो हमारे घर में नहीं आएगा। ऐसा नहीं है। हर अध्यापक का, हर अभिभावक का ये कर्तव्य है कि वो जाने कि वो जिसे पढ़ा रहा है या वो अपने बच्चों को, बच्चियों को जिसे दूर किसी यूनिवर्सिटी में अपने गांव से दूर, शहर से दूर भेज रहा है, क्या उसे मानसिक तनाव की समस्या होने की संभावना है, या ऐसा है कि वो किसी मानसिक तनाव से गुजर रहा है। कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं है कि उसे कोई साइकेट्रिक बीमारी है या कोई मानसिक दबाव है। क्योंकि अगर ये प्रश्न आपके मस्तिष्क में नहीं उठेंगे तो इन प्रश्नों का हल निकालना अत्यंत मुश्किल होगा। इन्हीं बातों पर चर्चा का आयोजन हम करते रहे हैं पिछले 8-9 महीने से। हर महीने हम किसी न किसी यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ, किसी मित्र के साथ सहयोग से इकट्ठा होते हैं और बड़े बड़े विशेषज्ञ हमारे बीच में आकर अपने जीवन के सारे अनुभव हमसे साझा करते हैं। कुछ लोग हमसे समय पर जुड़ पाते हैं, कुछ नहीं जुड़ पाते, लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजी ने हमें इतना सक्षम बनाया है कि ये सारी वार्ता यूट्यूब पर बाद में जाती है और कोई कभी भी सुन सकता है। शिक्षा के प्रसार का ये अनेक आयाम, और उनमें से एक आयाम ये भी है कि मानसिक स्वास्थ्य की शिक्षा कैसे दी जानी चाहिए, कितनी दी जानी चाहिए, किसे दी जानी चाहिए। इन बातों की परिचर्चा के लिए मैं आज के संयोजक प्रोफेसर संजय गुप्ता को आमंत्रित करूंगा। लेकिन उसके पहले मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि विश्व में 2 तरह के लोग हैं, एक जो आज काशी में है और एक जो आज काशी में नहीं है। जो काशी में है उन्हें मेरा प्रणाम और उनके आशीर्वाद की अपेक्षा। डॉक्टर गुप्ता, प्लीज ज्वाइन अस एंड कंटिन्यू द सेशन।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अमरेश भाई। Professor Amresh Srivastava is a innovator. So he innovates. Raj सबसे हर्ष की बात यह है कि आज इन्होंने अपने इनोवेशन एम्पावरिंग माइंड्स में काशी हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय को भी शरीक किया है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर अमरेश भाई। You are not only a great friend, you are a great ideal for all of us. मानसिक शक्ति, जैसे आपने कहा, काशी बहुत स्पिरिचुअल सिटी है और हम लोग कहते हैं कि मानसिक शक्ति आध्यात्मिक ऊर्जा से बहुत प्रभावित होती है। शायद काशी में इसीलिए जो लाइफस्टाइल है, यहाँ किसी से पूछा, यहाँ हमने स्ट्रेस मैनेजमेंट कैंपेन शुरू करा है, तो लोगों ने कहा डॉक्टर साहब काशी में क्या जरूरत है, यहाँ तो सब मदमस्त, यहाँ जीवन भी है और मौत भी है। काशी एक लौता अनूठा शहर पूरे विश्व में ऐसा है जहां लाइफ भी सेलिब्रेट करी जाती है और डेथ भी सेलिब्रेट करी जाती है। टू अटेन मोक्ष इन काशी, इफ यू पास आउट यू अटेन मोक्ष। यहाँ सब लोग बहुत इजीली लाइफ को लेते हैं और शायद मानसिक शक्ति इसीलिए उनके बल में आती है कि बहुत क्लोज टू नेचर हैं, अपने नेचर में हैं, अपने रूट्स में हैं, अपने आध्यात्मिक धरोहर को पिरोए हुए हैं। यहाँ की उद्घोष, यहाँ नमस्कार नहीं कहा जाता है, यहाँ कहा जाता है हर हर महादेव। और जब आप हर हर महादेव का उद्घोष करते हैं तो ऑटोमेटिक सब लोग अपने हाथ खड़े कर देते हैं। तो ये बंधन, ये बॉन्डिंग, ये भी सिर्फ आप एक उद्घोष से इतना इमोशनल बॉन्डिंग कर देते हैं, एक उद्घोष से इतनी मानसिक शक्ति मिलती है, तो मतलब कण कण में, काशी में कण कण में स्ट्रेस मैनेजमेंट की पूरी पूरी गाथा यहाँ निम्नलिखित है। आज स्पेशली हर्ष ये भी हो रहा है इस वजह से कि हम लोग खुशहाली कैंपेन 2010 में ऑफिशियली स्टार्ट करी और जब प्रोफेसर अमरेश भाई से बात हुई तो इनका एम्पावरिंग माइंड्स के साथ हमारा खुशहाली कैंपेन जुड़ा और साथ में फिर हमारा मनोचिकित्सा विभाग, ये जो सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस हो गया है, ये चिकित्सा विज्ञान संस्थान काशी हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय। काशी हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय is one of the topmost universities, first or second in India continuously, and in the Institute of Medical Sciences is among the top 5 institutes of the country. So आज सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस में हमको होस्ट कर रहे हैं प्रोफेसर अमरेश भाई ने, has given us this privilege। और आज मैं आपको ये भी बताऊंगा कि ये मानसिक शक्ति पे विभिन्न आयाम आज जो होने वाले हैं, we are going to be joined from experts, specialists and the common man from all over the country. The online link is available, many people have joined, and this experience is going to be one truly unforgettable experience because we have a host of great experts who will not only share their vision today, but their vision will be shared across time through the YouTube channel, which we will give you the link to. We have with us Dr. Nityanand Singh, who is a psychologist and principal, Patanjali Rishikul in Prayagraj. And he'll be talking about the teachers training program for students suicide prevention. Then we'll be joined from KGMU, Lucknow, Dr. Sujit Kar. He's an additional professor in KGMU. He'll be talking about what are the causes, what are the risk factors for the suicides that Professor Amresh discussed, which is increasing in young adults. After that, we have the very dynamic Dr. Amit Singh. He's an associate professor at KGMU in the Department of Psychiatry and Addiction Psychiatry. And he will be talking about addictions. Addictions uh, is one of those things which really greatly hampers the success, and it totally demolishes the strength of the youth. The youth strength of India, which is colossal, should make India the topmost country of the world. However, you understand and you have often heard of the menace of the addictions, the Urta Punjab, and not only Urta Punjab, it's everywhere. You go into the cities, you go into the urbans, you go into the rurals, you go everywhere, it is there. So the identification, management, and the prevention of addictions in the student population we'll be talking about. I have the great privilege of talking about identifying and managing stress in students' life, which is my passion. After that, Mumbai will again host Professor Nilesh Shah. He's a very renowned professor of psychiatry at Sion Hospital, always experimenting, and he'll be sharing his experiments in positive mental health of students. Now, this is especially this is very important. After that, we have the professor and former head of Uh, I think you're not able to visualize me because,
Yeah,
yes,
you have
there's
to
some problem with the
background
video.
some.
I'm back with you again, and that is stress. And that is stress management. You keep at it, and you will defeat the things. So, after that, we have a very renowned professor of psychiatry, uh, very involved in policies. He'll be talking about Professor P.K. Dalal. Professor P.K. Dalal, he'll be talking about the development of policies and programs for suicide prevention in the students' population. And finally, last but not the least, we have the dynamic lady from Raebareli All India Institute, Dr. Shruti Sinha. And she'll be talking about college mental health programs in India. What are the principles? What are the practices? And if they aren't there, what is the future? So, मानसिक शक्ति युवा में बढ़े, देश खुशहाल होगा. युवा ही नए भारत को बनाएगा, और नया भारत जब खुशहाल भारत होगा तो हम मनोचिकित्सकों का भी सपना पूर्ण होगा. हमारे प्रधानमंत्री माननीय मोदी जी, जो हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के एमपी भी हैं, देश के प्रधानमंत्री भी हैं, हमें गर्व है कि उन्होंने न्यू इंडिया का ऐलान किया है. साथ ही साथ हमने हैप्पी इंडिया का भी ऐलान किया है. और क्या अद्भुत बात हो जाए जब ये न्यू इंडिया, खुशहाल इंडिया हो जाए, न्यू इंडिया, हैप्पी इंडिया हो जाए. यही मानसिक शक्ति इसी वजह से बढ़ानी है. आई कंग्रेचुलेट प्रोफेसर अमरीश श्रीवास्तव for embarking upon this mission. And I can also tell you he has a wonderful book which we have all read. It's just come on Amazon. It is titled Empowering Minds. It's a must read for everyone. And really, tremendous kudos to Professor Amresh. It's a wonderful book. Uh, with these words, I'd like to send it back to Professor Amresh Srivastava to start the proceedings. But before that, you mentioned Kashi and you mentioned spirituality. So whenever we start anything, हम जब भी शुभारंभ करते हैं तो हम आरंभ नहीं करते हैं, हम शुभारंभ करते हैं। और शुभ होता है, जो प्रथम पूज्य होते हैं वो गणेश जी होते हैं, शिव के पुत्र गणेश जी। तो गणेश वंदना से आइए हम लोग आगाज करते हैं कि आज का सीएमई हमारा सफल रहे। गणेश वंदना के लिए हम सभी अपने मन को गणेश जी के साथ जोड़ें। आए गणेश वंदना सुने। गणेश जी की वंदना से अब हम शुभारंभ के लिए तैयार हैं। काशी हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय के फाउंडर, संस्थापक और परम पूज्य भारत रत्न पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय जी को हम लोग श्रद्धा सुमन अर्जित करते हैं। मैं वंदन करता हूं, आग्रह करता हूं डॉक्टर सिमर से और डॉक्टर मनीषा से कि वो कृपया मालवीय जी के बस पे माल्यार्पण करें।
You will have to rotate the camera.
Yes. You rotate it. जय मालवीय जी की जय। Our tributes to revered पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय जी, भारत रत्न के लिए इनको दिया गया। तो कभी कभी ये लगता है कि अवार्ड से बड़ा व्यक्ति होता है। परम पूज्य हमारे मालवीय जी को प्रणाम। Over to you, Professor Amresh.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Gupta. आपका बहुत बहुत आभार। आपने एक अच्छी शुरुआत की, पूजा अर्चना हुई और मालवीय जी को हमने याद किया, जिन्होंने अपने पैरों से चलकर इस विश्वविद्यालय को बनाया। और उनके प्रयास को वो एक ऐसा उदाहरण है अपने भारतवर्ष के शिक्षा क्षेत्र के इतिहास में जिसका कोई सानी नहीं है। कोई दूसरा उदाहरण ऐसा मुझे मालूम नहीं है जहां अथक प्रयास की इस ऐसी सीमा निश्चित की गई हो जो कोई पार ही नहीं कर सकेगा। ये वो बेंचमार्क जो मालवीय जी ने बनाया, जो अब ये बेंचमार्क ऐसे ही रहेगा, कितनी भी सदियां आएंगी, ऐसा होने वाला नहीं। हम लोग अपने आप को भाग्यशाली समझते हैं कि हम इस युग में हैं और उनके बारे में जानते सुनते हैं और ऐसे लोगों से भी मिलते हैं जो उन्होंने उनके साथ काम किया है, जो उन्हें जानते हैं और बताते हैं कि वो कैसे किस तरह के नेता थे और किस तरह की विचारधारा थी और उनका अध्ययन क्या था और उनका चिंतन क्या था। तो हमें वहां से भी सीखने की कला पकड़नी चाहिए। कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं समय को अच्छी तरह से उपयोग में लाना चाहता हूँ। मानसिक शक्ति के बारे में हम बात करेंगे। हमारे पहले जो वक्ता, हम
Quite
पहला
sure
लेक्चर
that
सुनते हैं
you will
and then I will
find
interact
fun.
with the young doctors.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Dr. Simar, you can just take over. Thank you. We continue.
Yeah.
Thank you. Pardon me.
Okay, Dr. Simran, what I'm going to do, I'm going to invite our first speaker, and he's a counseling psychologist from uh, Prayagraj, and the institution where he works is Rishikul. I don't know, you may be, and he is the principal and he's very renowned psychologist, and I have the privilege of knowing him, working with him, and he agreed to participate in the program. Unfortunately, he is tied up with a government assignment today, and therefore I requested him to record his lecture and so that I can present it to you. So I'm going to upload his presentation. जो हम पिछले 6 महीने से शुरू कर रहे हैं और इसमें हम अनेक शहरों में जाकर संवाद का प्रयास करते हैं, नौजवानों से मिलते हैं, शिक्षकों से मिलते हैं, डॉक्टरों से मिलते हैं और ये समझने की कोशिश करते हैं कि छात्रों की समस्याओं के लिए क्या किया जा सकता है। आज की ये परिचर्चा हमारे मित्र डॉक्टर संजय गुप्ता ने काशी की नगरी में सजाई हुई है और मुझे आशा है और विश्वास भी है कि ये बड़ी फलदायी होगी। चर्चा का आगाज कर रहे हैं हमारे परम मित्र नित्यानंद जी। डॉक्टर नित्यानंद जी हमारे मित्र ही नहीं, यहाँ के बहुत ही प्रतिष्ठित संस्थान में, प्रयागराज में वे शिक्षक भी हैं, पढ़ाते भी हैं और स्कूल काउंसलिंग जो आज के छात्रों का विशेष, जिनकी एक विशेष आवश्यकता है, उसमें उनकी दक्षता है। हम सुनेंगे कि वे हमसे क्या कहना चाहते हैं छात्रों की समस्याओं को सुलझाने के बारे में, उनके जीवन के अनुभव के बारे में और उनके 2-4 शब्द जो आपके कानों में पड़ेंगे, जहां से रास्ता निकलेगा, हम नई नई मंजिल कैसे पार करें, वो भी आज ही सीखेंगे। तो सिंह साहब, ओवर टू यू।
Okay, Hariom. I will like to thank Dr. Amresh Srivastava ji for inviting me to share my understanding, ideas, and experiences on a very important topic, which is need for teachers training program for student suicide prevention. It is a very important topic because we are hearing about attempted suicide, not only in Kota, but also in engineering colleges, in the schools, different institutions, and it is happening at home also when the people are very hopeless and frustrated or under the depression. First, I will like to share a data that which you people can find on the net also. It is of 2020 WHO that more than 8 lakhs people destroy their lives every year and many more attempts to do so. And nearly 80% of this occur in low and middle income countries. Every year out of 8 lakh 35,000, that is nearly 17% are from India. And half, that is 50% of these are in the 15 to 29 years of age. Now, these young people who end their lives are either frustrated students who failed in examination or did not find suitable employment post-exam. Uh, I have been doing counseling over 15 years before taking principalship of Patanjali Rishikul school in Prayagraj. I have been through education and dealing with the children, parents, and teachers. And I feel that education system in itself is largely responsible for the student society. Because if we see the education system, it is too much emphasizing on academics, career, rote learning, memory, comparison, and competition, punishing failure and celebrating success, where marks are set as indicator of excellence. In such kind of environment, where the children are pressurized to score more and more and to be successful, to become something which may be not of their aptitude and not of their own inner talent, when the whole school environment is not trying to understand their emotional and psychological side and not letting the students to understand themselves how to deal with their frustrations, fear, desire, boredom, aggression, suffering, and so on. In such kind of environment, the students are not able to deal with the challenges of life which they are facing while living the life. And because it's a vast area, the life throws many challenges, and whatever is happening in the mind of the child, the children are not able to deal with that and they attempt suicide. So I feel that the whole education system has to change, has to transform, and it has to become more of understanding, more of sensitivity, more of relationship based, so that everyone feels connected, everyone feels welcomed, very joyful while being in the school, and also the people are able to see that whatever is happening in their mind, because mind is the ground, mind is the seat for every thinking process, thinking or taking action. From there itself, the person is acting or feeling or responding. So the whole process has to be understood. So this is my question, that does school prepare students for life? Because life is a ongoing movement in relationship, and the child has to understand his relationship with the whole of existence. And here is the role of the school to let the child observe, let the child attend, let the child perceive his connectivity with the trees, with the neighborhood, with the other people, their friends, parents. And in that relationship, he can watch his mind. His relationship can become a mirror of what is happening inside his mind. So if a child is being very aggressive, a child is having full of desires, child is having full of illusions, at least he or she can watch this, what is happening in mind, because the suicidal attempts, all these things are happening only through the mind. So the mind has to be understood. Then only this thing can go over. And education is the ground. The schools, the primary schools, the secondary schools, these are the institutions which are the ground for bringing change in the whole psyche of the child. So, if we are not instilling or we are not letting the children to have this feeling of hope, positivity, optimism, then somewhere this neurosis is there in the mind of the child because of certain reason or the other. There may be many kind of etiology of suicide, what the maybe psychiatric disorders of depression, hopelessness, or schizophrenia, or substance misuse personality disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, or anorexia nervosa, whatsoever. So maybe psychiatric disorder, maybe some medical disorders, maybe biochemical abnormalities or sociological factors. But whatever may be the reason, everything is being made or is being created or being structured in the mind itself. So when the school is in such a way, the school is nurturing the children not only to attend to the academic, to the subjects, discipline, to understand physics, chemistry, or maths, but also to understand what is happening in the mind while relating to the subjects, while relating to the people, while relating to the friends, while relating to the social phenomena, relating to the medical conditions or anything, then only the child will properly or adequately will be able to handle. This is my point. So the school has to prepare the child for the life, not only for the career to get a good job and to get settled, have a very status uh, and a high authority kind of thing. Otherwise, the child will be termed as failure. So this is why the children are attempting suicide, because they think that they have failed in their life. Though they have a lot of talents in some other directions, but they have been somehow influenced that only these people are worshipped in the society who have got a very reputed job, who have got a very job of high status and high income growth. So somewhere the school has to address this a psychological side, emotional side of the child. And once when we are addressing these areas, the psychological and emotional side, then the children may come out with their fears because they are able to see that which kind of fears is there behind their mind. There will be a chance of creativity being coming out from through the children. Until and unless the children are becoming more creative, they cannot be joyful. So somewhere the children have to uh, come out with their creativity. They don't have to be drilled just like the coaching institutions what they are doing, and every child is trying after class 9 to join some of the coaching institutions which are drilling the children in a very mechanical way, that they have to solve the questions whatever is coming in their mind, whatever the aspirations, illusions, beliefs, or certain kind of desires or aggression, anxiety. The coaching institutions or any other school is not bothered about that. Now, it's a good thing that counselors are coming in this school. Many of the special educators are coming in this school. Of course, this side of education has to be addressed seriously. Now, this whole topic that our teachers require certain kind of training to prevent this suicide among the students. Uh, my question will be that isn't it that teachers themselves are becoming the cause of stress, the cause of frustration, hopelessness, and suicide among students? If they themselves are becoming the cause, then they must need to be dialogued. They must need to be addressed. They must be under a training program where they will have to reflect on themselves, their own actions, their own thought process. If teacher is not sensitive, if teacher is not able to relate with the child, then how is it possible that the child is going to be free with his mind? The child is going to be in a happy, joyful uh, state to learn and to develop. Because learning can happen only in a joyful and silent mind. Occupied mind cannot learn well. So this situation can happen only when the teachers are very sensitive. Here, I would like to just share one Zen story. I think most of you might would have read it. That there was a master, and there were few disciples in a school, and it was a residential school. One day, a new child comes and take admission in that school, and over the period, the children saw that this new child starts stealing something or the other from of belonging to the other students. One day they caught the student with the stolen material, and they together brought that student in the front of the master, and they said, "Sir, we this new child which has come to our school is not fit for our school, and you must throw him out today itself. We have been observing that certain things are being stolen, and today we have caught him red-handed. So here is he is in front of you. Please throw him out." The Zen master said after a pause, "Children, if you people wish to go out of the school, you may leave the school, but I will not let this child to go out of the school." The students were very surprised to listen the answer of the master, and then asked that it's a really very opposite decision. We thought that this culprit will be thrown out, but we are not able to understand your decision that you are asking us who have been truthful and honest throughout to go out of the institution. And the answer of the master was that you people have become honest, you people have are very following the rules and regulations, you are under discipline, you have control of yourself. But this boy who still is in illusion, who still is under the practice of stealing, he needs my guidance and my support. He needs his understanding that things should not be stolen. If I ask him to leave the school, who is going to make him understand and to improve himself? So this is my duty that once the child has come to me, that until unless he understands that this is a wrong act, then till then I will not leave this student. So such kind of relationship, such kind of sensitivity, such kind of connectivity, the teachers are they having? Or we are just going to say that this child should be given asked to give the apology letter, the parent has to be called, he has been fined culprit. So many things the teacher just want to put the blame on the parents and the child, and they don't want to address. And maybe the child is labeled in the school, in the class, that he is a culprit, he is an indisciplined child, he is a very child without performance, he is a absent-minded child whatsoever. So this is my question, that why not? The teacher should be addressed. There should be a training program, because suicide is a very complex. Attempting suicide has many factors. There are so many factors behind that. And that complexity cannot be understood only just by making a manual or just by making a training book. So once we are going to train the teachers, then because it's a matter of sensitivity, because a teacher does not only have to understand some risk factors or some initial indicators or symptoms when the children are maybe perhaps going to attempt suicide, which can be told to them that what could be the certain kind of indicators for that. But beyond that, why this thing is coming in the mind of the child, that has to be understood. And this is only possible when the teacher himself or herself is sensitive about understanding his own mind, because the same mind is also working in the child. So how this process of mind, how this desire occurs, how these influences infatuation occurs, how this fear come to the person. This has to be understood by the teacher himself or herself. So there should be a kind of sensitivity, a kind of interest in the mind of the teacher also to understand the whole process and phenomena of the mind. Then only that teacher will be able to perceive, to have that kind of perception and to sensitivity so that he can guide the children. So I think the training part should have two aspects for these such kind of societal attempts. One is about the different kind of skills where the teachers could be told that how to manage such kind of children, how to guide such kind of children, whom you see that this may go for, or this child may go for making a suicide. This can be a kind of information based, experience based learning in the training part. But the other part is that of silence, that of meditation, which must also be there. So training should have two dimensions. One should be of skill and one should be of silence. The silence which helps the teacher himself or herself to understand the things, to throw light on whatever is happening in their own mind and trying to relate that with the mind of the child. We in Taittiriya Upanishad, you might be knowing that there is a model which is a Panchkosha. And Panchkosha talks about that there are 5 layers in us. The outer layer is, sorry, the outer layer is Annamaya Kosh, which is physical body. The layer inside it is Pranamaya Kosh. The third layer is Manomaya Kosh. Then there is a Vijnanmaya Kosh, and the innermost core is Anandmaya Kosh. So basically, the silence part, the meditation part, has to come where the teacher is trying to understand the Manomaya Kosh, and from the Manomaya Kosh, they are trying to move to Vijnanmaya Kosh and to Anandmaya Kosh. Because then only any person, any human being can be thought of relating in a right way and taking right action. So, because until unless whatever is at the level of the mind will always act through a certain kind of structure, a certain kind of thought process, which is there in the memory. Because of the memory, the thought is coming out, and because of the experiences, the person is behaving. So whatever the information is there in the mind, certain kind of picture is being generated. The whole world seems to that child or that person like that. I have read a novel by Rajendra Yadav ji, Apni Apni Duniya. I feel that though the word is same, but everybody's word inside their mind is very different. So these word which we everyone has created, it is because of the kind of images, the kind of beliefs, the kind of priority, the importance that that person has given. So we are living behind the images, and we are finding security in many of the images. And if I'm caught in those images and finding those security, even suicide can be a kind of security for me, because maybe a neurosis is a security for me, because that is creating certain kind of image which letting me to be like comfortable instead of facing the challenges to coming out, because I have not learned the art of observing the things. The school, the education is only asking the children to go in the lab, write the observation in any of the physical phenomena experiment in chemistry or physics. But the school is not emphasizing that this observation also has to be the way you are eating, the way you are talking, the way you are walking, the way you are relating. This observation of a scientific phenomena is just one incidence, but this quality of observation should be there inside you, always there. And once you are watching the physical phenomena, slowly and slowly, if your observation is becoming more acute, without any kind of judgment, without any kind of prejudice, without any kind of association of images, then maybe that slowly and slowly you are going to observe the subtle things, whatever is happening in your mind. So, as the topic, the training of the teachers for preventing the suicide among the students, the teachers also have to see that once they are going to deal with the students, their mode of interaction should be of many different kinds, because the children are not interested to listen the teacher who is delivering the things in only one mode, in the lecture mode. So there are so many approaches which the teachers can take to talk to the students, to dialogue with the students, to come out with their ideas, whatever is there in their mind, like transactional approach, maybe case study, situation analysis, brainstorming, audio visual. Many of the schools and most of the schools have started doing social action projects, role plays, guided group discussion, picture books, stories, yoga, meditation, sports, theater, self expression through the art, interactive games, quizzes, puppetry, expert talks, exposure visit, reflective exercises, parent engagement, debates, demonstration and practice, observation of special phenomena on special days. Many kind of creative kind of approaches can be taken by teachers to interact with the students so that they are very much interested to participate in whatever they think we want to get explored. So just by lecturing or just by going in a certain kind of one mode structure, that doesn't make the child more interested. So we have to be very much with the mind of the children, where they are themselves are trying to explore their own mind, the whole of the intricacies of any phenomena which is happening in their life, and they're trying to see all the aspects. Because I remember J. Krishnamurti, um, educationist and philosopher, he said that the solution lies in the problem itself. So if I understand the problem in its totality, then the solution is there itself. Because I'm not able to see that any problem in its totality, in its holistic existence, and because my full attention is partial, that's why my action is not right, because I'm not able to understand the thing. One more important point uh, for the teachers in their training part could be how to relate with the parents, or how to be home and the school should be very closely connected. So this relationship between the home and the school, that should also be the part of the teacher's training. Because after the school, the child is going back home, he is interacting with the parents, he is influenced by the social media, he is influenced by many of his friends, society, neighborhood. So this is also our duty. This is also my work to talk to the parents, because the way I am trying to nurture the child, the way I'm trying to attempt to make the child understand himself in its totality of the relationship of the existence, even the parents also have to see that yes, they also have to come up as a community, and because they are the stakeholder of learning of any child, they should also play a crucial role in making the child as a healthy, happy, and a good human being. So uh, reflecting on these things, uh, I will like to say And this is the whole my understanding, that the education, the schools, the institutions, they are the ground from where any transformation can happen in the mind of the child, in the whole personality of the child. And I feel that any civilization, any nation is built not by the engineer and the doctors and the infrastructure people, but by the educators. I think the kind of educators, the quality of educators a nation has, the same quality and the kind of development a nation will have, because they are building the future generations, they are building the kind of humanity which is going to come in the future and to make the society. Somehow the education has failed because we have seen so many world wars. Still, the wars are going on. We are watching it. The aggression has increased. The violence has increased. Somewhere the education is getting failed because they are not addressing the other side of human, that is his or her psyche, understanding his own mind, understanding his own images, understanding his own frustrations. Then only a person will be able to live a life in its completeness, and he will be able to be an integrated human being, a complete human being, a whole human being relating himself or herself in the wholeness. And that mind will be a mind of joy, happiness, and something which is uh, godliness. So the whole release of energy of the child should be in pursuit of goodness. Thank you, Amreji, for letting me share my ideas and experiences. Thank you.
तो आपने सुना डॉक्टर हमारे मित्र नित्यानंद सिंह जो, मैं ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि पतंजलि ऋषिकुल जो संस्थान है प्रयागराज में, ये अपने तरह का अनूठा प्रयोग है शिक्षा में, और वहाँ के सिंह साहब वहाँ के प्रिंसिपल हैं, काउंसलिंग साइकोलॉजिस्ट है, और नए नए प्रयोग करने के लिए जाने जाते हैं। आगे भी इनसे अगर समय मिलेगा करीब 4 बजे के आसपास, तो हम उनसे कुछ चर्चा जरूर करेंगे, ऐसा हमने उनसे वादा लिया है। तो आगे देखते हैं। Okay, so now I think it's time. We have, after about half an hour, I will be inviting Dr. Kar from King George's Medical University, a very celebrated academician, and we are very happy, and I welcome you, Dr. Kar, on the board. Thank you very much for being with us. Right, so Sumiran, you had some questions to start? Dr. Gupta.
Yes.
Yes. So,
Dr. Simar, Dr. Abhipsa, Dr. Manisha.
Go ahead, please. Tell me what exactly is your question.
Yeah, please ask your questions directly to sir. Whatever your inputs are, whatever your ideas are.
Good morning, respected sir.
Good morning.
I want to ask that the process of engaging and disciplining the students go hand in hand together. And can something like youth suicide prevention program work in country like India?
Please close one of the instrument. There is echo. I can't hear. बहुत इको आ रहा है, एक इंस्ट्रूमेंट बंद कर दीजिए और आप फिर से बताएंगे क्या सवाल था।
Sir, I wanted to ask that can process of engaging and disciplining the students go hand in hand in country like India?
The question is for the process of engagement and
disciplining. If we are engaging and we have to discipline them together, can it come hand in hand?
it's a psychology question, right?
The two parameters, actually what Dr. Manisha is saying, that the two parameters, is it possible to actually execute both of them together?
Professor Gupta, as we all know, mind does not work unidirectionally, and that is the reason that we have not been able to explain the cognitive science to its fullest explanation. Now, as I understand this complex question, is that there is that environment where you are present along with a client, and the question and context that you have, and the concentration with which you are examining this context. So it is possible to do multiple tasks with a client. However, that is not the objective in therapeutic sessions, because when you are doing therapy, it is like you can imagine doing an activity on your table, or you designing any software, or doing something on a computer. So you have to deconstruct something, and you have to reconstruct something, and then you have to align and see that the whole thing sustains. So if you are dealing with thoughts, emotions, memory, conflict, problem solving, and the social context, you have to focus. And I think the engagement is the primary context, and we should not really do multiple things at a particular time, as far as I consider this question. Yes. Any comment?
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. और कुछ सवाल है तो उसके फिर मैं I'll take 10 minutes to explain after I finish with this question. I want to explain what exactly we do in this program, but after I hear your questions. Please go ahead.
Sir, my question is, like, how can teachers be trained to identify the warning signs of suicide risk
Okay.
in students and accordingly provide appropriate referrals and solutions?
Yes, I think it's very important question, and there are 4 or 5 evidence-based methods of preventing suicide. For example, providing services in program-based manner is one of them. So you provide service just as service as usual. Against you develop a state program or district program or national program and provide service through that. It has been found that the services which are provided in form of a national or state or an administrative program are better in terms of their efficacy. Similarly, when you use antidepressants for prevention of suicide, even that has been found in the same manner. Teachers training program has a very high credibility for its effectiveness. And there are a number of reasons for that. And it is an important component. There is a book which has been published last month, which is a course book for teachers training program. And it is called Handle Life with Care. I will be briefing you, but if you go on Amazon, you can purchase that book. It has the full compilation about the question that you are asking. WHO has been coming out with number of documents for last 10 years. How teachers should be trained, what should be the content, and how do we train them in warning signs, etc. But our problem is not that. When we started this program, our first focus was to connect with teachers. But teachers in India are very unique. Unique in the sense they are multi-purpose government workers. So what they do, they carry out elections, they carry out everything that a government wants to do. Any administrative job, and their focus for teaching is now limited to multiple times doing biofeedback, biometry that they are present. Then when I talk to them, they say that, well, there is, I'll give you an anecdote to see, it will explain you. Back in 1997, we did same kind of experiment with University of Mumbai. Mumbai University has 114 colleges. So then Vice Chancellor was a pediatric surgeon, Professor Deshmukh. When I requested, she called a meeting. And from morning till evening, we were about 16 speakers from various disciplines, from police, from law, from government, from psychiatry, general practice, medicine, emergency room, etc., etc. At the end of that, at the end of the session, we made an announcement and request that now we will conduct 2 weeks training program. Now listen carefully, it's a very unique training program I'm talking about. 2-week training program, and we request the colleges to depute one teacher. Out of 114, 15 colleges agreed to depute. And what we had done, those days there were 4 medical colleges in Mumbai. They all were participating. So morning, a senior resident used to take 3 or 4 teachers to casualty, emergency room, ICU, psychiatric ward, meet the resident there, meet social workers, psychiatrists. Idea was to give them an exposure. What exactly happens when a person attempts suicide and he comes to the hospital? How is he treated? What are the dynamics involved? What goes on when they are referred to Department of Psychiatry? And what happens when they are going out to their house? What are the issues? So from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock, 3 hours, they would spend with a dedicated resident. After lunch, they would get together in Mumbai University in a hall, and every day one professor used to visit to talk to them for 3 hours. That was the training program. We published a booklet and gave 400 copies to Mumbai University. This is 1997. And at the end of that, we did the evaluation of teachers. I think we presented the data in APA and a couple of conferences those days, I don't remember, but because the sample size was very small, I could not really publish that. But the dominant finding was that when you ask them, do you think this student suicide is your problem? That 87% said, no, it's not my problem. It is a problem of parents. Majority of them said, hame kya karna? Now, I'm talking about 2023 now. When we started this, I had interaction with the number of people. So I quote, I sent the request to one of the management university in India, okay? And the director said, we have no problem like suicide, so we are not interested in conducting this program. So जैसे कि मैंने शुरू में कहा था कि हमारी मानसिकता ये है कि ये समस्या बरसात का वो पानी है जो सबके घर में जा सकता है मगर मेरे घर में नहीं आएगा. There is so much of denial. It is not only the question of awareness. So when I talk to people in Kota, we conducted a program there and I had some conversation. The issue is, if a tuition institute does something to deal with mental health, the perception going into community is that, well, probably after they come to your institution, the mental health problem crop up. That is why you are trying to cover up. So they don't want to be stigmatized. They don't want to get bad name. They don't want to The welfare is not the agenda. Agenda is very different. So our students are facing complex challenges. Unless, now I have told that about 6 months back, there was a Supreme Court directive and IIT Chennai, number of students were given the privilege of mental health assessment. We'll talk about it. So the problem is not the teaching program. You can teach them, train them, you can, but the question is whether they are willing to take it, whether they are willing to implement it, whether they are stigmatized. Are they bold enough to say no? Half of the students are feeling stressed and teachers must do something. The agenda of education must change. The issue is not education and mental health education. The purpose of education is at question. What is at stake is the very objective. Why do we provide education? Is it the employment? Is it the character building, personality building, providing options, becoming a good citizen, becoming a good soldier, good doctor, good engineer? That's the issue. Is that the governments will have to open the debate. Why do you want to educate? How much and what kind of citizens you want? Because as so look here, so success. Students want to become successful, right? Everybody wants to become. Now, what happens after success? During 10 years, the top-class, top-notch successful person, during 10 years, this I'm quoting SOCM research in India and many in management organization in America. The findings are same with little bit of variation. 42% of most successful people develop mental health issues and fall out and lose their success in 10 years period. And the prime cause is bipolar depression, separation, divorce, economic drain, and number of stress-related disorders. We are into the business. See, when मैं ये कहता हूं कि when the question comes, why should a student consult a psychiatrist? You're doing a psychiatric training, right? Why? My answer to them is very different. What do I say? That I have got 7-8 rooms in my house. In only one room, I keep people who are too sick. They are patients. But in the next room, I have their relatives, their loved one. उनके प्रियजनों से मेरी बात होती है. लेकिन बाकी की जो कमरे हैं, उसमें सभी आते जाते हैं. हर शख्स रहता है. Mental health is for 100% people. Mentally ill are hardly 10% who need treatment. So therefore, we are not only, it is another unfortunate thing, the message which is going to the community, that psychiatrists are people for sick people. They treat patients, they treat mentally ill, downtrodden, those who are dysfunctional, जिनका कुछ नहीं हो सकता, दुनिया से बेकार लोग हैं. I'm not talking that we are not into that business. Sorry, we are in the business of reconstruction of life. We are in the business of restoration of loss. We are in the business of restoring sanity of mind. Until and unless your education system conveys unequivocally who you are not going to be able to deal with people of the country. They have questioned. The moment you say, but मुझे बीमारी नहीं, मैं क्यों आपसे बात करूं? बात तो सही है. Why should they talk to me? If somebody is not depressed, why should they talk to me? But I'm saying you must talk to me because I will find out the hidden potential that you have. I will find out how best you use your intelligence, and I will tell you how to be more creative in your relationship. I will tell you how not to spoil your marriage. I will tell you how not to borrow money when you are depressed. This is what is mental health and psychiatry. I think we need a lot of innovation and revolution in the field if we have to really make some difference in this subject. That's the way our young generation should think. You guys are not the people for mentally ill. This is the difficulty. And imagine most of us, if India has about 6,000, say sometime back it was 4,000, now it is 6,000 psychiatrists. Do you know that 70% of our mental health professionals are trained in institutions where people are lodged, they are dealing with chronically ill people. They have never seen a issue of marital separation in a young person who is not mentally ill. How will you see? If you're not trained in the community, if you're not dealing with people, do you imagine a person going through a separation in life will come to a mental health institution and talk to you? Why am I going through that? So if you are training your manpower for mentally ill people, God bless you, you will continue to deal with them. But if you want to work for mental well-being, mental health, psychological health, you have to change. And it's time to change. There is no denial. We need new courses for doctors. We need new courses for psychology. We need new courses for humanities. We need new educational material. We need new educational style and new methods and method of testing the effectiveness. It is not working out. Why are we struggling for stigma? Why don't we question that probably the instruments we use to eradicate stigma is useless? पुराने नुस्खे चल ही नहीं रहे हैं. हमें नए दवाइयों की, नए तरीकों की तलाश है और वे सारे नए तरीके नए लोगों से ही आएंगे. It is a challenge for you doctors. Okay, I think any more question? I think I've said enough.
Sir,
Wonderfully said, Professor Amresh. Dr. Abhipsa, I think, has a question.
Yeah.
Good morning, respected sir. Sir, I have a question.
Yes.
That what are the potential benefits and challenges of integrating suicide prevention training into teachers' professional development and in continuing the medical education programs?
Okay, so teachers' professional development. I hope this program exists for teachers.
you're not audible.
Not audible? Why?
Yes, sir, it is.
Yes,
Can you
sir,
hear?
no. Yes.
I presume there is a professional development program for teachers and they sincerely complete it. Let me tell you, if you look at the research data, education by itself is effective in changing behavior, but education alone is not effective. It has to be combined with a good reward punishment mechanism. So, for example, when you combine a professional training program with some benefit, that program is more likely to work. But if you design it for punishment, you know what is going to happen. Or if you design as an optional thing that, okay, aapki ichha ho to ye kariye, warna mat kariye, most ambivalent, that means you're not sure, you're trying to please, you're not sure about your own system that you have created. All over the world, professional development I have found it very encouraging and very interesting in my career. Professional development program. I think from day one, all teachers, those who are in institution, whether government says it or not, whosoever is responsible or not, must maintain the logbook, what you do, every day what you do. You have a half an hour teaching, you must record it. You have one-to-one session, you must record it. You teach 4 students, you must record it. teachers and all faculties need to be told what is professional development program and how to do it. Once it is rich in content, yes, its content are, otherwise there is no other way. How will you bring changes in your teaching faculties? There is a lot which is, see, the educational material has becoming too vast. It is also becoming very complex to examine one person against the other. So all over the world, categories have been designed that, for example, in our field, we have about, so there are clinical teachers, clinical researchers, clinical administrators, clinical scholars. So there are 4 or 5 streams into which they promote and they provide professional excellence. So I'm sure it does work. There is no doubt about it. Any more question? Okay. So I have 5 minutes before I call upon Dr. Kar. So I want to share with you some of the new thing quickly of what we are doing in Mansik Shakti. Having trouble sharing. Yeah, so I'm going to quickly present about Mansik Shakti. What often the people ask this question that what exactly we do here? Well, we do to the best of our capacity. We are a small group of people. So far, I am traveling in various universities and organizations and trying to develop collaboration. And all I ask them is there should not be any teaching institution without a credible and consistent mental health program. This is what we our theme is that if mental disorders remain untreated, it's going to deteriorate and cause problem to quality of life and human survival. And therefore, institutions must have the program. An important thing which we have to convey is that there is no borderline between mentally healthy and mentally ill person. It's a spectrum, as you will say, that currently the concept of psychiatric diagnosis. So the large number of people who are at risk are those who are vulnerable. You will find students who will not qualify for a diagnosis, but have single symptoms. For example, you will find students living with ideas of hopelessness for long, may not develop depression. Our people live with sense of despondency for long, with loss of confidence for long. So therefore, we have to have multiple approach as to target the psychological symptoms, psychological virtues, and also the mental disorder. So in empowering minds that we call, there are 5, 6 activities that we propose. And one is like mental health assessment. So we have tried to develop certain instruments, and we have tied up with the Somaiya Technical Institute, which is an engineering college in Mumbai. They are doing and converting it into artificial intelligence and developing mobile app and computer generated data. And the research is going on in Sion Hospital and other places to test the scales. All that idea is that every parent and teacher must ask whether my child has a psychiatric disorder or has vulnerability for it or is he or she is suffering from severe stress. What are the strength? What is the likelihood of developing these disorders in future? Now, this an important component of our program is related to mental health education. So we have developed courses for teachers, for counselors, and for students. The subject of mind sciences, I've been going around in the university, and at least 2 universities have agreed to start 1-year course in mind sciences. Then few are considering starting certificate course in training program for professionals. Nobody has really so far agreed that, okay, we should conduct a course for teachers training program. That remains to be seen because not many seem to be interested in that. And then we have mental health assessment, mental health education, mental health training, mental health research and innovation. Yes, we have a couple of universities which are trying to examine the projects given by us, and hopefully in a couple of months we should have a good outcome from that. Then a major part is about knowledge translation. In knowledge translation, we are a dedicated group of, we have about 20-25 senior psychiatric faculties, and they are helping us conducting this webinar like one we are doing today. But they are also helping us in research as well as in developing books, periodicals, and other things. We plan to start a newsletter, and we invite, if there are young postgraduates who want to take up this challenge and see, it's not a challenge, but it's a work to be done. But in the meantime, what I have been trying to is to fill in the gap. And so there is one book. I'm going to take 30 seconds on each book which has come out in last 6 months related to student psychological health. Empowering Mind is a small book. All these are available in Kindle as well as in paperback. It talks about our philosophy and all our programs. Then this book, Mental Health Assessment for Institution, discusses. It has been put together by me, Dr. Nilesh Shah, and Avinash D'Souza. There is a dedicated group of psychiatrists which has gone carefully into development of the scales. The scales are, as I said, they address these 3-4 questions. Sorry? I think somebody is speaking. Can you mute yourself? Let me. Yeah. Okay. Now, the next book is about mind sciences. It is a course for every student, and we want these courses to be available. The book is being published by Amazon publication in US. It will be available to us very soon, maybe in December end or something. So there are 3 courses. One is about know your mental health. The second is about self-development. And the third is about mental disorders. These are older books, so it doesn't really, but it's very useful. Science of Success and Kamyabya. It talks all about what success is. Handle Life with Care talks about, it is a course book for suicide prevention for teachers training program. This is about mind sciences in Hindi version. An update, facts you must know about depression, will be available in Amazon by next week. There is a book, What Should We Talk to Parents? Parents Let's Talk. So this is it's a thick book, in fact, which has all possible conflicts that parents go through and they want to know from, and we want, many times we have something to tell them, that parents should do this, should do that, should not do this, should not do that. I have tried to compile it. Then the major issue is making career choices. This is compilation of literature. What are the dynamics? What is the psychology behind how to resolve, and what is the best way to make a career option? And then the latest one, and you would be happy to know, it's about scientific literature about Gayatri Mantra. There are about 250 publications related to psychology, psychological content, imaging, so on and so forth. Well, it is not yet published. It is in the making. Maybe I'll take about a month or so to for kind of polish it, and I think by mid-January it should be available. I think it is one of the methods we propose for positive psychological development. So this is all about what I wanted to say. What is Mansik Shakti? What is the program? And now, not keeping the program waiting, I would like to invite Dr. Sujit Kar. Sujit is additional professor of psychiatry in King George's Medical University. He is a dear friend, a young, dynamic academician, in true sense, very thorough researcher, clinician, and educator. You will know him after you listen to his presentation. Dr. Kar, can I invite you, please?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for your kind introduction, sir. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes. I want to. Are you able to share? Shall I make you co-host or something?
Yeah, sir, you need to make me co-host.
Yeah, I think so. So you are. Yeah. Make host. All right. Here you go. Yeah, great.
Yeah, the full screen, it is visible, sir. I'm just checking how it is moving. So, good morning again to all of you. Since last few months, we are working on training the teachers, rather sensitizing the teachers, how to identify suicide, to understand about suicide, and what more we can do to prevent suicide in the students. So next 45 minutes or I will be talking about the causes and risk factors of suicide and how to do the risk factor assessment. So we all know that suicide is a serious mental health issue, and a lot of people die because of suicide. More than 7 lakh people globally die because of suicide. The prevalence of suicide varies across the countries, particularly when we talk about India. The recent World Bank data, it suggests that the prevalence of suicide is very close to 13. 13 persons, they die because of suicide. Over 13% die for every 1 lakh population. So when you plot this figure to the population of India, which is around 145 crores, so it is a very huge number. Because India is the most populous country in the world. We overtook China recently, and India is considered as the suicide capital of the world, because the large population, a lot of people, they die because of suicide every year. We are contributing the major chunk of suicide globally. If you see the prevalence of suicide in South Asian countries, the figure is quite close to 11.2 per 1 lakh population, and Indian suicide rate is slightly above the regional prevalence, that is 11.2. पूरे साउथ एशिया में जो कंट्रीज है, इफ यू सी अफगानिस्तान, बांग्लादेश, पाकिस्तान, they are Muslim predominant countries and they have a relatively lower suicide rate. Bhutan is a small country and it is believed that Bhutan is having a happiness index of a high happiness index. Lot of people are very happy with their achievements, whatever they have. So the suicide rate is drastically low. It's 4.6 per 1 lakh population. But if you see the population of the countries like Sri Lanka, Nepal, the suicide rate is a bit higher. It is 9 in Nepal, around 14 in Sri Lanka. I will tell you an interesting story about Sri Lanka. If you see the suicide trend in Sri Lanka over past 1 decade, somewhere close to 2000 and 2010, suicide rate in Sri Lanka is the highest suicide rate in the world. It was 49 per 1 lakh population. And over a period of 1 to 2 decades, the government of Sri Lanka has realized that why suicide is very high in a country like Sri Lanka and how it can be reduced. They identified that the common cause of suicide in Sri Lanka is because of poisoning, and the poisoning is mostly happening by use of consumption of the pesticides. So they brought a law to regulate the selling of the pesticides. As per the law, you cannot sell pesticide openly in the market. So they put some amount of restriction to the sale of pesticides. After that, they noticed that there is a drastic reduction in the rate of suicides, particularly the poisoning related suicides. And overall suicide rate has also declined from a figure of 49 per 1 lakh population to 14 per 1 lakh population. So this is a drastic decline in the suicide rate, and through legislation, they control the selling of the pesticides. But during the same time, they have also reported that because people are not able to purchase pesticides for using it for suicide, they tried other measures like the instances of hanging was particularly increased in Sri Lanka. But the figure is quite interesting, that declined from 49 to 14. So if you see the figure of South Asia since 2000 to 2018, over a period of 18 years, 18 साल में suicide की prevalence में drastic decline मिला है. I will not say it's a drastic decline, but there is a significant decline from level of more than 15 to a level of close to 11. That was the declining trend. But unfortunately, in 2020 and 2021, particularly during these times, we faced a big tragedy, global tragedy, that is COVID pandemic. And due to the pandemic, a lot of crises happened globally: financial crisis, health crisis, exhaustion of resources, joblessness, and many things happened. All these things literally added to the stress of the global population, and there is a drastic rise in the suicide rate. We don't have exact data for 2020 and 2021, particularly when we refer to the WHO website. I hope that will be updated soon. But there is published literature, scientific research has been published in the various scientific journals. They say that there is an increase in suicide again after this COVID pandemic. Particularly the South Asian countries, if you see the common mode of suicide, ज़्यादातर लोग they do suicide by hanging. More than 50% population, they usually adopt hanging is the common mode, preferred mode of going for suicide. Second common mode is poisoning. Poisoning was previously relatively higher, but gradually it is declining. Particularly drastically, it has been declining in Sri Lanka. But Sri Lanka, if you still see, poisoning has definitely declined, but it is still more than hanging. Most of the countries, they follow this common trend that hanging is the common mode of suicide, followed by poisoning. There is a drastic decline in the suicide mode, particularly by using poisoning. It has been declined in the South Asian countries, and there is an increase in suicide by hanging. But if you see the data with referring to Pakistan, the trend of suicide is particularly shifting towards use of the firearms. So this is a very exhaustive review that we did, referring to all the published scientific literature over a period of 20 years, 2000 to 2020. And this is the summary of findings that we got from that published researches. If you see about the program, policy, action plan related to suicide, we don't have a dedicated policy for preventing suicide. We don't have a dedicated program also for preventing suicide. Our country don't have a national action plan for preventing suicide. But very recently in 2022, the government has developed a national suicide prevention strategy that gives a blueprint about how to deal with suicide related issues, what should be the national initiative, what should the schools do, what should the mental health professional do, what should the general public do. So there are some recommendations, there are some guidance components in that blueprint that is available, and that is introduced very recently only. We don't have any database, suicide registry database that talks about what is the true reflection of true data related to suicide. Whatever data is available in India, we basically refer to the National Crime Records Bureau database. This is a police database basically. When somebody dies because of suicide and it is reported to police, police documents that. And that data is there in the police database, and that data is compiled, collected from all the districts, all the states, and a national level database data has been created, and that is being published every year. Right now, we are having the National Crime Record Bureau report of 2022, which was released in August. The 2023 report is yet to be released. It is supposed to be released by August, but it is delayed. Maybe by the end of this month, we'll be having that report. So 2022 report basically talks about the findings of 2021. So whatever updated suicide related statistics or data is available, that is till the end of 2021. Regarding the details of policy development, another speaker, Dr. Babali, will be talking about it in the afternoon. So I'm skipping those parts. Regarding the legal status of suicide in South Asia, if you see, we all know that somebody who is thinking of suicide, going for suicide or attempting for suicide is going through significant amount of psychological distress. Despite of knowing all those things, but in the law, sees suicide in a very different manner. As per the Indian law, suicide was punishable. Suicide attempt was punishable till 2017-18. It is as per the Indian Penal Code 309, suicide attempt was punishable. But 2017-18, the Mental Health Act 1987 was replaced by Mental Health Care Act 2017-18, which specifically focused on decriminalizing the suicide attempt. The law enforced that individuals who are attempting for suicide, they should not be penalized. Rather, they should be referred for psychological support. They should be referred for psychiatric evaluation, and if there is a psychiatric illness, for possible treatment of the psychiatric illness. In many countries of South Asia, like Bangladesh, like Pakistan, like Nepal, suicide was considered as a punishable offense for quite a long time. Nepal decriminalized suicide in 2018. Pakistan has decriminalized suicide in 2022. Bangladesh, it is still punishable. The psychiatrists and the policymakers, they are continuously pursuing, and they are yet to decriminalize suicide in Bangladesh. There is no document available regarding the status in Afghanistan. In Sri Lanka, it is not punishable. In Maldives, the status is not clearly available in the website or any published research. Another important thing, before I talk about the risk factors and the identification of the risk factor, that I want to highlight is the importance of media with respect to suicide and suicide prevention. If you know that, if you see the media reports related to suicide, there is a way how media reports about suicide. Mostly, when media reports about a suicide story, the stories are quite sensational, quite provocative, and these stories contain more harmful contents and less helpful contents. What I mean by harmful content, they talk more about the place of suicide, the mode of suicide, how suicide happened, what are the steps taken for attempting suicide, the total suicide procedure. Just I want to give you an idea about in 2021, December, 30 of December, you can go and check the footage. You know, there is a very popular news reporter, news reporter Sudhir Chaudhary. He was covering a story related to suicide. That story about artificial intelligence, Alexa, how that is linked with a suicide. So he narrated about the story of a girl from Canada who asked Alexa, how I can commit suicide. Then Alexa replied a vivid description how suicide successfully can be completed. That girl followed all those steps to attempt for suicide, but accidentally something happened and she could not complete the suicide. Probably the mother of that girl intervened and she could not complete the suicide. So this was the story published by the multiple international newspapers, and the news reporter was also highlighting the story, vividly describing the steps how one can commit suicide. It has been internationally recommended that the media and the news channels, news reports should not talk about those things. The viewers who are seeing those things can, and in a going through some mental health crisis, they may learn how to go for committing suicide. So that should not be done. But that has been, despite of existence of those guidelines, people are doing that. So with referring to that, we published a report and highlighted that was published in Asian Journal of Psychiatry. What should not be done? So when you see the trend of sensationalization, provocative media news reports, mostly it is with the vernacular news report, that is the regional newspapers, particularly Hindi or local language newspapers. They try to sensationalize the story more than the English news reports. English news reports are a bit more professional. So the helpful contents are a bit more in the English news report than the vernacular news reports. And despite of having a guideline since 2000 and updatement of the guideline in 2017 and 2023, and wide circulation of those guidelines, and a lot of emphasis on those guidelines by the mental health professionals and the WHO representatives, none of the media houses strictly adhere to this media reporting guidelines about the suicide. And nothing much happened over the past 2 decades, despite of those guidelines and a lot of debate on that, nothing much happened. The trend of sensational reporting that happened 20 years back is almost similar with the current sensational reporting. So why I'm talking so much about this media reporting of suicide? When media reports about a suicide story, media covers a suicide story, and somebody reads about that suicide story, and that person is vulnerable, or that person is going through some mental health crisis and having suicide thoughts. So the media report can have an impact on the individual's mental well-being. It can have a positive effect, it can have a negative effect. The positive effect is called as Papageno effect, and negative effect is called as Rader effect. So Papageno effect, when the media reports about suicide in a very sensible manner, media talks about suicide is not the solution. When media talks about there are helps available in different resources, if somebody goes through mental health crisis, that person can refer to some life skill training manual, some relaxation measures, or can seek a helpline, suicide prevention helpline, or can seek help from a mental health professional. And that media reports about once an individual dies because of the suicide, how the family members or the people who are left behind, they suffer through, they miss that person, what is going through that. So that probably is having a protective effect. The person who is thinking of suicide will think of alternatives. No, suicide is not the only solution. Now I can have different resources from which I can seek help. And if I die because of suicide, what will go through, how my family members will feel. So these thoughts are quite protective for preventing suicide. But when you sensationalize suicide, when you portray suicide as the only solution available for that individual, when you detail the suicide steps about for doing the suicide, that triggers the copycat suicides, imitational suicides. People learn those things and they try to imitate the similar mode of committing suicide. So these are the positive effect and negative effect a media report can have on an individual who is vulnerable for suicide. Regarding this, we conducted before that regarding what language we should use when we are talking about suicide. Most of us, because of the inertia, because of our tendency, we use the term committed suicide. But that is a more stigmatizing or offending term. The World Health Organization, when particularly talking about the recommendation, they recommended that we should not use the term committed suicide or somebody successfully completed suicide. Suicide cannot be a success. So we should not glorify suicide by adding an adjective that is successful suicide. Better you use the respectful term that the person died by because of suicide. It is important to avoid terms like unsuccessful suicide or failed in suicide. Rather, we can say that somebody attempted suicide. So I'm not an exception to that inertia. Despite of knowing all those facts, sometimes we utter unconsciously a term that somebody committed suicide. If I use similar term like committed suicide in due course of my presentation, I'm sorry for that. Please forgive me for that. I actually mean that that person died by suicide. Some important figures related to suicide. Every year, more than 7 lakh people die because of suicide globally. And if you think of India, the figure is close to 1.6 lakh people who die because of suicide in India every year. For every completed suicide, there are approximately more than 20 times suicide attempts. So for every 20 suicide attempt, there is one completed suicide. So the number of suicide attempts is quite high. So an important risk factor for suicide is prior suicide attempt. If somebody is having a history of suicide attempt, that is a single most important risk factor for suicide. So when we are thinking of suicide prevention, we are thinking of assessing an individual for suicide risk. this is one of the most important thing that one need to inquire about. Is there any history of prior suicide attempt in that individual in the past? 77% of the global suicide that occur in the lower and middle income countries, and majority of those lower and middle income countries are belonging to South Asia and Africa, and they are very populous regions, and so large number of suicide happen in these areas. If you talk about the young individuals, particularly with 15 to 19-year-old individuals, they are the adolescents mostly, and they are mostly students. Among this population, suicide is the fourth leading cause of mortality. Accident is the most common modality of death in this population, and suicide is the fourth leading cause of death in this population. The common methods of suicide globally, they are poisoning, hanging, and use of firearms. Use of firearms is quite common in the European countries and American countries, where there is a easy access to firearms. In the South Asian countries, hanging and poisoning are relatively common. Some important risk factors has been identified globally with respect to suicide. Mental illness is one of the important risk factors that can attribute to suicide. Substance use, somebody who is using some addictive substances. Dr. Amit Singh, after my presentation, will be talking about that in detail, how substance use can influence suicide. Some emotional breakdowns related to relational issues, related to financial issues, related to long-standing medical illness, maybe related to some stressful life event, can also lead to a suicidal behavior. Violence, abuse, we are all familiar that a lot of violence is happening, war is happening multiple places in the world. A lot of people are getting migrated from their own places. They are residing in refugee camps, and migration, refugee crisis is an emerging crisis in the globe, and these are very endangered population. They don't have adequate amount of psychosocial support. They face a lot of psychological and physical adversities. They are more vulnerable for violence and abuse. They are mostly isolated and discriminated. And this population are at a high risk of dying because of suicide. Of course, the gender minority population, particularly the LGBTQ population, they are also subjected to isolation, discrimination, abuse, stigma, and they have a higher instances of suicide. In 2020, when we refer to the data, number of deaths because of suicide, if you compare between the gender, nearly it is 4:1. Men to women ratio is 4:1. There are death due to suicide occurs in men 4 times higher than that of women. So men more prone to complete a suicide attempt than women. If you see the number of attempts, then females are the number of suicide attempts is quite high among the women, whereas if you see the suicide completion rate, it is more common among men. 20% of the global suicide, it is poisoning, but hanging is close to 50% or above 50% in South Asia, around 50, close to 50% in globally. Unfortunately, despite though suicide is a serious mental health issue, but good thing it can be prevented. But despite of knowing this fact since centuries, we don't have a dedicated prevention strategy or policy in majority of the countries globally. By 2019, 62% countries, they didn't have any suicide prevention strategy. In India, suicide prevention strategy was introduced in 2022, and many of the Asian countries and African countries, they introduced suicide prevention strategy after 2019, but by this time, I'm expecting that the figure will be a bit higher, but still, we are less than 50% in terms of number of countries having a suicide prevention strategy. we are all talking about the mental health statistics. We mostly refer to the National Mental Health Survey data, which is the most updated data available for our own country. And recently, the government has taken another initiative to conduct a National Mental Health Survey phase 2, which has already been started, but the data will come after some years. We participated in the National Mental Health Survey in 2015-16. As per the Uttar Pradesh data available, nearly 1% of community population in Uttar Pradesh, they are at high risk of suicide. I'm referring to the general population. In Uttar Pradesh, the population is 24 crores. 1% of 24 crores is 24 lakh. So at any point of time, 24 lakh population in the state of Uttar Pradesh is having high risk of suicide, whether they have any mental illness or not, irrespective of their mental illness. I'm not talking about the patients with mental illness. I'm talking about general population. You see, and try to understand how serious the issue is and how big the figure is. 24 lakh population at any point of time in Uttar Pradesh is having a high risk of attempting for suicide. The latest National Crime Records Bureau report suggests that if you distribute the number of suicides in terms of their occupation, the daily wage earners, they contribute to the larger chunk, and this happened 2020 during the COVID time. So it is obvious that unemployed persons, self-employed persons, those who lost their job, and daily wage earners, housewives who were subjected to domestic violence and abuse, the suicide rate in these populations increased drastically during the COVID pandemic. Nearly more than 12,500 students, they died because of suicide in 2020 itself. In the pandemic year, there is a changing trend in the percentage of contribution to total suicide. So the maximum increase in suicide happened in the student population to the previous year. There is a 21% increase in the suicide among the students, whereas in other professionals, daily wage earners, retired persons, unemployed persons, the percentage increment is relatively less. So there is a maximal increase in the suicide rate in the students in past 2-3 years. Again, when we refer to the National Mental Health Survey data, the vulnerable population who are at high risk of suicide are mostly females, 40 to 49 years of age, less educated, poor persons living in urban metros, or single or separated. They are at high risk of developing suicidal behavior. Some important factors has been identified. Age is an important factor. There is a bimodal peak, I'll say. In the young individuals, there is a high risk of suicide. In adults, there is a relatively decline in the suicide risk. Then in the old age, again, there is an increase in suicide risk. The risk of suicide is relatively higher in females, and the attempts are also high among the females, but the completed suicide rate is quite common in males. People, irrespective of their socioeconomic strata, are at risk of suicide. But when you think financial crisis as a risk factor of suicide, here poverty comes as a factor that individuals who are in the low socioeconomic status, that becomes a major risk factor for suicide. Stigma and isolation. Stigma for any cause. Suppose somebody is having COVID. Many people in the initial part of the COVID, they died by attempting suicide, and the attempt for suicide, the trigger for suicide is stigma related to COVID. I am suffering from COVID and I am going to infect my family members. It is better I should kill myself. So many mental health doctors, nurses, they died because of suicide during the initial part of the COVID. Similarly, stigma can be because of anything. Suppose somebody diagnosed with HIV, somebody diagnosed with a mental illness, suppose somebody is diagnosed with cancer. So stigma leading to a trigger of suicidal behavior. Somebody who is isolated in the society, somebody who is abused physically or sexually or mentally, somebody who is having a comorbid medical illness, particularly the medical illness is such that it is having a poor outcome. Suppose somebody is diagnosed with cancer, somebody is diagnosed with a very difficult to treat medical condition. Suppose somebody is having a chronic medical issue, like suppose somebody is having multi-drug resistant tuberculosis, is taking a lot of anti-tubercular medications, and we all know that anti-tubercular medications, many of the anti-tubercular medications, they have side effect, like they can cause depression, they can cause psychosis, they can increase the suicidal behavior. So, and per se, tuberculosis is a very disabling condition for the individual. So, individuals, they go through a lot of stress and may think of suicide during that time. We see a lot of patients with tuberculosis with suicidal behavior reporting the psychiatric clinic for consultation. Comorbid substance use, may it be alcohol, tobacco, or any. Tobacco is relatively less at risk, but alcohol, cannabis, opium, stimulants, many other substances, newer substances, they can increase the risk of suicide. Suppose somebody is having a psychiatric comorbidity, particularly depression, that increases the risk of suicide. Harsh parenting, parental stress, conflict among the parents can also trigger a suicidal behavior. But we are talking about student suicide. Here comes the academic stress, which plays an important role as a trigger for suicide. So suicide is also having some heritability component. It has been seen that so with a family history of suicide, there is a 43% chances of heritability of suicide. Particularly, we see a lot of personality related components that are decided by our genetics, which is heritable. Like there is a construct of personality that is impulsivity. There is impulsivity in the personality is there. Impulsivity is also decided by some of the genetic components. If that gene is carried forward, then that impulsivity behavior is also likely to be carried to the next generation through the genetic pool and may likely to enhance the suicidal behavior in that individual. Here I want to tell you a story before I go to the detailed aspect of suicide. Very quickly, I will go through that story. This is a story of a sage, ऋषि वशिष्ठ. आप लोग सब जानते होंगे ऋषि वशिष्ठ जो है ये भगवान श्री राम की कुल गुरु थे. एक बार क्या होता है, ऋषि वशिष्ठ पहुंचते हैं एक नदी के किनारे और वो सोचते हैं कि मैं नदी में कूद जाऊं, आत्महत्या कर लूं. और नदी के किनारे पहुंचने के बाद वो सोचते हैं कि अगर मैं नदी में कूद जाऊं और पानी की धारा मुझे फिर किनारे में पहुंचा दे और मैं फिर जिंदा बच जाऊं, तो फिर मेरे कोशिश का कोई मतलब नहीं रहेगा. इसलिए अपने अटेम्प्ट को मतलब अपने अटेम्प्ट को कंप्लीट करने के लिए उन्होंने क्या है कि अपने हाथ में और पैर में रस्सी बांध ली. रस्सी बांधने के बाद वो पानी में कूद जाते हैं. लेकिन पानी की धारा कुछ ऐसी ही थी कि उनके हाथ और पैर की दोनों की रस्सी खुल जाती है और वो तैरते हुए किनारे पहुंच जाते हैं, बच जाते हैं. जिस नदी की धारा ने ऋषि को जीवन दान दिया, रस्सी उनकी हाथ में जो बंधे हुए रस्सी है उसको खोल दिया. रस्सी को हम लोग पुराने भाषा में कहते हैं पासा. तो पासा को मुक्त कर दिया. उस नदी को फिर नाम दिया जाता है विपाशा, जिसको आजकल हम लोग ब्यास रिवर के नाम से जानते हैं, जो कि पंच नदी में आते हैं. ब्यास, सतलुज, रावी, चेनाब, झेलम, जो पंजाब होते हुए इंडियन पार्ट ऑफ पंजाब एंड पाकिस्तान पार्ट ऑफ पंजाब होते हुए वो जाके अरबियन ओशन में मिलता है. तो विपाशा नदी का नामकरण ऐसे होता है. और ऋषि ने सुसाइड अटेम्प्ट क्यों किया था? आप लोग सोचते ही होंगे कि वशिष्ठ ऋषि इतने बड़े ऋषि थे और वो आत्महत्या के बारे में क्यों सोचे. वशिष्ठ ऋषि की 2 बेटे थे जिनको ऋषि विश्वामित्र ने मार दिया था. और वशिष्ठ को ये महसूस हुआ, ऋषि वशिष्ठ को, कि मैं इतने बड़े ऋषि होने के बाद भी मैं अपने 2 बच्चों को बचा नहीं पाया और वो मासूम 2 बच्चे मारे गए. इस दुख में वो सुसाइड करने के लिए गए थे. जब ये बच जाते हैं, उनकी मन में अपने बच्चों को खोने की मेमोरी तो रहता है, लेकिन जो उनके मन में जो दर्द था बच्चों को खोने का, वो खत्म हो चुका होता है. So he is now detached from the attachment of emotional attachment with the worldly things. तो एक उनको पासा मुक्त जो कहा गया है, सिंबॉलिकली फिजिकल टर्म्स में कहा गया है, उसको सूक्ष्म रूप से ये भी देखा जा सकता है, उनको जो दुनिया में जो इमोशनल अटैचमेंट्स थी, वो अटैचमेंट से वो मुक्त हो जाते हैं. तो उस समय जब ये नदी से बच के निकलते हैं, वो महर्षि से ब्रह्मर्षि में बदल जाते हैं. तो विश्वामित्र ने उनके 2 पुत्रों को क्यों मारा, उसके पीछे की एक लंबा स्टोरी है, जिसको कब और कहीं किसी समय पे हम लोग डिस्कशन कर सकते हैं. उसके पीछे कामधेनु नाम की जो गाय थी उनके पास, उसको लेके एक लंबी स्टोरी है, इसको कभी डिस्कशन किया जा सकता है. ये स्टोरी यहाँ पे कहने का मतलब है, सुसाइडल थॉट्स कैन कम टू एनीबडी. ऋषि वशिष्ठ जैसे महान साधु के पास मन में भी आत्महत्या की विचार आया जीवन में एक बार, और उनको उसका सामना करना पड़ा. तो किसी के मन में अगर सुसाइड रिलेटेड थॉट्स आते हैं, it does not mean that that person is weak in any sense. It is the moment, it is the context that matters. We are talking about suicide among the young individuals, students, youth population. Particularly when we talk about youth population, there are some specific issues that we need to think of. That is abuse. They are prone for abuse. They are subject to bullying. They are subject to academic stress. There might be some amount of parental discord which they are witnessing. There may be some harsh parenting. There may be some relational challenges, romantic relational failures, breakups. There may be pressure from the peer group to perform or to do something. So these are very specific issues quite commonly encountered in young population, particularly adolescents who are students. Before we think of or discuss about suicide, we also need to know what is the difference between suicide and deliberate self-harm. Here, 2 important determinants come. One is intentionality, second is lethality. जो सुसाइड करने की प्रयास करते हैं, उनके अंदर इंटेंशनलिटी ये होता है कि दे इंटेंशन इज टू डाई, and they choose a method that is more lethal. The chances of dying is high by that mode. If somebody uses firearm or dying by suicide, the risk of completing suicide is very high. The lethality is very high. But somebody consumes 5 tablets of alprazolam or 10 tablets of alprazolam for dying, the lethality is low. The individual will be sedated, but the risk of having death is very less likely. So one need to discuss about those things. There are people who seek attention, high attention seeking behavior. They took 5 tablets of alprazolam, inform everybody that I'm going to die, I have consumed 5 tablets, and they messaged everybody, and openly they did it in front of everybody. So this is something, attempt of deliberate self-harm, and the risk of dying because of suicide is very less. So we need to differentiate that. Both are risky affairs, suicide, and we never know that somebody who is attempting for deliberate self-harm will survive. Sometimes individuals who attempt for deliberate self-harm, they die. Accidentally they die. That may happen. So both the things need to be taken seriously. There is a small movie clip, but because of paucity of time, I'm skipping it. But there is an interesting movie that is alike, that is freely available in YouTube. It's a silent movie, but it gives an important message to the audience. So if you get some time, you can watch this movie. This is a 7-minute movie. I'm just skipping this. We all know that a lot of suicide is happening in the educational hubs, particularly. We talk about quota. A lot of people who go quota for higher education, particularly coaching, they face a lot of stress, and almost every week we get a information from Kota through the news reports that somebody who attempted suicide, somebody who completed suicide. These are the statistics, and mental health experts also, they give their views about what is happening, how it can be prevented. So quota is when we talk about suicide in India, particularly students, then quota becomes the important issue to be discussed mostly. Suicide and mental illness. There are various circumstances where suicide happens. So the circumstances are mostly, it's seen that suppose somebody is having a mental illness. When you see the number of suicides and evaluate what are the circumstances under which suicide happened, then 50% of the circumstances you will get that person was having a mental illness who died because of suicide. There is a history of 1/3 of those persons, they had a history of suicidal thoughts or plans before. There was some ongoing crisis within 2 weeks in nearly 31% individuals. There is a intimate partner related issue in more than 27% suicide completers. Maybe 1/4 of these suicide completers may have some physical health issues. Around 1/5 of them may have alcohol dependence or other substance related problem. Around 1/10 of them, some job related issues were there. So these are the common circumstances, particularly in Indian context. Nearly 4 persons, they who is having a suicidal thoughts, they have some, out of 10 persons with mental illness, nearly 4 persons have suicide thoughts. Among the mental health issues, psychiatric conditions, depression, anxiety, personality issues, borderline personality disorder particularly, severe mental illnesses like schizophrenia, bipolar affective disorder, they are known to closely associated with suicide. They increase the risk of suicide. So those, irrespective of the psychiatric illness, one should not ignore any psychiatric illness thinking that this psychiatric illness is having less risk of suicide. It can be ignored. No, it cannot be done. It cannot be afforded. You need to address the mental health issues seriously. If you address the mental health issues seriously, you can treat the issues early, then you can definitely minimize the risk of suicide in that given individual. So how to do assessment of suicide risk? We have understood what are the important causes and risk factors of suicide. Now how to assess the suicide risk? This is the last part of my presentation. The one thing is you need to build a rapport with the student. One need to be, but when we're talking, the target population that I'm addressing here is the teacher population. So teachers should be sensitive enough, empathetic enough, supportive enough to provide a supportive environment. Because suppose you are the teacher and that person has scored low in your subject, so that person might be feeling threatened in front of you. So it is your responsibility to provide a supportive and empathetic environment that, okay, you failed in this subject, you scored low in this subject. That is a different issue. I will talk about the academic issue, how you can improve your this. But you are going through significant stress. Now you are not feeling mentally well. Now you are very much stressed out. How can I help you out? What can be done? So you provide an encouraging, supportive, empathetic environment, then only the student will open up in front of you and share their thoughts and feelings so that you can understand what is going through the mind of that student and you can help out that student. So building rapport is important. You have to play multiple roles. One role is a teacher, but beyond the teacher, you have to play the role of a mentor, supporter, being like a friend. Many people think that when you ask about suicide directly, अगर मैं directly पूछ लूंगा बच्चे से suicide के बारे में, उसके मन में कहीं suicide की भावना जाग ना जाए, अचानक वो कहीं ऐसे ना सोचे कि मैं suicide कर लूं. कैसे पूछ लूं मैं suicide के बारे में सीधा सीधा, कहीं उसको बुरा ना लग जाए. No, no, no. This fear is basically restricting us from exploring the suicide related thoughts. हम ये सवाल पूछते नहीं है तो हमें इसलिए पता नहीं चलता है. अब बहुत सारे सुसाइड की स्टोरी जो हम न्यूज़ से सुनते हैं, तो उसमें ये आती है कि वो बच्चा आराम से घूम रहा था, आराम से खा रहा था, टीवी देख रहा था, ये कर रहा था, वो कर रहा था, फिर उसने अचानक सुसाइड कर लिया. लेकिन कभी भी उसने उसकी जो लाइफ में जो चैलेंजेस हुए, किसी ने उसको पूछा ही नहीं क्या तुम्हारे मन में इस तरह का ख्याल तो नहीं आ रहे. ना उसके पेरेंट ने पूछा, ना टीचर ने पूछा, ना किसी और ने पूछा उनसे. ज्यादातर बच्चों के साथ ऐसे होता है. इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट टू आस्क अबाउट सुसाइड व्हेन समबडी इज गोइंग थ्रू ए स्ट्रेस. आस्क अबाउट फ्यूचर को लेके क्या विचार आ रहे हैं, अपने बारे में क्या थॉट्स आ रहे हैं. कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं लग रहा है कि मैं कुछ अपने लिए कर लूं, बुरा कर लूं. इस तरह का कोई नेगेटिव थॉट्स तो नहीं आ रहे हैं, आत्महत्या के विचार तो नहीं आ रहे. इट्स इम्पोर्टेंट टू नॉर्मलाइज की देखो, लोग जब इस तरह का सिचुएशन में जाते हैं, उनके मन में इस तरह का विचार अक्सर आ जाते हैं, इसलिए मैं पूछ रहा हूँ. It is important. This is a normalizing statement that somebody who is going through significant stress, they may have this kind of thoughts. So it is important to normalize that so that the student can come out with their own feelings, genuine feelings they are going through. सुसाइड आइडिएशन अगर किसी बच्चे के अंदर अगर सुसाइड आइडिया आ रहा है, सुसाइडल थॉट्स आ रहे हैं, व्हाट वी नीड टू एक्सप्लोर अबाउट, डिटरमाइन द फ्रीक्वेंसी, हाउ फ्रीक्वेंटली यू आर हैविंग दैट थॉट, हाउ इंटेंस दैट थॉट वाज इट स्टॉपेबल, was it easy to stop or control. So what are the particular time duration for which the suicidal thoughts come. It is important to explore about all those things, because if these things indicate about the severity of suicidal thoughts, severity of the suicidal ideation. Never forget to ask about whether the student or child is making any plan to, if somebody reported that that individual is having a suicidal thought, explore about whether that person has also made a plan how to do it. तो क्या आपने कोई, आप बता रहे हो कि मुझे आपके मन में आत्महत्या के विचार आते हैं, आखिरी बार विचार कब आया था, क्या आपने उसके बारे में कुछ सोचा है. कहीं ऐसे तो नहीं है कि आप उसको लेके अमल करने के लिए कुछ प्लान भी बना रहे हो, कुछ कर रहे हो. अगर कुछ ऐसा है तो आप मेरे साथ शेयर करना चाहते हो. कई बार पेशेंट्स हम लोगों ने देखा है कि दे से दैट मैंने प्लान बनाया, आप शेयर करना चाहोगे. नहीं, हम उसको आपको बताना नहीं चाहेंगे. तो यहाँ पे ये चीज और रिस्की हो जाता है. when somebody is having a suicide plan but he or she is not telling the plan to you, this is a more warning sign. यहाँ पे थोड़ा आपको और ज्यादा सतर्क रहना होगा. Also assess the intent and capability. क्या जो स्टूडेंट है उसके मन में क्लियर इंटेंट है करने के लिए कि ना मुझे करना ही है, is so clear about doing suicide. Try to explore what is the level of clarity related to suicide thoughts and plan. और सुसाइड को करने के लिए क्या उसके पास कोई कोई चीजें उपलब्ध है. जैसे वो सोच रहा है कि मैं, मेरे घर के पीछे कुआं है उसमें कूद जाऊं, मेरे पास एक चाकू मैंने रखा है, उससे मैं अपने आप को कुछ ऐसे कर लूं. So that individual is having access to different means for doing suicide. Then we need to think of how those means can be made inaccessible to that person, how that can be prevented, what more can be done. You have to think about some environmental modification measures. So assessing this is important. Identify different known risk factors of suicide. We have already discussed about there are various factors that may attribute to suicidal ideation or suicidal behavior in a student. We need to identify them, such as recent life stressor, any psychiatric illness, any drug use, substance use, any history of recent life trauma, any family history of suicide, any past history of suicide attempt, any chronic ongoing medical illness. So all those things, any academic related stress, all those things need to be explored. It is also important to think of whether there is any protective factor by which we can prevent suicide, such as about the social support. Who is that key person in your family with whom you share your all the life difficulties, all your secrets, who can help you out. So what are the future goals? आप आगे क्या बनना चाहते हो, उसको बनने के लिए आप क्या करना चाहते हो। आप ये लाइफ में एक चैलेंजिंग सिचुएशन आया, आपकी लाइफ में बहुत सारे ऐसे सिचुएशन आए होंगे, चैलेंजेस को ओवरकम करने करके आप अपने गोल को जाना चाहते हो, नहीं जाना चाहते हो। सो अटैच दैट पर्सन विद द लाइफ गोल्स, enhance the coping skills, identify the social supports. So they help in suicide prevention. History of any psychiatric illness, family history of any psychiatric illness, any previous suicide attempt, any treatment for a psychiatric illness in the past, all those information also need to be taken. It is important to screen for mental disorders. If you see a student constantly having some odd behavior, is behaving in inappropriate manner, is becoming angry, there is frequent absenteeism, is not a good performer in the school, there is some emotional issues, some behavioral issues, that person is not able to clearly comprehend the teaching process. So you need to be evaluated for possible psychiatric illness. Social factors, environmental factors also play some important role in deciding the suicidal behavior. So we need to understand patient's living condition, कहाँ पे रहता है, क्या क्या सपोर्ट अवेलेबल है बच्चे के लिए, उसकी लाइफ में कोई रिसेंट चेंजेस हुए हैं क्या, रिसेंट स्कूल चेंज, रिसेंट जगह घर का चेंज हो गया, सपोर्ट चेंज हो गया, एनवायरनमेंट में चेंज हो गया, पहला बच्चा अपने पेरेंट्स के साथ रह के पढ़ाई करता था, अभी उससे अपने चाचा चाची के पास रह के पढ़ाई करता है, जहाँ पे उसको सपोर्ट उतना नहीं मिलता है, शायद इस तरह का चीजें भी मैटर करता है। सो रिसेंट चेंज इन देयर सोशल एनवायरनमेंट, उसके बारे में भी आपको असेस करना होगा। Formulate the risk level. Based on the assessment, clearly see that what are the potential, whether the risk is high, low, or moderate. There are so many tools that gives you an idea about whether that student is having a low risk of suicide, moderate risk of suicide, high risk of suicide. One of the tool is there is a suicide module in mini international neuropsychiatric inventory. So that contains some 13-14 questions that ask about different component, different aspects of suicide, that gives you a score. On the basis of score, you can make whether that individual is having low risk of suicide, moderate risk of suicide, or a high risk of suicide. This is a screening tool. Another tool is Columbia Suicide Risk Assessment tool. Another tool is Suicide Risk Assessment module. So there are various tools available freely online. One can access to that on these tools and can rate what is the severity of suicide. We need to if you identify that that student it is high risk of suicide, we have to make a safety plan. We have to provide support to the student. That can be a support in terms of installing some coping skills in that student, so that that student can face the challenges effectively. There should be some emergency contact numbers that can be like recently Telemanas facilities available, e-Sanjeevani clinic is available, some suicide helpline numbers are available. So those can be made available to that person who can, at the time of crisis, that person can talk to them, take help from them, and parents can need to be communicated that they should, because the appropriate precaution, they should take some mental health support. Counseling support can be provided in the school level. So these are the safety measures that can be taken. If required, the student can be referred to a psychiatrist for the detailed evaluation and management. Important to facilitate, coordinate care. We need to make a linkage service with the different mental health professional teams. Like you can communicate or coordinate with the doctors, counselors, district mental health program. They have an outreach clinic. They visit the schools and they do the school mental health program. That can be, licensing can be done. Other than the government setup, there are facilities like private setup. There are psychiatrists and psychologists are available. They can be also contacted for possible psychiatric help. So conducting a suicide risk assessment is a very sensitive matter. It's a challenging process. It's a detailed process. One should be very much sensitized enough about different aspects of suicide, including what are the important risk factors, how to communicate, how to ask, all those soft skills need to be there. So if you encounter a young individual student who is at immediate risk of self-harm, so it is important to communicate with the emergency services of the hospital or crisis intervention team immediately. So there are numbers. I told you that Telemanos is one facility, suicide helpline numbers are available. That should be, the teacher should be sensitive enough to keep all those numbers so that they can provide this facility to the students. So anybody who is having willingness to die, feeling hopeless, gives away the possessions, experiences unbearable pain, feeling trapped inside, writes a goodbye suicide note later. So these are all warning signs of suicide one need to be aware of. So one need to be very much aware to the warning signs, providing support, identifying the risk factors, encouraging, motivating the individuals for the life goals. So different suicide helpline numbers are available. You can get it from online sources. So you can get help from the psychiatrist, psychologist, and other mental health professionals. They are working in government, private, NGO sectors, but one need to have a link with them. So teachers play an important role, understanding suicide, identifying the risk factor, responding to the student who is at risk of suicide, and being prepared for. But despite of your effort, you may not be successful always. You may be seeing cases where students attempt suicide and they die because of suicide. So it's very painful experience for a teacher also. So सो टीचर एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल होता है कि उनको क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना है, उसके लिए एक ज्यादातर चीजें हम बता चुके हैं और बहुत सारे मैनुअल डेवलप हुआ है रिसेंटली। सितंबर 2023 में गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया हैज मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर दे डेवलप्ड अ मैनुअल इन द नेम ऑफ उम्मीद, अंडरस्टैंडिंग एंड एनहांसिंग, एनकरेजिंग, मैनेजिंग एंड डेवलपमेंट स्टूडेंट के सुसाइड को प्रिवेंट करने के लिए क्या क्या स्टेप्स लेना है, वो डिटेल मैनुअल फॉर टीचर्स है। उसके बारे में मैं भी आफ्टरनून की प्रेजेंटेशन में आपको कुछ स्पीकर्स इसके बारे में बताएंगे। सो दैट इज फ्रीली अवेलेबल, दैट यू कैन गेट इट फ्रॉम ऑनलाइन। दैट इज उम्मीद, UMMED। So this is all from my side. I will be happy to answer if you have any questions.
Sir, I have a doubt.
Yeah.
Like, sir, what are the potential challenges that we can face in integrating mental health care and suicide prevention into primary care settings in order to address the individual and community risk factors for suicide risk in young adults?
Okay, so this is a very important question or interesting question because mental health care is mostly available in the tertiary care centers. If not tertiary care centers, at least it is reaching up to the level of district headquarters. District headquarters now they are having medical colleges and district mental health programs, but it is not reaching to the level grassroots level. Particularly, if you talk about PSC, there is no facility like provide mental health facility. So different government, they have taken some initiative to train the primary care health doctors about identifying the common mental health issues. So if I talk about my experience, we periodically got a list of 30 doctors. They are posted in our department for a month and they are trained about identifying the common mental health issues. तो यूपी की गवर्नमेंट ने जितने भी पीएससी के डॉक्टर थे उनको फेज वाइज 30 डॉक्टर्स की एक टीम बना के उनको ट्रेनिंग के लिए भेजते थे। दैट हैपेंड पहले एक हफ्ते का था, फिर एक महीने का था। दैट हैपेंड क्वाइट लॉन्ग टाइम फॉर इयर्स टुगेदर बिफोर कोविड के बाद ये ऑनलाइन ट्रेनिंग में कन्वर्ट हो गया। अभी इसको अदर सेंटर्स में भी इसकी ट्रेनिंग हो रही है। सो दिस इज वन वे यू कैन ट्रेन द डॉक्टर्स ऑफ द पीएससी and the staff of the PSC to identify the common mental health issues. This is one way. Second thing, you can think of doing some outreach activities like the district mental health program. They have a outreach activity. The team of the district mental health team, they go to the community, different areas. They do some sensitization work. They go to the PSCs, they go to the schools, they go to the villages, they do some cultural activities, नुक्कड़ नाटक ऐसे करके लोगों को mental health के बारे में aware करते हैं. This is one thing. Third thing it can be, अभी रिसेंटली गवर्नमेंट की जो एक था कि आशा वर्कर्स थे, वैसे ही एक सिस्टम था कि गांव की लेवल पे कुछ एजेंसीज है, आशा की पैरेलल एजेंसी, आई एम फॉरगेटिंग दैट नेम. तो उनको कहा गया था कि आप जाके मेंटल हेल्थ, कॉमन मेंटल हेल्थ, डिप्रेशन, एंजाइटी एंड एडिक्शन के ऊपर ट्रेनिंग लेके जाएं, ताकि आप कम्युनिटी में जैसे आशा वर्कर गांव-गांव घूम के प्रेग्नेंट वुमेन, एनीमिया, ये सारे चीजों को आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं. देन दिस पीपल आल्सो कैन गो टू द विलेजेस एंड दे कैन आस्क अबाउट द मेंटल हेल्थ इश्यूज. अगर कहीं पे किसी को मेंटल हेल्थ इश्यू है तो उसको वो ट्रीट नहीं करेंगे, उनका काम है सिर्फ उनको रेफर करना. Identify those individuals who are at risk of mental illness or having some mental illness and refer them to appropriate facility. This is how you can provide, integrate primary mental health care with the primary health care. This is one thing. उसको छोड़ के कई सारे एनजीओस ने भी इसको लेके काम किया है. जैसे एनजीओस करते हैं कई सारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. मैं एक आपको एग्जांपल देना चाहूंगा. चेन्नई में एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है स्कार्फ, स्किजोफ्रेनिया रिसर्च फाउंडेशन. तो वो क्या करती है, एक मोबाइल मेंटल हेल्थ यूनिट है उनकी. उनके पास एक गाड़ी है, उसमें एक मेंटल हेल्थ की टीम जाती है, गांव-गांव घूम के जाती है. उस टीम गाड़ी में एक इनबिल्ट टीवी है. टीवी में मेंटल हेल्थ के बारे में प्रोग्राम रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में दिखाए जाते हैं. आज इस गांव में जाएंगे, इस ब्लॉक में जाएंगे, कल कहीं और जाएंगे, ऐसे चलेगा उनका. वहां पे लोग उसको देखेंगे, उनके अंदर सेंसिटाइजेशन होगा, फिर वो वहां पे आएंगे, वो गाड़ी के पास पहुंचेंगे और उनको गाड़ी में साइकियाट्रिस्ट, साइकोलॉजिस्ट होते हैं, वो उनको स्क्रीन करते हैं और कोई नीड होता है तो उनको ट्रीटमेंट प्रोवाइड करते हैं. That is a very good model for providing mental health care in the grassroots level. So there are various modes available, but the thing is what you need is your commitment, motivation, and more number of mental health manpower who can reach the community and provide those services. इसको छोड़ के अभी रिसेंटली टेलीमानस सुविधा शुरू हो गई है. ई संजीवनी क्लिनिक चल रही है, ऑनलाइन क्लिनिक. ये संजीवनी क्लिनिक के बारे में मैं अपना एक्सपीरियंस बताऊंगा कि कई सारे पेशेंट्स जो पीएससी में होते हैं और पीएससी डॉक्टर जिनको हमने ट्रेन किया था, वहां पे जब पेशेंट आते हैं कोई साइकियाट्री इशू के बाद, वो पीएससी के डॉक्टर ये संजीवनी क्लिनिक में कॉल करके कंसल्ट करते हैं साइकियाट्रिस्ट के साथ. ये कहते थे कि आज एक पेशेंट ये आया है, इसके सिम्टम ये है और इनको हम क्या ट्रीटमेंट दें. तो हम उनको कंसल्ट करके प्रोवाइड करते थे कि आप उनको ये ट्रीटमेंट दीजिएगा, प्रिस्क्रिप्शन देते थे. तो वो एक होता था. एक प्रोग्राम निम्हांस बैंगलोर चला रही है, वो इको प्रोजेक्ट कहते हैं. इको प्रोजेक्ट जो है क्या है कि वो पीएससी के डॉक्टर, सीएससी के डॉक्टर जो है उन लोगों को ट्रेन करते हैं थ्रू वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग. कोई साइकियाट्रिस्ट के, कोई वहां पे पेरीफेरी में कोई पेशेंट आया है तो वो थ्रू टेली कंसल्टेशन साइकियाट्रिस्ट के साथ कम्युनिकेट करते हैं और उनको ट्रीटमेंट प्रोवाइड किया जाता है. सो दिस इज हाउ care is provided and training is also provided for the grassroots PSC level.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, your voice is not audible. You have to unmute yourself.
So thank you very much, Dr. Kar, and you made very important point, and one which I can pick up is that we must recognize the risk, not only the risk factors, but the risk for mental health in general. Because everything begins to grow from presence of risk, whether it is in social life, or biological conditions, physical health, or mental health, or economic factor, whatever. And the second important point which I would like to really pick up is building individuals' capacity to enhance capabilities in terms of psychological capacity, how to manage impulsivity, how to manage your personality abrasions, how to manage your despondency, how to manage falling, developing a pathological trait. There's a lot which can be discussed in at-risk situation, at-risk conditions, prodromal states, psychiatric disorders, and psychosocial functions, etc. But anyway, thank you very much. It's very enlightening as usual, as your lectures are very rich in academic content and your delivery is so straightforward that it goes straight in the head. I highly appreciate your deliberations, Dr. Kar. May I now invite another stalwart in the field of mental health, and he's young Dr. Amit Singh. Dr. Amit Singh is an associate professor of psychiatry. His की खास बात है कि he is one of the very few in the country. When I'm saying very few, I mean it. There are not more than, you can count them on fingers. Addictionologist. What I mean, the psychiatrists which are further trained in everybody hears about neurosurgeon, cardiac surgeon, so on and so forth, but hardly people know that field of mental health. When you receive your training and you become a psychiatrist, there are half a dozen specialties where you have to study much more, develop special skill for teaching, for research, and for patient care. And Dr. Singh is one of those who have specialized in addiction behavior and addiction medicine. I remember when back in 1985, I traveled all the way from Mumbai to Toronto for Addiction Research Foundation to do a fellowship those days in addiction behavior. That was the time when the addiction problem of substance abuse, of brown sugar and so forth was faced for the first time in our country. And none of us knew how to respond. There was no NARC, no body, no organization those days. It all developed after 1985 with a lot of public pressure and various movement. Then the government of India set up Center of Excellence, and All India Institute of Medical Science in New Delhi is one of the centers where Dr. Amit Singh has received his training, if I'm correct. Yeah. Anyway, he is giving his services in King George's Medical University, Lucknow, and I'm very, very happy and feel very privileged to be associated with him. May I now invite you to make your presentation, Dr. Singh, and I think I'll make you the co-host so that you can make your presentation, right?
Sir, am I audible?
Yes. Yes, you are. I made you a co-host so you can share your slides and make your presentation.
First of all, thanks for such nice words and a great introduction. So let me share the slides. Is it visible, sir? Is it visible, sir?
Yes, Dr. Amit, it is visible.
Okay.
It's visible, sir.
So I will be talking on identification, management, and prevention of addictions in student population. So this is a brief outline of my talk. I'll be briefly talking about suicide and addiction in student population, its identification, management, and then I'll conclude. So in the context of today's presentation, like today's theme, addiction is an important component or an important factor contributing to suicide. Also in suicide among students and adolescent population. So studies have suggested that substance use increases the risk of suicide and suicide attempts and suicidal ideations. So this is the finding from a meta-analysis. It suggested that suicidal ideations increase around 1.86 times among the people who use alcohol in the past 1 year. Similarly, the rates for suicidal ideations also increase when a person is using cannabis, to around 2.01 times. With regard to the suicide attempts, the rates increase again to around 1.5 to 2 times with respect to different substances a person is using. So it suggests that substance use definitely lead to an increase in the risk of suicidal ideations and suicide attempts. Now, talking about addiction, addiction hai kya? So it is a behavioral pattern of drug abuse which is characterized by overwhelming involvement with the use of a drug. That is compulsive use. Here also there is a tendency to relapse after discontinuation. So लोग कई बार कोई एक सब्सटेंस लेते हैं और उसके बाद जब वो छोड़ने का प्रयास करते हैं तो उसमें उनको बहुत दिक्कत होती है. So there is a sort of compulsive use, and an important component is loss of control. Often these substance uses or even different kind of addiction starts with occasional use, social use, and regularly लेते लेते एक स्टेट आता है अनकंट्रोल्ड यूज का. जब लॉस ऑफ कंट्रोल आपको देखने में मिलता है उस समय लोग जो सब्सटेंस ले रहे हों या फिर जो लोग एडिक्शन से अफेक्टेड हों वो अपने उस बिहेवियर को चेंज करने का प्रयास करते हैं या लिमिट करने की कोशिश करते हैं, तो उसकी कोशिश के बावजूद वो कर नहीं पाते हैं. सो इस स्टेट में हम बोलते हैं कि लोग जो हैं वो एडिक्ट हो गए हैं. अगर हम बात करें एडिक्टिव सब्सटेंसेस की, तो बहुत तरह के सब्सटेंसेस हैं जो लोग डे टू डे बेसिस पर कंज्यूम करते हैं. लोग फूड भी कंज्यूम करते हैं. सो हाउ आर एडिक्टिव सब्सटेंसेस डिफरेंट? सो एडिक्टिव सब्सटेंसेस are those substances which when taken has the ability to change an individual's consciousness, perception, mood, thinking process, behavior और motor function. So लोगों के consciousness को, mood को, सोचने के तरीके को या उनके व्यवहार को ये substances बदलते हैं. और एक चीज जो important है कि ऐसे substances को जब आप control करने की कोशिश करते हो या regulate करने की कोशिश करते हो तो वो कई बार अनसक्सेसफुल होता है. सो डिपेंडिंग ऑन केमिकल क्लास की उनके अंदर एक्टिव इंग्रेडिएंट क्या है, मेन केमिकल क्या है, कई तरीके के सब्सटेंसेस हो सकते हैं जो कॉमनली हम सुनते हैं या देखते हैं. उनमें अल्कोहल हो गया, ओपियोइड्स हो गया जो कि अफीम के पौधे से निकाले जाने वाले सब्सटेंसेस या उनके जैसे ही प्रॉपर्टीज वाले सब्सटेंसेस को बोला जाता है. कैनबिस या भांग के पौधे से निकाले जाने वाली बहुत सी चीजें जो हैं वो कैनाबिनॉइड्स होते हैं, वो भी काफी एडिक्टिव हैं. इसके अलावा कई तरीके के और ड्रग्स हैं, स्टिमुलेंट्स, जो आजकल मेट्रोपॉलिटन सिटीज में रेव पार्टीज में कई बार हम सुनते हैं कि बच्चे यूज कर रहे हैं या इनके पकड़े जाने की भी हमें कई बार खबर सुनने को मिलती है. फिर सिडेटिव हिप्नोटिक्स, कुछ ऐसे टैबलेट्स, मेडिसिन, गोलियां ऐसी होती हैं जिनको कि लोग नींद के लिए यूज करते हैं, लेकिन अगर उनको गलत तरीके से लिया जाए तो उनसे भी नशा होने का खतरा रहता है और उनपे आदी होने का भी खतरा रहता है. कुछ हेलुसिनोजेंस होते हैं, कुछ ऐसे केमिकल्स होते हैं जिनके लेने के बाद लोगों का परसेप्शन डिफरेंट होता है, अपने आसपास की चीजों को किस तरीके से वो महसूस कर रहे हैं वो बदल जाता है। एक कॉमन कंपाउंड है LSD, जो कि कई सारी रेव पार्टीज में यूज भी होता है और सुनने को भी मिलता है। और बहुत कॉमनली जो सब कोई जानता है, टोबैको। सो डिपेंडिंग ऑन कि क्या केमिकल क्लास है, ये कुछ एक इम्पॉर्टेंट जो सब्सटेंसेस है वो हमने क्लासिफाई किया है। और आज के दौर में एक एडिक्शन जो बहुत ही कॉमन है और बहुत कॉमनली एनकाउंटर करते हैं, काफी प्रॉब्लमेटिक भी है, वो है स्क्रीन एडिक्शन, जो कि मोबाइल, लैपटॉप या इस तरीके के टीवी, इनके लिए जो एडिक्शन बच्चों में होता है वो। अगर हम इंडिया में बात करें तो क्या स्थिति है, तो 2019 में एक सर्वे हुआ जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सोशल जस्टिस एंड एम्पावरमेंट ने गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की ये स्टडी कंडक्ट कराई। तो इसमें ये देखा गया कि जो 10 to 17 ईयर्स की एज ग्रुप के बच्चे हैं, उनमें अल्कोहल यूज अराउंड 1.3% बच्चों में है, कैनबिस 0.9%, ओपियोइड यूज 1.8% बच्चों में, और इनहेरेंट यूज 1.17% बच्चों में था। तो अगर हम इनको एब्सोल्यूट फिगर्स में कन्वर्ट करें तो ये कई लाख हो जाता है, अराउंड 50 लाख और मोर आपको मिलते हैं इंडिविजुअल सब्सटेंसेस के लिए। सो ये बहुत बड़ा फिगर है। और अगर हम टोबैको की बात करें तो ग्लोबल यूथ टोबैको सर्वे वो भी 2019 में हुआ था। उनने बताया कि 13 to 15 ईयर एज ग्रुप में टोबैको यूज जो है अराउंड 8.5% जो एडोलेसेंट हैं वो यूज कर रहे हैं। तो टोबैको यूज काफी कॉमन है। तो इससे हमें ये पता चलता है कि जो बच्चे हैं वो भी सब्सटेंसेस से, नशे से अछूते नहीं हैं, वो भी उनसे अफेक्ट हो रहे हैं। बात ये आती है कि आखिर बच्चे यूज क्यों करते हैं। तो कॉमनली जो एक कारण होता है वो है पीयर प्रेशर। अपने जो उनके साथी हैं, दोस्त हैं, उनका अगर निगेटिव पीयर प्रेशर है तो वो जोर डालते हैं कि एक बार ट्राई करके देखो, उसके वो बेनिफिट्स बताते हैं। और फिर जो बच्चा है अगर कभी किसी स्ट्रेस में है, किसी परेशानी में है, या फिर जस्ट वैसे भी अगर बोर हो रहा है, तो मजे के लिए भी लोग बच्चे अब्यूज करते हैं। इसके अलावा कई बार उनमें ये होता है कि मैं नशा करूंगा या स्मोक करूंगा या कैनबिस लूंगा, वीड लूंगा, तो मैं बड़ा फील करूंगा कि मैं बड़ा हो गया हूँ। कई बार लोग काउंसल करके उनको नशे में ले आ देते हैं। कई बार वो अपने पेरेंट्स के बिहेवियर्स को इमिटेट करते हैं कि फादर स्मोक करते हैं, टोबैको लेते हैं, तो मैं भी इसको ले सकता हूँ। वहां से भी उनका शुरुआत होता है। कई बार अपने घर की परेशानियों से जो तनाव हो रहा होता है उससे निजात पाने के लिए भी बच्चे सब्सटेंस लेते हैं। जैसे कोई फैमिली इश्यूज हैं, लो सेल्फ एस्टीम से रिलेटेड इश्यूज हैं, डिप्रेशन है, या कोई और इस तरीके के इश्यूज हैं, तो भी बच्चे लेते हैं। इसके अलावा प्लेजर सीकिंग के लिए, मजे के लिए, या कई बार रिबेलियन, अपने आप को अलग सा दिखने के लिए भी बच्चे सब्सटेंसेस लेते हैं। सो जो स्टडीज बताती हैं कि 9 out of 10 people with addiction started using substances before they turned 18। मतलब 18 साल से पहले ही 10 में से 9 लोग अपना नशा शुरू कर देते हैं। और यहाँ पे ये भी इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि अर्ली इनिशिएशन ऑफ ड्रग यूज इज एसोसिएटेड विद ग्रेटर ड्रग इन्वॉल्वमेंट। तो अगर जल्दी शुरू किया है तो जो ड्रग से रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम्स होंगी लॉन्ग टर्म में वो भी ज्यादा होंगी, और जो सिवियरिटी होगी वो भी ज्यादा देखी गई है। सो अगर हम इस एज ग्रुप में इंटरवेंशन करते हैं, हम डिले करते हैं, तो बहुत संभव है कि हम सब्सटेंस यूज से होने वाली प्रॉब्लम्स को काफी हद तक कम कर सकते हैं। नाउ टॉकिंग अबाउट द अगेन इसी चीज को जो हमने अभी डिस्कस किया, जो ये अमेरिका का डेटा है, यहाँ पे भी हम देख सकते हैं कि अधिकतर बच्चों में जो इलिसिट ड्रग यूज भी है वो अराउंड 16 to 17 या 18 to 20 की एज ग्रुप में शुरू हो जा रहा है। और इलिसिट ड्रग्स की अगर हम बात कर रहे हैं तो इनमें कैनबिस, ओपियोइड्स, कोकेन और हार्ड ड्रग्स की भी बात हो रही है। सो ये जो एक पीरियड है जिसमें कि बच्चे स्कूल में या कॉलेज में पढ़ रहे होते हैं, वो एक काफी क्रिटिकल पीरियड हो जाता है किसी भी तरीके के इंटरवेंशन के लिए या प्रिवेंशन के पर्सपेक्टिव से। फिर बात आती है कि आखिर बच्चे क्यों इतने वल्नरेबल हैं, एडोलेसेंट्स क्यों इतने वल्नरेबल हैं कंपेयर टू एडल्ट्स। सो ये देखा गया, रिसर्च ने ये साबित किया कि भाई जो बच्चों का दिमाग जब मैच्योर हो रहा होता है तो जो सब कॉर्टिकल रीजन्स हैं जो कि इम्पल्सेस के लिए, डिजायर के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल होता है, वो तो जल्दी मैच्योर हो जाता है, लेकिन जो उनको रेगुलेट करने के लिए जो ब्रेन के रीजन्स हैं, जो अपने डिसीजन को रेगुलेट करने के लिए, कंट्रोल करने के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल रीजन है, जैसे कि फ्रंटल कॉर्टेक्स ब्रेन का एक रीजन है, वो काफी देर में मैच्योर होता है। सो अपने बिहेवियर को कंट्रोल कर पाने में इस एज ग्रुप में बच्चों को दिक्कत होती है और इस वजह से वो ज्यादा इंक्रीज्ड रिस्क पे रहते हैं सब्सटेंस यूज शुरू करने के और इससे अफेक्टेड होने के लिए। अगर हम बात करें कि वो कौन से फैक्टर्स हैं जो एडिक्शन को इन्फ्लुएंस करते हैं, सो फैक्टर्स जो हैं वो कई सारे डोमेन्स में हो सकते हैं। मतलब वो उस बच्चे से रिलेटेड हो सकता है, उनकी फैमिली से रिलेटेड हो सकता है, उनका जो पीयर सर्कल है, ग्रुप है, उनसे रिलेटेड हो सकता है, उनके स्कूल का जो एनवायरनमेंट है उससे अफेक्टेड हो सकता है, और जो उनका जो कम्युनिटी है, जिस समाज में वो रह रहे हैं, वो भी उनके सब्सटेंस यूज बिहेवियर को अफेक्ट कर सकता है। तो कुछ फैक्टर्स ऐसे हैं जो कि सब्सटेंस यूज या एडिक्शन को इंक्रीज करते हैं रिस्क को, कुछ ऐसे हैं जो प्रोटेक्टिव होते हैं, जो उनके रिस्क को कम करते हैं। तो अगर हम इम्पॉर्टेंट रिस्क फैक्टर्स की बात करें तो केओटिक होम एनवायरनमेंट, मतलब घर में अगर अच्छा माहौल नहीं है, तनाव है, तो ये एक इम्पॉर्टेंट रिस्क फैक्टर होता है। इसके अलावा इनफेक्टिव पेरेंटिंग, पेरेंटिंग स्टाइल अगर सही नहीं है, बच्चे को अगर म्यूचुअल अटैचमेंट और अच्छे से नर्चरिंग नहीं की जा रही है, अपने क्लासरूम में उनका बिहेवियर जो है वो इनअप्रोप्रिएट है, एग्रेसिव है, एकेडमिक फेलियर अगर हमें देखने को मिल रहा है, उनके एकेडमिक एस्पिरेशंस, मतलब अपना वो कितना अचीव करना चाहते हैं अपने करियर में, अगर वो लो हैं एस्पिरेशंस, या उनके कोपिंग स्किल्स पुअर हैं, तो ये सब इम्पॉर्टेंट रिस्क फैक्टर्स हैं। इसके अलावा अगर उनके साथ जो उनके पीयर्स हैं वो डेविएंट पीयर्स हैं, मतलब जो गलत चीजों में इन्वॉल्व हैं, तो वो एक इम्पॉर्टेंट रिस्क फैक्टर है। इसके अलावा अगर उनकी जो पीयर ग्रुप है या जो उनकी फैमिली कम्युनिटी है, वहां पे जो ड्रग यूज है उसको अगर उसके लिए सैंक्शंस नहीं हैं, अगर उनको अप्रूवल मिल जाता है, उसके लिए लोग उनको अलाउ करते हैं, तो ऐसे बच्चों में सब्सटेंस यूज शुरू होने का और आगे उनके एडिक्टेड होने का रिस्क जो है वो काफी ज्यादा रहता है। और अगर किसी पेरेंट में सब्सटेंस यूज की हिस्ट्री है या कोई मेंटल इलनेस की हिस्ट्री है, तो ये भी देखा गया है कि एक इम्पॉर्टेंट रिस्क फैक्टर हो सकता है। अगर हम प्रोटेक्टिव फैक्टर्स की बात करें तो स्ट्रॉन्ग फैमिली बॉन्ड्स, घर में अगर अच्छा बॉन्डिंग है, उनको अच्छा सपोर्ट मिलता है, अगर पेरेंट्स एंगेज्ड हैं बच्चे की लाइफ में, अगर पेरेंट्स जो हैं उनके बीच में अच्छा कम्युनिकेशन है, और एकेडमिकली अगर बच्चा अच्छे से परफॉर्म कर रहा है और उसको अच्छा सपोर्ट मिल रहा है, तो ये सब सारे अच्छे सारे जो हैं प्रोटेक्टिव फैक्टर्स हैं, ये बच्चे को आगे एडिक्टेड होने से या सब्सटेंस से एक्सपोज होने से रोकने में मदद करते हैं। इसके अलावा उनकी बॉन्डिंग जो है वो प्रो सोशल इंस्टीट्यूशंस, मतलब स्कूल में वो अपने कितना अच्छे से इन्वॉल्व हैं एक्टिविटीज में, अपने कम्युनिटी में कितनी एक्टिविटीज में इन्वॉल्व हैं, ये सब चीजें मैटर करती हैं। बिसाइड्स वो अपने नॉर्म्स को कितना फॉलो करते हैं, और जो कम्युनिटी का नॉर्म है वो ड्रग के लिए या अल्कोहल के लिए कैसा है। अगर वो रिजिड हैं, वहाँ पे उनको अच्छे से नहीं देखा जाता है, तो ये चीजें जो हैं बच्चे को आगे रोकती हैं किसी भी नशे को ट्राई करने से। Now, what are the highest risk periods for drug abuse among youth? रिस्क पीरियड जो है वो बच्चों में कौन सा होता है? तो अगर हम इसकी बात करें तो कोई भी मेजर ट्रांजिशन इन द लाइफ, जब भी कोई जीवन में बड़े ट्रांजिशंस होते हैं तो वो एक रिस्की टाइम पीरियड होता है, जबकि स्टूडेंट या एडोलेसेंट जो है वो सब्सटेंस यूज से एक्सपोज होता है। तो ऐसा कब हो सकता है? सो व्हेन दे चेंज स्कूल और व्हेन दे एंटर सम हाई स्कूल, किसी क्लास में प्रमोट हो रहे हैं, या if they are moving away from the home for the first time, or when the young adult enters the workforce or have some affairs, कोई जीवन में उनके कोई बहुत ही important व्यक्ति आया, कोई लव अफेयर हुआ या इस तरीके के अफेयर्स हुए, तो ये सब चीजें जो है मेजर ट्रांजिशंस हैं जिनमें कि हाईएस्ट जो रिस्क होता है सब्सटेंस यूज के लिए या एडिक्शन में जाने का वो थोड़ा ज्यादा रहता है। तो ऐसे समय में थोड़ा सतर्क रहने की जरूरत ज्यादा होती है। यहाँ पे कुछ चीजें इम्पोर्टेंट चीजें मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि कई सारे सब्सटेंसेस हमने सुने हैं, उनमें से कुछ सब्सटेंसेस ऐसे हैं जो लीगल हैं, जैसे कि टोबैको हो गया, अल्कोहल हो गया, ये लीगली अवेलेबल है, वो आपको हर जगह मिल जाता है। कई सारे सब्सटेंसेस हैं जो इलीगल हैं, जैसे कि हेरोइन, कोकेन। लोगों का आमतौर पे मानना होता है कि जो इलीगल ड्रग्स हैं वो ज्यादा हार्ड हैं, वो बहुत ज्यादा एडिक्टिव हैं, लेकिन स्टडीज ये बताती हैं, जैसे हम ये देख सकते हैं कि टोबैको, जो कि हम काफी कॉमनली ये आमतौर पे ये मानते हैं कि साधारण सा ड्रग है, लेकिन इसके लिए भी एडिक्शन का रिस्क काफी ज्यादा होता है, ऑलमोस्ट सब जो बाकी हार्ड ड्रग्स हैं उनसे भी कहीं ज्यादा है। तो ये एक स्टडी है, इसमें देखा गया कि अगर 100 लोग कोई नशा ट्राई करते हैं तो उनमें से कितने लोग एडिक्टेड हो जाएंगे, ये जो रिस्क है टोबैको के लिए सबसे ज्यादा है। तो आउट ऑफ 100 ऑलमोस्ट 32 people became addicted to tobacco in this study, and जो हेरोइन या कोकेन है उसका रिस्क इससे कम था, अल्कोहल और कैनबिस का रिस्क जो था वो उससे भी कम था। तो जो सिंपल जिन सब्सटेंसेस को या जिन ड्रग्स को हम सिंपल समझते हैं उनको उनके अपने कई सारे नुकसान हैं। एक बड़ा नुकसान ये है कि ये कई बार गेटवे की तरह काम करते हैं, मतलब जब आप इन लीगल सब्सटेंसेस से शुरू करते हो, जैसे टोबैको या अल्कोहल के साथ, तो आगे इलीगल सब्सटेंसेस के यूज का जो रिस्क होता है वो देखा गया है कि ऐसे लोगों में ज्यादा होता है, ऐसे बच्चों में ज्यादा होता है। सो यहाँ से हमें एक चीज ये समझने को मिलती है कि अगर आपने बच्चे को टोबैको, अल्कोहल, इनसे इंट्रोडक्शन जो हो रहा है वो आपने डिले कराया या नहीं होने दिया, तो बहुत संभव है कि आगे उनका जो है किसी भी और हार्ड ड्रग से इंट्रोडक्शन जो है वो ना हो। हमारे यहाँ जो सोसाइटी, जो स्कूल्स हैं या जो बच्चों की अपनी जो ग्रुप पार्टीज होती हैं, वहाँ पे जो ये सब्सटेंसेस हैं इनको बहुत ही फैंसी अपीलिंग फॉर्म में सर्व किया जाता है। जैसे LSD जैसे ड्रग्स को स्टैम्प्स, ब्लॉटर्स, इनके फॉर्म में सर्व किया जाता है। तो कई सारी जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो अपने पीयर्स के साथ इन पार्टीज में या ऐसी जगहों पे इन सब्सटेंसेस से एक्सपोज होते हैं। तो ये जो यहाँ पे पिक्चर में डिपिक्ट किया है वो स्टैम्प्स हैं जिनमें कि LSD एक हैलुसिनोजन है, वो इसमें पड़ा रहता है। इसको आप अगर टंग पे रखते हो तो इसका इफेक्ट आता है। सिमिलरली ये भी एक स्टैम्प है। इसके अलावा जो एडोलेसेंट और स्टूडेंट पॉपुलेशन में एक सब्सटेंस जो बहुत एक ग्रुप ऑफ सब्सटेंस जो काफी कॉमनली देखने को मिलता है वो है इनहेलेंट्स का, जिसमें कि बहुत तरीके के थिनर या सॉल्वेंट आते हैं। तो बच्चे इनका करते क्या है कि इनको किसी क्लोथ पे या किसी पॉलिथीन में भर के इनहेल करते हैं इनसे निकलने वाले वेपर्स को, और वो उनके ब्रेन पे एक्ट करता है और जिसको कि बच्चे जो हैं वो एंजॉय करते हैं, लेकिन उस समय वो उनके लॉन्ग टर्म हार्म्स को नहीं जान रहे होते हैं। सो यहाँ पे ये मैंने डिपिक्ट करने की कोशिश की गई है। स्पेशली स्ट्रीट चिल्ड्रन में इंडिया में ये बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है इनहेलेंट्स। नाउ अगर हम बात करें कि जो सब्सटेंस यूज है उसका स्पेक्ट्रम क्या है, तो हैजार्डस यूज हो सकता है। जैसे कि बच्चे, बहुत सारे बच्चे हैं जो हो सकता है कि कभी कोई सब्सटेंस लिए हों, कभी टोबैको ट्राई किए हों, कभी अल्कोहल ट्राई किए हों, लेकिन उससे उनको कुछ हार्म नहीं हुआ है। लेकिन अगर वो लेते रहें तो उनसे डेफिनेटली उनको हार्म हो सकता है किसी तरीके का। दूसरा होता है उसके ऊपर हार्मफुल यूज, जिसमें कि बच्चे ने कभी सब्सटेंस लिया है या कोई ड्रग लिया है और उससे उनको नुकसान हुआ है, फिजिकल, साइकोलॉजिकल या सोशल, किसी तरीके का कोई ना कोई नुकसान हुआ है। तो ऐसे लोग थोड़े कम होते हैं। और सबसे ऊपर आ गया आपका डिपेंडेंस, जिसमें कि लोग, जो बच्चा है वो एक तरीके से उस सब्सटेंस के लिए एडिक्टेड हो गया है। तो ऐसे लोग थोड़े कम होंगे, लेकिन सीवियरिटी जो प्रॉब्लम की है वो इस लेवल तक आते आते काफी ज्यादा हो जाती है। सब्सटेंस यूज के साथ काफी सारे तो एक्यूट हार्म्स हैं, मतलब उनने लिया और उसकी वजह से उनको दिक्कत हुई। जैसे कि कैनबिस लिया और उसके बाद उनका रोड ट्रैफिक एक्सीडेंट हो गया, तो वो एक्यूट हार्म हो गया। या कैनबिस लिया और उसकी वजह से वो अपना होमवर्क नहीं पूरा कर पाए, तो उसकी वजह से उनको कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस हुए। अल्कोहल लेकर के इसी तरीके से किसी से मारपीट हो गई, तो ये शॉर्ट टर्म हार्म्स हैं। लेकिन अगर ये सब्सटेंस लेते रहें तो इनसे बहुत तरीके के और लॉन्ग टर्म में दिक्कतें हो सकती हैं, क्योंकि फिजिकल, साइकोलॉजिकल, सोशल, हर डोमेन को, जिंदगी के हर डोमेन को अफेक्ट करते हैं। यहाँ पे ये इम्पोर्टेंट है कि जब हम बच्चों को एजुकेट करें तो उनको जो हेल्थ इफेक्ट्स हैं, जो हेल्थ इफेक्ट्स हैं डिफरेंट सब्सटेंसेस के, जो भी सब्सटेंस ले रहा है बच्चा, उसके बारे में हम बता सकते हैं कि भाई आपके इस सब्सटेंस से ये समस्या होती है या हो सकती है। तो बहुत सारे हेल्थ इफेक्ट्स हैं जो कि डिफरेंट सब्सटेंसेस के लिए वैरी कर सकता है। इनहेलेंट्स के साथ बहुत सारे अपने समस्याएं हैं, जिनमें कि न्यूरोपैथी हो सकता है, बोन मैरो सप्रेशन हो सकता है, इवन सडन इनहेलेशन के बाद डेथ भी हो सकती है। तो जो सब्सटेंसेस हैं उनकी हार्म्स की जानकारी टीचर्स को भी होना चाहिए, तब वो अच्छे से कम्युनिकेट कर पाएंगे उन हार्म्स को बच्चों को। इसके अलावा जो मेंटल हेल्थ इम्पैक्ट है वो काफी ज्यादा होता है। जो भी सब्सटेंसेस ऑफ अब्यूज हैं, जो भी एडिक्टिव सब्सटेंसेस हैं, उनकी वजह से कई सारे कंसंट्रेशन से रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम्स होते हैं, एंगर मैनेजमेंट की दिक्कतें आती हैं, लोग, बच्चे अपने गुस्से को नहीं मैनेज कर पाते हैं, सैडनेस, फियर्स, अपने स्ट्रेस को कोप करने में प्रॉब्लम होती है, मूड चेंजेस काफी ज्यादा होंगे, उनको स्लीप की प्रॉब्लम उनमें मिल सकती है, सुसाइडल थिंकिंग मिल सकती है, और कई बार उनमें पैरानोया, डर, ऐसी चीजें भी देखने को मिलती हैं सब्सटेंस यूज के बाद। तो ये जो है सब्सटेंस यूज से रिलेटेड कुछ मेंटल हेल्थ मेंटल हार्म्स हैं। साथ ही साथ कई सारे सोशल हार्म्स होते हैं, उनमें उनके एकेडमिक फेलियर्स, अपना अगर दोस्तों के साथ लड़ाई झगड़ा, घर पे मारपीट होना, ये सब चीजें जो हैं कई तरीके के सोशल हार्म्स देखने को मिलती हैं इस डिफरेंट सब्सटेंस यूज के साथ। इसके अलावा लीगल हार्म्स भी हैं कई सारे। अगर किसी के पास कोई ड्रग पकड़ी गई तो उसके लिए जेल भी हो सकती है। तो कई सारे हार्म्स हैं जिनको कि हमने अभी जाना। अब बात आती है कि हम इनको आइडेंटिफाई कैसे करें, हम ये कैसे पता करें कि बच्चा जो है कोई नशा ले रहा है या नहीं ले रहा है। तो हमें कुछ बिहेवियर में चेंजेस जो हैं वो देखने को मिल सकते हैं बच्चों में, जो कि ये सजेस्ट करते हैं कि शायद ये कोई सब्सटेंस ले रहे हों। सो आप देख सकते हैं कि अगर बच्चा स्कूल में रेगुलर था, अभी उसमें एब्सेंट होना शुरू हो गया, या उसके बिहेवियर में कोई चेंज आ रहा है, कुछ मूड स्विंग्स हो रहे हैं, कुछ एटीट्यूड में चेंज आ रहा है, या वो काफी ज्यादा सीक्रेसी मेंटेन कर रहा है, या उसका एकेडमिक परफॉर्मेंस डिक्लाइन करने लगा है अचानक से, या उसके या उसके फिजिकल अपीयरेंस में कोई चेंज आ रहा है, वेट लॉस हो रहा है, कोई उसके नए फ्रेंड्स बन गए हैं, या उनके फेस पे कोई नए मार्क्स हैं, आर्म्स पे कुछ नए मार्क्स हैं, या चोट लग रही है बार बार। तो ये चीजें हमें सजेस्ट करती हैं कि भाई इनके लाइफ में कुछ एक नया ऐसा चीज आया है जो कि इनको अफेक्ट कर रहा है, और ऐसे में लोगों को विजिलेंट होने की जरूरत होती है, चाहे वो फैमिली हो, चाहे वो पेरेंट्स हो, या फिर टीचर। बच्चों के लिए क्या चीज काम करता है प्रिवेंशन, अगर हमें कराना है सब्सटेंस के लिए एडिक्शन से, तो जो चिल्ड्रन हैं उनके लिए देखा गया है कि द फोकस शुड बी ऑन डेवलपिंग स्किल्स रिलेटेड टू सेल्फ कंट्रोल। अपने बिहेवियर जो भी हैं उनको किस तरीके से हम कंट्रोल करें, इमोशनल अवेयरनेस, अपने इमोशंस को किस तरीके से बेहतर पहचाने और कम्युनिकेट करें, अपनी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग, जो भी डे टू डे लाइफ की प्रॉब्लम्स हैं उनको किस तरीके से सॉल्व करना है, और अगर कोई एकेडमिक प्रॉब्लम्स हैं तो जो स्किल वाला जो एरिया है इस पे अगर आप काम करते हैं तो उनके ये प्रिवेंशन में ज्यादा देखे गए हैं कि हेल्पफुल होते हैं। सिमिलरली फॉर एडोलेसेंट्स, जो स्किल्स हैं जिन पे की फोकस करने की जरूरत होती है वो होते हैं उनके स्टडी हैबिट्स, एकेडमिक, फिर कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स, उनके पीयर रिलेशनशिप के जो स्किल्स हैं उनमें, जिसमें कई बार पीयर को कैसे रिफ्यूज करना है, कैसे चीजों के लिए असर्ट करना है, ये सब स्किल्स जो हैं वो आपको सिखाने की जरूरत पड़ती है। ड्रग्स के लिए कैसे रिफ्यूज करना है, और एंटी ड्रग एटीट्यूड्स को जो रीइंफोर्स करने वाले स्किल्स हैं वो अगर आप स्टूडेंट्स को सिखाते हैं तो वो ज्यादा हेल्पफुल देखे गए हैं ड्रग यूज प्रिवेंशन के लिए। इसके अलावा जो गुड पेरेंटिंग स्किल्स हैं वो उनके पेरेंट्स को इन्वॉल्व करके बताए जा सकते हैं कि सपोर्टिव रहना, कम्युनिकेशन किस तरीके से प्रॉपर कम्युनिकेशन हो, बच्चे के साथ ज्यादा इन्वॉल्व होना, proper monitoring and supervision. So these help in preventing use of substances. Besides, जो फैमिली में अगर एंटी ड्रग मतलब किसी भी सब्सटेंस के अगेंस्ट कोई रूल बना है कि भाई ये सब्सटेंस खराब है, नहीं लेना है, तो उसको डिस्कस करना, उसको रीइंफोर्स करना। देन कई बार पेरेंट्स को भी जानकारी नहीं होती है, तो उनको एजुकेट करना, जानकारी देना, ये जो चीजें हैं ये हेल्प करती हैं सब्सटेंस यूज के प्रिवेंशन में। सो टू समराइज, जो फोकस होना चाहिए वो होना चाहिए कि सब्सटेंस यूज के अलावा जो हेल्दी ऑल्टरनेटिव्स हो सकते हैं जिसमें कि बच्चा अच्छा महसूस करे, वो क्या क्या हो सकते हैं वो आइडेंटिफाई करना और उसमें एंगेज करना। देन उनके जो प्रो सोशल एडल्ट्स हैं, जैसे कई सारे उनके पीयर्स होंगे जो कि गलत चीजों में इन्वॉल्व होंगे, तो जो उनके साथी एडल्ट्स हैं, पीयर्स हैं, ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, उनके साथ उनके कनेक्शंस एनहांस करना, उनके स्किल डेवलपमेंट के ऊपर काम करना, एंड ऑल्सो द फोकस शुड बी ऑन नॉर्मेटिव एजुकेशन। मतलब जो सही सही ड्रग्स के लिए या एडिक्शन से रिलेटेड जानकारी है वो बच्चों को देना, रेदर देन कोई एक्सेजरेटेड हम या गलत जानकारी दे रहे हैं, वो चीज हमें नहीं करनी चाहिए, वो अवॉइड करना चाहिए। यहाँ पे ये भी इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाता है कि हमें क्या नहीं करना है। तो कई बार लोग करते हैं कि बच्चों को डराते हैं कि ये कर लोगे, ये नशा करोगे तो तुम्हारे शरीर को ये हो जाएगा, स्केरी इमेजेस दिखाना या कुछ और डराने के स्केयर टैक्टिक्स यूज करते हैं, तो उनको देखा गया है कि वो हेल्प नहीं करते हैं बच्चों में। बिसाइड्स कई बार क्या होता है कि कोई एक इवेंट करा दिया कि नशा मुक्ति के लिए हम आज एक इवेंट कराएंगे, साल में एक बार करा लिया, और वो एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि इट वुड बी बेनिफिशियल। तो वन टाइम असेंबलीज और इस तरीके के इवेंट्स जो हैं उनको देखा गया कि वो हेल्प नहीं करते हैं। अगर इनको रेगुलर बेसिस पे किया जाए तो वो देखा गया है कि वो ज्यादा हेल्पफुल होते हैं। बिसाइड्स इट इज ऑलवेज बेटर कि कोई एजुकेटेड टीचर या काउंसलर जो है, जो कि ट्रेंड हो इन चीजों को बताने के लिए, वो जानकारी दे, रेदर देन कि एक और टेंडेंसी होती है कि लोग अपने जो कोई पहले कोई नशा लेता था और उन्हें अभी छोड़ दिया है, लोग कई बार उनको बुलाते हैं कि आप बच्चों को समझाइए, अपना एक्सपीरियंस शेयर कीजिए, तो वो चीज हेल्प नहीं करती है, उस चीज को अवॉइड करना चाहिए। इससे अच्छा ये है कि कोई टीचर जो है वो जो सही जानकारी है वो बच्चों को कम्युनिकेट करें। देन जो एग्जेजरेटेड जो हमने अभी बात की कि जो सोशल नॉर्म्स है, वो एग्जेजरेटेड हमें नॉर्म्स नहीं बताने हैं। कि जैसे एक यहाँ पे डिपिक्ट किया गया है, बॉटम जो इमेज है कि 1/3 टीन सफर फ्रॉम एडिक्शन। अगर हम इस तरीके से एग्जेजरेटेड फिगर्स देंगे तो बच्चे को पास ये जानकारी जाएगी कि अच्छा बहुत सारे बच्चे नशा करते हैं और नशा करना मतलब अदरवाइज कोई बहुत बुरी चीज नहीं है। तो मैं एग्जेजरेटेड सोशल नॉर्म्स को अवॉइड करना है। सिमिलरली अगर हमें ड्रग्स के बारे में जानकारी देनी है तो प्रेफरेबली हमें उनसे रिलेटेड जो अप्रोप्रिएट हार्म्स हैं उनके बारे में जानकारी देनी है। जिस तरीके के ड्रग फैक्ट शीट्स यहाँ पे मैंने शेयर किए हैं कि क्या क्या डिफरेंट ड्रग्स हैं, उनका क्या क्या इफेक्ट हो सकता है ना, उस तरीके के जो शीट्स हैं या नॉलेज बेस्ड इंटरवेंशन हैं उनको अवॉइड करना है। अगर हम ये बताएंगे कि ये डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ ड्रग्स हैं और इनको लेने से अच्छा लगता है शुरू में, तो बच्चा ये नहीं देखेगा कि बाद में नुकसान होता है, वो पहले ट्राई करके देखेगा कि अच्छा कैसा लगता है। देन मोरलिस्टिक अपील्स जो हैं, नैतिकता से रिलेटेड जो अपील्स हैं कि भाई जो बच्चे नशा करते हैं वो खराब होते हैं, इस तरीके के अपील्स जो हैं वो नहीं करने चाहिए, वो डिस्करेज करना है। देन ग्रुपिंग एट रिस्क यूथ टुगेदर, जो बच्चे नशे में हैं या कुछ गलत ऐसे बिहेवियर्स में इन्वॉल्व हैं, उनको एक साथ आपने कर दिया क्लास में, तो इस चीज को भी अवॉइड करना है। रोल प्ले दैट कंडीशंस यूथ टू बी ड्रग यूजर्स और डीलर्स। तो जब भी कोई रोल प्ले भी अगर आप करा रहे हैं असर्टिवनेस ट्रेनिंग के लिए या किसी भी चीज के लिए, तो बच्चे को कोई ड्रग यूजर या डीलर का रोल नहीं देना है। क्योंकि आउट ऑफ दैट सिचुएशन बच्चा जो है अपने आप को उस रोल को ट्राई कर सकता है। नाउ टॉकिंग अबाउट इंटरवेंशन, जो इंटरवेंशंस हैं वो भाई वो जो सब्सटेंस यूज है उसके स्टेटस के हिसाब से बहुत सारे इंटरवेंशंस हैं। सो इनिशियली जब सब्सटेंस यूज नहीं है तो कई सारे प्रोमोटिव इंटरवेंशंस होते हैं हेल्थ एनहांसमेंट के लिए। देन अगर सब्सटेंस मिसयूज है, मतलब थोड़ा बहुत ही कुछ यूज अभी शुरू हुआ है, तो हम अर्ली इंटरवेंशन कर सकते हैं। और अगर प्रॉब्लम है, कोई हार्मफुल यूज है या सब्सटेंस यूज डिसऑर्डर हो गया है, तो हम ट्रीटमेंट या आगे रिकवरी सपोर्ट के लिए सर्विसेज जो है वो प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं। इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में जो इम्पोर्टेंट है एक मॉडल, वो है स्बर्ट मॉडल, जो कि काफी कॉमनली वेस्ट में यूज किया जाता है। इसमें आप S is for screening, BI is for behavioral brief intervention and RT is for referral to treatment. So आप पहले स्क्रीन करते हो बच्चे को और फिर आप देखते हैं कि उसमें स्क्रीनिंग के बाद की जो सब्सटेंस यूज है उसका पैटर्न क्या है। उस हिसाब से आप डिसाइड करते हो कि कोई इंटरवेंशन देना है नहीं देना है, और अगर कोई रेफरल करना है या नहीं करना है वो डिसाइड करते हैं। सो अगर इफ देयर इज नो करंट यूज, सो आप बच्चे को उस टाइम पे रीइंफोर्स करोगे कि आप नशा नहीं करते हो, बहुत अच्छी बात है, अपने इस बिहेवियर को कंटिन्यू कीजिए, ये चीज आपके बिहेवियर में अच्छी हैं, इनको आप परस्यू कीजिए। अगर उनमें लो टू मॉडरेट रिस्क है तो आप उस केस में ब्रीफ इंटरवेंशन करोगे, जिसमें कि साइको एजुकेशन, काउंसलिंग, ये चीजें इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट्स हैं। इसके अलावा अगर हाई रिस्क है, लग रहा है कि बच्चे को इससे प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है या प्रॉब्लम हुई है, तो आप उनको ट्रीटमेंट के लिए भी रेफर कर सकते हैं। तो जो स्क्रीनिंग है वो आप किसी भी सेटिंग में कर सकते हैं। आप कम्युनिटी सेटिंग में कर सकते हैं, स्कूल की सेटिंग में कर सकते हैं। उस हिसाब से बहुत सारे स्क्रीनिंग टूल्स भी अवेलेबल हैं, जैसे ऑडिट एक क्वेश्चनेयर है, एक सेट ऑफ क्वेश्चंस हैं इसमें, जिसको अगर आप अप्लाई करते हो तो उसमें आपको पता चलता है कि बच्चे का जो अल्कोहल यूज का रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम है वो कितना है। इसी तरीके से क्राफ्ट एक टूल है, इससे भी आपको पता चलता है कि बच्चे का सब्सटेंस यूज से रिलेटेड जो प्रॉब्लम है उसका स्टेटस प्रॉब्लम है या नहीं है, और स्टेटस क्या है। डास्ट इज ड्रग अब्यूज स्क्रीनिंग टेस्ट, अगेन इससे आप स्क्रीन कर सकते हैं बच्चे की जो ड्रग यूज है उसका सिवियरिटी है कितना है, और उस हिसाब से आप डिसाइड कर सकते हो कि क्या इंटरवेंशन देना है। ब्रीफ इंटरवेंशंस इसके बाद आते हैं। आपने स्क्रीन कर लिया, फिर आप डिसाइड करेंगे कि अब मुझमें इसमें इंटरवेंशन क्या करना है। तो इंटरवेंशन भी आप कई तरीके से कर सकते हैं, डिपेंडिंग ऑन की रिसोर्सेज क्या अवेलेबल है। अगर आप टीचर हैं, आपके पास कम समय अवेलेबल है, तो आप एजुकेशन, इनफॉर्मल काउंसलिंग कर सकते हैं। अगर आपके पास काउंसलर्स या और बाकी फैसिलिटीज अवेलेबल हैं, तो आप इनको स्ट्रक्चर्ड साइकोथेरेपी के लिए भी भेज सकते हैं। तो यहाँ पे फीडबैक देना जो बच्चे को कि भाई आप जो अपना सब्सटेंस ले रहे हो उसके सेफ लिमिट्स क्या है, इसके क्या हार्म्स हो सकते हैं, और जो इसमें छोड़ना क्यों इम्पोर्टेंट है, छोड़ने के लिए क्या क्या चीजें जरूरी हैं, और क्या क्या चीजें की जा सकती हैं। सो द एडवाइस टू एड इन द डिसीजन मेकिंग आर ऑल कंपोनेंट्स ऑफ ब्रीफ इंटरवेंशन। एंड इफ द प्रॉब्लम इज मोर, देन व्हाट वी कैन डू, कि हम पेशेंट को किसी थेरेपिस्ट या डॉक्टर के पास जो है वो रेफर कर सकते हैं। सो इट इज आरटी, रेफरल टू ट्रीटमेंट। मैनेजमेंट में स्क्रीनिंग और आइडेंटिफिकेशन के बाद आता है डिटेल्ड असेसमेंट, जो है वो इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि फैमिली से रिलेटेड, अपार्ट फ्रॉम जो सब्सटेंस यूज है, उसके अलावा और जो साइको सोशल फैक्टर्स हैं, जो सिचुएशन है वो कैसी है। तो उसमें उनकी इकोनॉमिक स्टेटस, उनका फैमिली का स्ट्रक्चर, कोई कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स तो नहीं है, बच्चे का अपना इमोशन कैसा रहता है, इमोशन रेगुलेट कर पाता है नहीं कर पाता है, कोई एकेडमिक प्रॉब्लम्स तो नहीं है। सो इस तरीके से जो भी हम असेसमेंट करेंगे वो सारे इन एस्पेक्ट्स को कवर करता हुआ करेंगे। एंड देन वी प्रोवाइड ट्रीटमेंट। अगर हम मैनेजमेंट के गोल्स की बात करें तो ये अलग अलग स्टूडेंट के लिए अलग हो सकता है उनकी प्रॉब्लम्स के हिसाब से। अगर हम एक सब्सटेंस यूज करने वाले बच्चे की बात करें तो एक तो ये होगा कि हम या तो उसमें प्रिवेंट करना चाहेंगे या ट्रीट करना चाहेंगे सब्सटेंस यूज बिहेवियर, या उनकी फैमिली को, पेशेंट को कुछ एजुकेशन देना चाहेंगे। कोई और अगर कॉग्निटिव, इमोशनल या साइकेट्रिक इश्यूज हैं तो उनको एड्रेस करना चाहेंगे। और अगर हमने इसको एड्रेस कर दिया है तो उसके बाद हम चाहेंगे कि बच्चा जो है अपने उसकी रिकवरी हो और वो अपना जो नॉर्मल एक उसकी कैपेबिलिटीज हैं उसके हिसाब से वो परफॉर्म कर पाए। सो यहाँ पे हमें ध्यान रखना होता है कि हो सकता है कि आपके पास जब पहली बार बच्चा है तो उसका मोटिवेशन जो है वो बहुत ही कम हो, या फिर आपको लगे कि ये अभी मोटिवेशन बहुत अच्छा नहीं है। बट मोटिवेशन इज मैलिएबल, उसको आप चेंज कर सकते हैं। एक सेशन, 2 सेशन या फर्दर और सेशंस के साथ आप मोटिवेशन को एनहांस कर सकते हैं। सो मोटिवेशन इज मैलिएबल। कई बार थोड़े से काउंसलिंग के साथ भी मोटिवेशन बढ़ जाता है, और अगर नहीं बढ़ पाता है तो इवन थेरेपिस्ट के पास भी भेजा जा सकता है जो कि इनके मोटिवेशन एनहांसमेंट के ऊपर काम कर सकते हैं। देन रिलेशनशिप बहुत ही क्रिटिकल होते हैं, इसलिए जो फैमिली है उनको इन्वॉल्व करना वो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाता है ट्रीटमेंट में, वो एडोलसेंट और स्टूडेंट्स के। देन ट्रीटमेंट शुड बी इंडिविजुअलाइज्ड। हर बच्चे की नीड्स अलग हैं, प्रॉब्लम्स अलग हैं, इसलिए ट्रीटमेंट जो है उनके लिए इंडिविजुअलाइज्ड हो। और जो हमें उनके लिए जो भी प्लान कर रखा है उसको फ्लेक्सिबल भी रखना है अगर कभी कुछ सिचुएशन चेंज होती है तो कुछ जनरल चीजें हैं जो कि हमें ध्यान रखनी है कि पेरेंट्स को एंगेज करना है, बच्चे के लिए रिस्पेक्टफुल रहना है, जो काम करना है कि जो भी रूल्स हैं वो इस तरफ हों, जो हमारा गोल हो वो इस तरफ हो कि बच्चा जो है वो ड्रग फ्री किस तरीके से रह पाए, और वो खुद भी अपनी तरफ से एफर्ट करे कि ड्रग फ्री होने के लिए वो जा सके। देन कोई और क्राइसिस हैं, सुसाइड, इंटॉक्सिकेशन, इन सबको हम मैनेज करते हैं। स्कूल रिस्पॉन्सेज, पीयर डिफिकल्टीज, यहाँ पे एक चीज इम्पॉर्टेंट हो जाती है कि जो टीचर हैं कुछ चीजें तो वो खुद अपनी तरफ से कर सकते हैं, बट कई सारी चीजों के लिए उनको बाकी और एजेंसीज हैं उनकी भी हेल्प लेने की जरूरत पड़ सकती है, जैसे कि फैमिली, या फैमिली के साथ कई बार डॉक्टर्स या कोई काउंसलर हैं तो वो। सो अगर बच्चे में जरूरत है तो ऐसे एजेंसीज के साथ इनकी हेल्प लेना काफी इम्पोर्टेंट होता है, और आप जितना अच्छा लिंक बना के रख पाएंगे इन एजेंसीज के साथ, फैमिली, डॉक्टर्स, काउंसलर्स, तो वो जो आउटकम है उसको इम्प्रूव करता है। देन कई बार जो एक बहुत बड़ा इशू होता है वो फैमिली इंटरेक्शंस जो होते हैं वो बहुत प्रॉपर नहीं होते हैं, तो हमें फैमिली के ऊपर भी काम करने की ज़रूरत होती है। तो अगर टीचर खुद ये ना कर पाए तो ज़रूर वो फैमिली और जो अपना स्टूडेंट है उसको काउंसलर के पास या साइकोलॉजिस्ट के पास या डॉक्टर के पास भेज सकते हैं, तो वो कई सारे इश्यूज जो हैं उनको हैंडल कर सकते हैं, जैसे कोई कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स हैं, कोई कम्युनिकेशन के प्रॉब्लम्स हैं। यहाँ पे अप्रोच जो होना चाहिए वो कंस्ट्रक्टिव होना चाहिए, ना कि प्यूनिटिव, डरा के, सजा दे करके अगर हम बच्चे में चेंज लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं तो वो अधिकतर समय काम नहीं करता है। और बच्चे को अपने जो ये प्रोसेस होता है जिसमें कि बच्चा नशा छोड़ने का प्रयास कर रहा है, उसको उसमें पूरी तरीके से इन्वॉल्व करना है और उसको एनकरेज करना है। ना अगर हम ट्रीटमेंट की बात करें तो ट्रीटमेंट में हम जहाँ तक मोटिवेशन की बात हुई तो उसमें काउंसलर्स, टीचर्स, साइकोलॉजिस्ट या डॉक्टर्स हेल्प कर देते हैं, लेकिन कई बार हमें मेडिसिन स्किल की भी जरूरत पड़ती है, तो मेडिसिन देते हैं, काउंसलिंग भी की जाती है। मेडिसिन किन चीज़ों में हेल्प कर देती हैं? अगर बच्चे को कोई नशा ले रहे थे, छोड़ा है, उसकी वजह से क्रेविंग हो रही है, तलब हो रही है, तो उसको मैनेज करने में। अगर नशा छोड़ने के बाद कोई विड्रॉल्स हो रहे हैं, कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स हो रही हैं, नशा छोड़ने के बाद अगर शरीर में कुछ तकलीफ है तो उसको मैनेज करने में दवाइयाँ मदद कर देती हैं। और इवन लॉन्ग टर्म ट्रीटमेंट की लंबे समय तक नशा छूटा रहे, वापस शुरू ना हो जाए, तो इसमें कई बार मेडिसिन हेल्प करती हैं। जो काउंसलिंग है उससे इस चीज में हेल्प मिल जाती है कि कैसे नशे से दूर रहा जाए। नशा तो छूट गया लेकिन अब उससे दूर कैसे रहा जाए, तो ये चीज काउंसलिंग या साइकोथेरेपी से अचीव किया जा सकता है। देन जो इंडिविजुअल है, जो बच्चा है, उसको मोटिवेट करना नशा छोड़ने के लिए, छोड़े रखने के लिए, और उसकी विल पावर को भी स्ट्रेंथन करने के लिए काउंसलिंग या साइकोथेरेपी हेल्प करती है। बिसाइड्स रिलैप्सेस ना हो, वापस एक बार नशा छोड़ने के बाद दोबारा शुरू ना हो जाए, तो उसमें भी थेरेपीज हेल्प करती हैं। यहाँ पे एक चीज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है किसी भी काउंसलिंग थेरेपी में कि हाउ टू से नो। रिफ्यूजल स्किल्स जो हैं वो बच्चे में अच्छी होनी चाहिए, और अगर वो ठीक नहीं है तो उसका ये जिम्मेदारी है कि टीचर और जो थेरेपिस्ट हैं वो इसके ऊपर काम करें कि किस तरीके से नशे के लिए जब कोई ऑफर कर रहा है तो ना बोलना है, वो स्किल्स जो हैं वो सिखाई जाएं। कई बार ये होता है कि हम थोड़ा सा नशा लेते हैं, ज्यादा नहीं लेते हैं, हम थोड़ा सा शराब पीते हैं, ज्यादा नहीं पीते हैं, तो इवन मतलब देर इज नो सेफ लिमिट टू अल्कोहल यूज, मतलब लेट अलोन अदर सब्सटेंसेस। जो लीगल सब्सटेंस आपके लिए अल्कोहल है उसका भी कोई सेफ लिमिट नहीं है। तो अगर कोई ये कहता है कि मैं एक ड्रिंक पी लेता हूँ या कभी कभी बियर पी लेता हूँ, सो इवन दैट इज नॉट एक्सेप्टेबल। वो भी हमारा कभी टारगेट गोल नहीं होना चाहिए। रिलैप्स एक चैलेंजिंग एस्पेक्ट है, तो एक बार सब्सटेंस यूज का प्रॉब्लम मैनेज हो भी गया तो उसके बाद हमें रेगुलरली जो एजेंसीज हैं, टीचर, पेरेंट्स, डॉक्टर, सबको इस चीज पे काम करना इम्पोर्टेंट होता है कि दोबारा नशा शुरू ना हो जाए। और नशा लेने वाले बच्चों में रिलैप्स होना ये हो सकता है, रिलैप्स काफी कॉमन होता है सब्सटेंसेस के साथ, बट वन शुड नॉट लूज होप कि नशा दोबारा शुरू कर दिया है तो बच्चा बेकार है या इसका कुछ हो नहीं सकता, ऐसा नहीं है। हम जितना ज्यादा काम करेंगे रिलैप्सेस के ऊपर तो आगे चल के आउटकम बेहतर हो सकता है। और अधिकतर लोग जो एक बार नशा शुरू करते हैं उनको नशा छोड़ने से पहले 3 से 4 बार रिलैप्सेस तो फेस करना ही पड़ता है। सो हमने बहुत ज्यादा बात की कि बच्चों में कई सारे स्किल्स जो हैं उनको डेवलप करने के ऊपर काम करना चाहिए। इस एस्पेक्ट में गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने कुछ टीचर्स के लिए रिसोर्स मॉड्यूल डेवलप करके रखे हुए हैं, जिनको कि आप लोग जो टीचर्स हैं वो रेफर कर सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से ड्रग एजुकेशन बच्चों को प्रोवाइड करनी है। वो डिफरेंट स्टैंडर्ड डिफरेंट मैनुअल्स हैं, उसमें लाइफ स्किल्स एंड ड्रग एजुकेशन फॉर स्कूल चिल्ड्रन, दीज टू डॉक्यूमेंट्स आर अवेलेबल फ्रीली। तो नवचेतना नाम से ये डॉक्यूमेंट्स अवेलेबल हैं। यहाँ पे अभी मैं अपना टॉक खत्म करने से पहले ब्रीफली बात करूंगा डिजिटल स्क्रीन एडिक्शन की। क्योंकि ये एक इमर्जिंग प्रॉब्लम है। तो इसके मैनेजमेंट में यूजुअली आपका है कि जो यूजुअल रूटीन है बच्चे का, अगर स्क्रीन देखने का, स्क्रीन यूज का पैटर्न का, तो उसको आप चेंज कीजिए, उसको डिसरप्ट कीजिए। उसको कैसे कर सकते हैं? तो अगर स्क्रीन यूज करने के लिए का कोई स्पेसिफिक टाइम है, तो या लगातार स्क्रीन यूज कर रहे हैं, तो आप उसमें कोई स्टॉपर, कोई अलार्म क्लॉक लगा करके रख सकते हैं कि भाई उससे वार्निंग मिल जाए कि अब आपको स्क्रीन यूज बंद करना है। कुछ एप्लीकेशंस अवेलेबल हैं जिनसे कि आपको जो आपको अलाउ नहीं करती हैं एक लिमिट से ज्यादा स्क्रीन यूज करने के लिए। जो भी गोल सेट करने हैं वो स्पेसिफिक अचीवेबल गोल्स हों, और जो ऐसे एप्लीकेशन जिनका कंट्रोल कर पाना बच्चे के लिए काफी मुश्किल हो रहा है, आप उनको पूरी तरीके से तो डिलीट कर सकते हैं, हटा सकते हैं। बट ऑब्वियसली आज के ज़माने में हम सभी एप्लीकेशंस को हटा नहीं सकते हैं। तो इस चीज़ को ध्यान में रखना है कि जो एप्स यूजफुल नहीं हैं, जिसको बच्चा कंट्रोल नहीं कर पा रहा है, ऐसे एप्स को आप डिलीट कर दीजिए। रिमाइंडर कार्ड्स यूज किया जाता है, कई बार एडल्ट्स में हेल्पफुल होता है, जिसमें एक कार्ड पे जो इंटरनेट यूज करने का जो 5 फायदे या 5 नुकसान जो है वो लिस्टेड होते हैं। तो बच्चा जो है बार बार उसको विजिट कर सकता है, देख सकता है कि भाई मैं ज्यादा यूज कर रहा हूँ, तो वो कार्ड को उसको विजिट कर सकता है। वो एक तरीके से रिमाइंडर का काम करता है। यहाँ पे ये है कि बच्चे के लिए जरूरी है कि जो टाइमिंग लिमिट्स हैं वो सेट किए जाएं। बेड टाइम से पहले बिल्कुल 1 घंटे पहले सारी टेक्नोलॉजी जो है वो हटा दी जाए। बेड जब सोने जाएं तो कोई गैजेट साथ में रख करके ना सोएं। ये सब कुछ इम्पोर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट्स हैं। देन जो हेल्दी लाइफस्टाइल्स हैं उनको परस्यू करेंगे, अपने आप को दूसरी प्लेजरेबल एक्टिविटीज में एंगेज करेंगे, तो ये बाकी एडिक्शंस की तरह डिजिटल एडिक्शन में भी हेल्प करेगा। So to conclude, there are multiple strategies that have been adopted for managing substance use problems or addiction in students. The interventions targeting youth aim to prevent the use of substances and progression to misuse and reduce adverse outcomes. A multi-pronged approach involving family, school, and therapists are more successful. So this is all from my side. If anybody has questions,
thank you,
please
Dr.
feel free
to. Wonderful presentation with a lot of information as usual, and again a lot of information about how to identify what are the indicators, what happens in long-term perspective. I think if you permit, we can take one question before we move on to Dr. Gupta's presentation. Is there anybody who wants to ask any question? Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Sir, myself from IMS BHU. Sir, my question is, can brief intervention be a regular practice at a school level for prevention of addiction?
Definitely, brief intervention is used extensively in West. है ना, ब्रीफ इंटरवेंशन को आप काफी फ्लेक्सिबली यूज कर सकते हो कि अगर मतलब ब्रीफ इंटरवेंशन का जब आप देखेंगे तो ब्रीफ इंटरवेंशन के जो कंपोनेंट्स हैं वो अपने आप अवेलेबल टाइम लिमिट और रिसोर्सेज के हिसाब से मतलब मॉड्यूलेट कर सकते हैं। तो आप सिंपल साइको एजुकेशन से लेकर के और स्ट्रैटेजीज जो हैं वो भी आप यूज कर सकते हैं। तो वहां पे वेस्ट में क्या करते हैं कि स्क्रीन किया और जहां पे भी वीडियो, जहां पे हार्मफुल यूज है, जहां पे लग रहा है कि बच्चा अभी डिपेंडेंट नहीं है, थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम है, आगे जाके प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, वहां पे वो ब्रीफ इंटरवेंशंस प्रोवाइड करते हैं। और जहां पे भी उनको लगता है कि नहीं थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम ज्यादा है या उनसे ज्यादा स्किल्ड लोगों की जरूरत पड़ सकती है, तो वो उसको अप्रोप्रिएटली रेफर करते हैं। तो हमारे यहाँ भी सेम मॉडल यूज किया जा सकता है। तो इस मॉडल
गो अहेड
तो इस मॉडल को डिफरेंट कंट्रीज में डिफरेंट परमुटेशन कॉम्बिनेशंस में यूज किया गया है। स्क्रीनिंग के लिए टूल्स कई बार उन्होंने डिफरेंट यूज किए हैं, कई बार सिंपली आस्क मतलब कुछ क्वेश्चंस पूछ करके स्क्रीन कर लिया। ब्रीफ इंटरवेंशन को भी काफी ज्यादा फ्लेक्सिबल बना के रखा हुआ है, और जहाँ पे जरूरत पड़े आप अप्रोप्रिएट रेफरल जो है वो कर सकते हैं। अगर टीचर्स को लगता है कि नहीं वो नहीं हैंडल कर पा रहे हैं, तो साइकेट्रिस्ट के पास रेफर कर लें या किसी साइकोलॉजिस्ट के पास रेफर कर सकते हैं। तो ये चीज किया सकता है।
Thank you, sir.
I think what Dr. Singh has showed in a subtle manner, most important thing is to develop the capacity to say no. And I think this psychological characteristic is not only helpful for management of addiction, but these are certain basic, strong psychological virtues that we need to teach. And we need more methodologies, very perfect evidence-based methods, how to develop various psychological characteristics which can be really administered in school children at a very early age. And we also face challenges. How do you train those professionals who are going to implement your therapies, like whether it is psychoeducation, educational counseling, or brief intervention, or crisis intervention, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much, Dr. Singh. Thank you very much. You made very important point, and it's a very important presentation. I highly appreciate your collaboration and cooperation. Thanks for coming in, and we'll hopefully in future we will have the privilege of having you again and listening to you much more in detail on a number of topics, because addiction is a very important topic for adolescents and students, and we have to address it. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
May I now invite today's organizer, Professor Sanjay Gupta, to make his presentation. Dr. Gupta is a personal friend, colleague, co-researcher, educator, and he is working in a celebrated institution of this country, very well known in teaching and academic to all the young postgraduates. I'm very happy that he is helping us and has organized this event today. What people don't know much about Dr. Gupta is that he, for last 10 years or so, he has changed a lot. And he now works with wellness model of mental health. And he's trying his level best to connect with young people, younger generation, to students, and teach them fundamental skills. Like today, he will be talking to us about skills of how to manage stress. As I was discussing, half of the students in every university confess and report that they are facing challenge of managing stress. And it is in this context that Dr. Gupta's presentation is extremely important to all of us. And he is going to tell us how to make Mansik Shakti much more powerful. Welcome, Dr. Gupta. Over to you.
Thank you very much.
A co-host, and so that things will be fine with you. Yeah, this is.
Yeah, thank you.
Let me. Give me a second.
Thank you very much, Professor Amresh Srivastava, the innovator of Mansik Shakti, the model which is not of the future, which is needed at present. I again congratulate Professor Amresh on taking this up. He's taking it up on a very, very big level. and we are very much with him. Don't know what we can do for him, but definitely we are in it together. So the what you heard about suicide, you heard about addictions. Now, both of the presentations before that, I think we need to admit Abhipsa. So you admitted it. Okay. So both of the topics, that is suicide and addiction, the forerunner of suicide is stress. And the forerunner of suicide is stress, and the forerunner of addiction is also stress. So what you heard now we're going to go into the roots. How do people get into addiction? How do people go into a suicidal mindset? And what is that stress? And how can we manage that? And how can we prevent that? All of those things. But before I start, I have a lot of doctors here assembled. So I'd like to take this opportunity, being this hybrid mode, we have at the Center of Excellence at IMS BHU in our department, we have a lot of doctors here keen to ask a lot of questions. So I'm just going to start with their questions beforehand, and I'm just going to I just thought of some slides. So of course the slides are immaterial, but what I need to do is I need to concentrate on what all you want to focus on. So it's over to my doctors. Can you just please introduce yourself, and what would you like to hear in a talk of this nature? Please introduce yourself.
A very good morning to all the respected faculties joined here. Myself, Dr. Srivastava from JR1 in psychiatry from IMS BHU.
Can you just please jot down some of the points of the questions, right? You do it on your mobile, no problem.
I have the query like how are autonomy issues and relationship issues in young adolescents causing stress to them, and what are the most effective strategies that can be used to tackle these issues in the concerned population?
So you're talking about autonomy issues and
relationship issues.
Okay, fine. Yes.
Good afternoon, respected esteemed teachers. I would like to ask that if spirituality plays a role in positive mental health, and if people or students who believe in it have a better outcome. Thank you.
So you're interested in talking about spirituality. So you're Dr. Abhipsa Swain. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, respected teachers. I want to ask, in the recent light of recent increased death in Kota, can regular psychotherapeutic sessions play a role in reducing the stress level and hence the number of suicide?
Psychotherapy for reducing stress. Okay, fine. Think I'm going to talk about that. Yes. Any other questions?
Sir,
Yeah.
I'm Dr. Yogesh. I'm first year. Sir, SSDQ can identify cumulative stress load of a person of dissociative disorder. Should appropriate thanks be given at particular intervals to it?
You're talking about cumulative stress loads and how to identify. Fine, fine. Okay, fine. I suppose, it's all about the burning issues, autonomy, relationship, quota crisis, spirituality, everything, everything comes under the banner of stress. Okay, so can I have my can I have my presentation? Can we share screen? ये PPT पहले बोलो नहीं नहीं पहले Okay. Okay. So you keep on doing it. Okay. Okay. You audible? इसमें audible नहीं आ रहा इसमें से audible नहीं okay is Dr. Amresh
able to hear me?
okay
Fine. So navigating the storm, go ahead. I think, sorry for the glitches, but this happens. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please.
well back please well it's not the stress that kills us stress is ubiquitous but it's our reaction to it. That's what the great founder Hans said. Next, please. The stress toll is enormous. 83% of teens view school as a source of stress. 69% view what to do after college as a source of stress. 65% financial concerns within the family, and so many, all of those things. Next, please. So stress assessment is multifaceted. So how do we identify stress? Next, please. Now, stress is ubiquitous all across the different life domains. You have a physical domain, you have a social life, there are abuse potentials, there are educational things, personal things, behavioral, your stress coping, interpersonal, family domains, mood, and so many things, all domains. Your stress can be in all of these domains to different quantities. Next, please. Now, identifying that COVID time, you would understand and you would agree during COVID time, a lot of the domains, they were exceptionally affected with stress. The interpersonal, the personal, the social, the behavioral, the mood, and all of them, they were affected. So during the COVID, the UGC, that is the Pioneer Agency of India, the UGC issued advisories and guidelines, and they said that you look at the third bullet, they said arranging for counselors and mentors for mental health, psychosocial support, and well-being of all stakeholders was a prime target because various domains, heavy toll. So COVID has gone away, but has stress gone away? No, we do have stress. Now you can understand stress when there is something very severe. The problem is the daily life stressors. You really, you ask anybody, what happened, any problem? No, there's no problem. But then you're uneasy, you go to your department and your boss tells you, you haven't done your work yesterday. Or as a student, your teacher tells you that, oh, you should have done your homework and you're not attentive in class. Where is your attention? All of that stuff. And then you talk to your friend and you ask him for some help. He doesn't help you. So one of the stressors is from the teacher. The other stressor is that the friend didn't help you. But what is the severity? The severity is not very high. It's very minor. But I give you the concept that a lot of minors can turn into major. Next, please. So how do you diagnose stress? Because you have to do it holistically across all the domains that we've just listed. It should be individual specific. What is stressful for one is not stressful for the other. So the diagnosis of stress must be individual specific. The scale should be available, or the tool should be self-administered, easy to use, it should be fast. I mean, you have counselors taking 2 hours, three sessions, or over a week. That's just not in. It has to be fast. So the outcome was the student stress dimension questionnaire in 2016, and this is holistic. It has all the 10 domains. It's a 93 item specific questionnaire which has Likert scaling, scoring 0, 1, 2, 0 is never, 1 is sometimes, 2 is often. And it is self-administered. You give it to the person, it's very easy to understand. The questions, you just have to mark 0, 1, or 2. It takes 20 minutes. So 20 minutes, within 20 minutes, you can have a stress mapping of the individual. Next, please. And this was validated. Go ahead. Next, please. So it's very dicey. Stress management, very, very dicey. Let me show you some samples of what can be done. Next, please. Now, identifying, you talked about cumulative stress loading. Well, there are so many life domains. And like I said, all the minor, if on 10 major domains, you have a point system of only 15, but overall the 10. So it's not 15, it's 150. And 150 is a major quantity. So that cumulative stress load is what you have to detect. And the SSDQ does that beautifully. Next, please. These are the samples. I'm going to give you 3 or 4 samples. You can see that in the first one, that the one around 60, that is the physical domain, it's more than 60. And let me tell you, there is a bar around 40. So we take the around 40 or less to be non-stressed, because 30, 40%, some stress is necessary. We got trapped in our slides, so we got into some stress, we did some more action, and now we're back into it. So, but above 40, it is major. So you can find the physical domain is impaired more than 60, the personal domain is impaired, then the IP, the interpersonal is at 40, the social domain is impaired, the B is behavioral domain, that is highly impaired, and as well as the stress coping and the mood and thought and the educational domain. This is one sample. This is a 27-year-old student, and of course, no names, but there are so many domains affected. And when we talk to the person with what is your problem, he didn't fit into the diagnostic criteria for depression, or he didn't have any suicidal tendency, he didn't have any addictions, he didn't fit into any ICD-10 diagnostic category. But we subjected him to the SSDQ, and lo and behold, we found a whole lot of stress. It was all like all that pressure cooker just about to burst. Next, please. We take a second sample, and this is that same sample, but after therapy, you find that only his social, one of the domains is left. All the others have been reduced. You take another one. Next, please. So it is individual specific. We take another individual. Now you look at this, the stress mapping curve. I call it, like कुंडली होती है हम लोगों की, राहु केतु की लोग ज्योतिषी लोग कुंडली बनाते हैं. तो मैं कहता हूँ आप आइए, हम आपकी स्ट्रेस की कुंडली बना के देंगे, और आप उसको अपने आप देख के अपने आप समझ जाएंगे कि कौन सी पूजा पाठ, मतलब कौन सा मेजर्स आपको करना है, ताकि आप उन व्याधियों से दूर हो जाएं. Next, please. So the intervention at 3 levels, that is the cumulative stress loading, the generalized approaches, the breathing exercises, the relaxation techniques. This is at this level. At the stress domain, you have the domain-based strategies. If it is a social domain, suppose the ADA is an interpersonal domain. Interpersonal domain, the person is worried about his self-worth. So you go into those concepts of that domain, and multiple psychotherapeutic strategies. You talked about the psychotherapies that need to be there. So those psychotherapies are focused. They are focused as per the domain affected. So that is how the SSBQ really livens up and really tailors the stress management as per the individual. Otherwise, before this, you would have the clinical scenario of the doctor or the counselor saying, you are stressed over educational issues, and the person would say, no, I don't have any stress about the education, and there would be a whole lot of stress over that. So here, this is the individual himself or herself saying the things. And the independent stressors, this is another concept. Out of the 93 items, those items marked 2, that is frequent. They need specific intervention. The intervention goes for anywhere around 1 to 6 months. And of course, there can be maintenance of the therapies also. Next, please. Student crisis challenges. I think the coachings can also be crisis. There are so many other crises. Now, it is multifaceted. To understand that, first of all, is what is the IQ of the individual? And that is not the only thing, of course. But yes, what is the IQ? What is the adjustment quotient of the person? The person is going to leave home. If you have a girl who's been living at home and after 12th she is told go into coaching, she is not able to make friends. She doesn't she has difficulty in adjusting. So naturally, she is going to be at a problem. So these are the things that you have to assess first. What is the tolerance level? There is a tolerance level. The teacher asks you 2 questions, you're not able to answer. And the third question that the teacher asks you, you just blow up. Say, sir, I don't know. And the teacher says, well, what have I said? I've just asked you a question. So the tolerance level it's very, very different. What are the preferences? What are the career preferences? I went into a community girls. It was a girls' degree college, and we discussed about the quota crisis. And when I asked them, most of the girls, it was a girls' degree college, most of the girls, they said, the parents, they put pressure that, you got to do this, so go for coaching. So when I asked them, I said, why don't you communicate? And, that concept was not there. There was so much pressured by the parents that they were totally they did not have that concept that they could say anything to the parents. So they said, parents, oh, how can we? I said, well, yes, because your parents, I explained to them, your parents are your greatest friends. If you have 2 greatest friends in the world, they are your mother and father. They will never think ill of you. Maybe your best friend can, but these 2 people will never think ill of you. So if they're trying to give you something, they think honestly that it's good for you. So you have to tell them, look, it's not my cup of tea. It's not what I'm interested in. And the minute you communicate that sweetly, but continuously, then your pop or your mom will say, okay, no problem, we'll look at something else. But the problem is the communication is not there. So the parental pressure is absolutely very high. Attitudes. The attitudes of the individual is very, very different. Some of the people, their attitudes are that I don't have to do anything. It's something like some celebrity said, "Jo kuch nahi karte, wo bada kaam karte." These sort of quotes are coming. I don't know how good or how bad they are, but they are singular quotes from people, and it's a free country, so anybody can say that. But it's a very often quote from many of the people कि जो कुछ नहीं करते हैं वो बहुत बड़ा काम करते हैं. So it's those attitudes are there, and you cannot call them good or bad. You cannot call them. You cannot say that this is a bad attitude. It's an attitude. It's my life, and that's how I feel about it. The aptitude. Do you have the aptitude? All of these assessments, if they are done, if somebody wants to go and if the parent wants to push their children in, first let us have a health team, and I'd request Professor to think upon this, to form a team like this, which looks into all of these things. And after these things, what is the knowledge of the stress coping methods? Is there any knowledge of coping method? If there is knowledge, I think the knowledge is, of course, there in many of them, but what is the application? It's something like, when we tell somebody do exercises, when they come back to us and we say, well, have you done that? So they say, honestly, sorry, I forgot. So they know it, but the application, so, it's like a tablet or it's like a pill. The pill on the table will not work until and unless you swallow it. So not just the knowledge of coping methods, it is the application of the coping methods which is highly required. Next, please. Relationship issues. The relationship issues, what I usually say about this is the SPG formula. You have the SPG is a very special group for protection. And for relationship issues, I like to just break it down into three. One is there are a lot of individual sensitivities. The sensitivities are that, the boy and girl, they get into a relationship and the boy calls up the girl and the girl does not pick up the phone. I mean, something very, very simple. Does not pick up the phone for whatever reason. The boy does this 3 or 4 days and a repetition from the girl. The boy leaves that relationship. And when the girl says, look what happened, the boy is found to be very sensitive. You didn't pick up my phone. If you can't pick up my phone, how are you going to stay with me? I mean, it's generalization across the whole life. So you're looking into something in a very big way, but that is the individual. So you cannot change individual personalities. So it's very important that first of all, you understand what your sensitivities are. And in relationships, it is a freak out situation, oh yes, we had a boy and a girl coming in and they said, well, we've known each other for a long time. I said, well, how long is that? About 6 weeks. So 6 weeks is a very long time for these youngsters. And I said, well, how much do you know about each other? And their frank reply was, we love each other. We don't have to understand it. We love each other. So, I mean, that's enough. So there have to be, love is a essential ingredient of any relationship. But please take time for the relationship, let it, उसको धीमी आंच में पकने दीजिए. धीमी आंच में जब चीज पकती है तो बहुत बढ़िया सुगंध आती है, बहुत बढ़िया पकवान बनता है और आप खा सकते हैं. और जहां आप जल्दी जल्दी सब चीज चला देते हैं तो जल भी जाएगा. And that is exactly what is happening with relationships. We have to understand these sensitivities, and the individual partners have to avoid whatever the people's sensitivities are. Second is understand the preferences. If the girl likes aloo ki tikki, and then you're saying, yeah, let's go for golgappa. The person takes it very bad, he doesn't know me. He doesn't know me. So, you jot down. It is like you have to understand. And relationship is definitely understanding your partner. So relationship is not about yourself. Relationship is about understanding your partner. So understand the preferences, promote your behavior into those preferences. And third, what are the goals? The boy says, I want to go abroad. The girl says, I love rural India. You know, we have to create a different rural India. How long is this relationship going to go? So this is what you have to, of course, what do? You come together, you discuss things. And like we talked about, motivation is malleable. Similarly, you know, your emotions are malleable. The talking is a come together. So you come together with that. So all of these things, if the SPG is followed, I think this is the formula for improving the relationships. Next, please. This is our book, Khoshali, and we're going to now talk about the general philosophy. We've talked about the individuals. Next, please. What is the Khoshali philosophy? The Khoshali philosophy, well, what is sin? Sin is good or sin is bad? Sin is bad, right? But I say sin is good. So how is sin is good? Well, sin is not good. Sin is good is an acronym here. So do not go away with the idea that sin is good. The acronym is sin be good. S is struggle, संघर्ष. जीवन का आनंद लेने के लिए संघर्ष जरूरी है. This is what the student has to understand. The student says, I am in my college in the morning, I am in the evening, I'm in the coaching, and in the night I'm on my laptop reading. संघर्ष है, करना है, और यही संघर्ष सफलता दिलाएगी. कोई संघर्ष के बिना सफलता, I give you a gold-plated necklace without there being any occasion. I don't think that necklace is going to find any ownership. So, संघर्ष, बिना संघर्ष, there is nothing in life. The second S is silence. हाँ, ये आइंस्टाइन का एक फेमस कोट भी है. In the middle of difficulty lies opportunity. Einstein को क्यों quote करा? Because you know, you say, you talk about somebody who has a very high IQ. We're not going to listen to anyone else. So, well, Albert Einstein is the cream of it. So in the middle of difficulty lies opportunity. No difficulty, no opportunity. The first step in communicating. What is the first step in communicating? First step in communicating is the silence. It is the silence in which you are able to take in non-verbal things, in which you are able to listen to everyone's views. And without that silence, you cannot get anywhere. Your communication is going to be absolutely haywire. You are going to have complete misunderstandings. So, पहले जब भी बात करें, पहले good morning, good afternoon, or we say happy morning, happy afternoon. इसके बाद कहें open-ended, आप कैसे हैं? To listen. Let there be a silence for the other person to speak. The I of sin is the ifs and buts. We are worried about, you know, oh, we don't have a CME, but you know, if the link doesn't work, what's going to happen? But if the speaker doesn't turn up, what is going to happen? Well, there's no, if the link was all right, the speaker is all right, you worried for no reason. So drop the ifs, drop the buts. This is the second I. The N is nature. Nature, your nature, and that nature. ये रूट्स हैं, जड़ें हैं. जड़ों में रहेंगे तो मानसिक शक्ति और आध्यात्मिक शक्ति आपको मिलेगी. वो जड़ों से आप, जो जड़ों से मजबूत है, वो मानसिक शक्ति उसकी बहुत बेहतरीन होती है. तो वो नेचर आपको कॉमनेस देगा, And Alice Walker ने कहा, what we can understand from nature. In nature, please just note it. In nature, nothing is perfect. In nature, nothing is perfect, like us. And everything is perfect. So like us. So nothing is perfect in you and me, and everything is perfect in me and you. It's your attitudes. And that's nature. किसी गुलाब के फूल में आपकी पंखुड़ियां नहीं हैं, तो कहीं सिर्फ कांटे हैं, लेकिन ओवरऑल गार्डन बड़ा मनमोहक लगता है, right? So this is the end, the sin. Now B, VE, the B. ये क्यों नहीं हुआ? ये उसकी वजह से नहीं हुआ. I could not do this because of this person. I didn't get good marks in physics because my friend did not help me. I did not get good marks in physics because my teacher did not focus on me. I did not get good marks because I could not concentrate because my parents had no time for me. You have to do it, baby. You have to do it. No blaming. You are responsible. आप करोगे आप पाओगे. जो करेगा वो पाएगा, और आप जो करेंगे वो पाएंगे. अच्छा करेंगे अच्छा जरूर पाएंगे. चीनी डाली है, मीठा जरूर होगा. This is the golden rule, natural rule. And the other B, always have backups. हम लोग कोटा क्राइसिस की बात कर रहे हैं, कोचिंग क्राइसिस की बात कर रहे हैं. मेडिकल करना है, बैकअप कोई नहीं रखा. बैकअप जरूर. हमने बैकअप्स यहाँ 2-2 लैपटॉप, 3-3 लैपटॉप्स बैकअप रखे हैं, 4 मोबाइल्स बैकअप रखे हैं, so that things do not get disturbed. But life है, disturbance तो नियति है, नियति में ही disturbance है. Life is a disorder in itself, and life will be disorderly. आपको क्या करना है? इस केओस को दूर करना है. मतलब जीवन को उलझने सुलझाने का नाम जिंदगी है. यानी उलझने होती रहेंगी, आपको सुलझाना है. So have that backup. The E is another philosophy. Enemy as a friend. Can we take an enemy as a friend? Enemy तो enemy है. बंदूक ले आओ, तलवार ले आओ, मार दें किसी तरीके से, कोई गड्ढा हो उसमें गिरा दें. The enemy as a friend. The enemy as a friend, we have to change that. When we look at what is an enemy, enemy क्या कहता है? Enemy कहता है, प्रोफेसर संजय आपको तो बात करना ही नहीं आता है. अब प्रोफेसर संजय ने कहा, अच्छा तो मैं देख लूंगा बस. क्योंकि आप ये कहिए बात करना नहीं आता, क्या नहीं बात करना आता है. देखिए ये चीज, ये इतना बड़ा फीडबैक है जो आपका बेस्ट फ्रेंड नहीं दे सकता. आपका बेस्ट फ्रेंड आपकी वीकनेस नहीं बताएगा, क्योंकि वो बेस्ट फ्रेंड है और वो सोचेगा यार कहीं बंधन टूट ना जाए. ये दोस्ती तो हमारी बड़ी प्यारी, इसको ये बोलेंगे तो इसको ठेस लग जाएगी, वो मन की ठेस तो दिमाग पे पड़ेगी तो हम तो ये जो आपका दुश्मन है, क्रिटिक है, वो कहेगा भाई आपको तो ये नहीं आता, आपको तो ड्रेसिंग नहीं आता, आपको नहीं आता. लिसन, क्या क्या नहीं आता आपको बता दिया गया. आपको तो आगे बढ़ना है. नोबडी इज परफेक्ट. तो आपको आगे बढ़ना है. आपको अपनी वीकनेस पता चल गई, आपको अपनी वीकनेस पता कर गई, आप आगे बढ़ने लगे. किसने कहा? निमी ने कहा. लेकिन पुरानी हमारी फिलॉसफी में, हमारे धार्मिक ग्रंथों में है, निंदक नियरे राखिए. ये जब हमने दिया था, मैंने सोचा ये निंदक नियरे राखिए, ये तो ऑलरेडी था. ये हमने क्या नया सोचा? तो फिर हमने सोचा कि अगर कुछ भी नहीं नया सोचा तो देन व्हाट एम आई डूइंग विद दिस न्यू फिलॉसफी. तब दिमाग में आया, नहीं, एक अंतर है. निंदक नियरे राखिए
आपका वो सबसे बड़ा काम कर रहा है, लेकिन आप उसको संज्ञा दे रहे हैं निंदक की, आप उसको डाउन प्ले कर रहे हैं। तो हमारी खुशहाली फिलॉसफी में साथी मित्र परम मित्र, एनिमी परम मित्र है, परम मित्र है, मतलब वो निंदक नहीं है, वो परम मित्र है। निंदक में आपने उसको डाउन प्ले करा, हमने उसको परम मित्र कहा, हमने उसको संज्ञा दी, हमने उसको सम्मान दिया, हमने उसको रिस्पेक्ट दी। हे दोस्त, तुम मुझे आगे बढ़ने का रास्ता दे रहे हो, थैंक यू वेरी मच। और ये जब आपने फिलॉसफी चेंज कर दी, तो आप समझ रहे हैं क्या होगा पूरे देश दुनिया में? लड़ाइयां बंद हो जाएंगी, और जो स्ट्रेस लेवल आपका बढ़ता है, जैसे ही आप देखते हैं दूसरा, अरे ये तो मेरा एनिमी है, तो आपका स्ट्रेस लेवल खत्म हो जाएगा और आपके ग्रेटिट्यूड हार्मोन्स आने लगेंगे, एंड यू विल फील calm, the situation will be much more pleasant, and it will be overall एक खुशहाल वातावरण होगा. So this is the sin B, and let's look at the good. The last slide, I think. The good is have your goals. Students must have goals. Goals एक नहीं बनाना है, 2-3 goals बनाने हैं. Like I said, you must have some goals to fall back on. एक गोल नहीं कंप्लीट हुआ, दूसरा ले लीजिए, तीसरा ले लीजिए, चौथा ले लीजिए. चौथा गोल अगर करा तो भूल जाइए ये चौथा था, वो चौथा गोल ही आपका पहला गोल था. It is a hit and trial method. और दूसरा जी, gratitude. Gratitude, gratitude, be good. पहला सूत्र कहता है हर वक्त अवसर होता है कुछ अच्छा करने का. हर वक्त अवसर होता है कुछ अच्छा करने का. इन अवसरों को हाथ से ना जाने दें. कुछ अच्छा करने का, आपने कुछ अच्छा करा, आपने ग्रैटिट्यूड अपना दिखाया. और ग्रैटिट्यूड जब आपने दिखाया तो आप ढेर सारे जो आप न्यूरोट्रांसमीटर्स आपके जो जितने सब वो पॉजिटिव न्यूरोट्रांसमीटर्स आएंगे वो आएगा. एंड लाइक द ग्रेट अल्बर्ट आइंस्टाइन सेड, only a life lived for others is a life worthwhile. Only a life lived for others is a life worthwhile. So ये भी कंसेप्ट है लाइफ का. ये नहीं पहले मैं सफल हो जाऊं तब ये करूंगा. नो, इट इज पार्ट एंड पार्सल ऑफ योर लाइफ. आप जब भी ग्रेटिट्यूड, जब भी आप किसी दोस्त को बर्थडे विश करने जाते हैं और आप जब गिफ्ट देते हैं, उसको छोटी सी गिफ्ट देते हैं, आपने 500 रुपए लगाया, आपका 500 गया, लेकिन आपको कितनी खुशी होती है देने में, वो आप ध्यान दें. आप दे रहे हैं लेकिन तब भी आपको खुशी हो रही है, और जिन लेने को हो सकता है कम खुशी हो रही हो, लेकिन आपको देने में कितनी खुशी होती है. जस्ट रिकॉल दोस टाइम्स. दैट इज व्हाट कीप्स यू पॉजिटिव, दैट इज व्हाट कीप्स योर गुड मेंटल हेल्थ, एंड दैट इज व्हाट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट. मानसिक शक्ति, मानसिक बल आपको कहां से मिलेगा? इन्हीं चीजों से मिलेगा. द यू एंड द डी. द यू इज अपडेट एंड अपग्रेड. एक मोबाइल कंपनी थी, में आई थी बहुत पहले, नाम नहीं लेंगे. आज वो मोबाइल कंपनी को अपडेट की नहीं, अपग्रेड किया नहीं, आज किसी के पास वो हैंडसेट नहीं. तो आपका अगर मोबाइल है उसको आप अपडेट नहीं डालेंगे तो प्रॉब्लम आ जाएगी. ठीक उसी तरीके से एक स्टूडेंट है, फिजिक्स तो पढ़ रहा है, वो कोचिंग भी कर रहा है, लेकिन कुछ चीजें हैं जो वो अपडेट अपने आप करे. आजकल ऑनलाइन सो मेनी सोर्सेज आर देयर. अपडेटेड रहे, अपने टीचर से बात करे, अपडेट करे अपने को, और स्किल्स, नए नए स्किल्स सीखे. फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री, मैथ्स इज नॉट द ओनली थिंग. आप पेंटिंग में अगर अच्छे हैं, आप वोकल सिंगिंग में अच्छे हैं, आप इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स में अच्छे हैं, आप अपग्रेड करो अपने को. स्किल्स, आज स्किल्स की दुनिया है. आप स्किल्ड हैं तो आप सफल हैं. So those days are gone
in which we have to have only an academic degree. You can be successful provided you have that skill. And for that, you have to keep updated and keep upgraded. The last two, who is you? Have you ever analyzed yourself? What do you like? What are your preferences? What are your behavioral styles? What are your tolerance levels? Self-analysis. This is to be done. Spend 15 minutes with yourself every day. Spend 15 minutes with yourself every day, you will find yourself, because it is a continuous process. Before going to bed, give yourself 15 minutes. You will find yourself, and then you will be in harmony, because your consciousness, your conscience, and your soul is also living all together. And like Mahatma Gandhi said, when all are in harmony, that is happiness. So then only you will be happy. And the last D is determination. Determination हमेशा रखिए, आप determined हैं, so nothing is impossible. Nothing is impossible. Determination वो की है जो आपको आगे ये बढ़ाएगी, और डिटरमिन हो जाइए कि ये sin be good का acronym, do not do sins, but the sin be good का acronyms के जो concepts हैं, इनको follow करना शुरू करिए अभी से. Next please. How do we spread the message? We are spreading the messages to, go ahead. We are doing webinars in the Malay University on happy living, and this is for teachers, employees, special, but we also had it for students. This is again spreading the message on the national day. Talk about good health, good mental health, mansik shakti. These are the ways to promote it. Next, please. The examination phobias, it's the big stress. Next, please. Like we talked about determination, I paused my lecture with these words. जिंदगी तो संघर्ष है, पर कोई गम नहीं, सब गेम है. कोई गम नहीं, सब गेम है. डटे रहो, जीत तुम्हारी ही है. With these words, I'd like to thank all of you for your very patient listening. Very sorry again that we goofed up in the beginning, but thank you all for your very kind attention. Thank you, Professor Amresh. And thank you, audience, for your wonderful questions. Over to Professor Amresh, please. कहीं ये तो नहीं है कि जितना बोला सब.
So Dr. Gupta, let me start Dr. Nilesh Shah's presentation, then I'll invite you again and you can take the floor to discuss this, right? Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you very much.
So my next presenter is a professor from Mumbai, Dr. Nilesh Shah. Since he is busy in his institution with some academic work, he apologized to be present today personally, and we have recorded his presentation, and I am going to start it. So you will hear some experiments.
Shall I share my screen?
Yes, Dr. Nilesh Shah, you are very welcome to make your presentation. Thank you very much for being with us. I know you are preoccupied with the number of academic pre-assignment, but thank you very much. We are eager to hear you. Over to you, Dr. Shah.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastava. I'm very happy to be over here. And hello to Dr. Sanjay Gupta and all the members of Banaras Psychiatric Society and all the members attending this program. What I'm going to present is a model of care in medical schools, and there are various direct, indirect measures which we take in our department of psychiatry and in our medical college, that is Lokmanya Tilak Municipal Medical College and General Hospital, where I work in the psychiatry department, to prevent suicide in medical students. So I will share my experience in next few minutes. So there are certain preventive measures which are unintended. It so happens that it becomes a blessing in disguise. There are intended direct measures and indirect measures which helps us in preventing suicide in our medical institute. When I talk about unintended measures, I'll be talking about type of hostel accommodation. And then when I talk about intended direct measures, so we take lecture on communication skills for UG and PG. I'll tell you about our Maitri UG group. I would like to also share my experience with happiness index in resident doctors. We have anti-ragging committee and prevention of sexual harassment committee, which also addresses variety of issues in students. And finally, there are certain indirect measures, like we have lots of recreational activities, social activities in our department and in our institute, so that there is a good interpersonal relationship, and all these activities prevents burnout. They act as a stress buster, and as a result, we feel that suicide rates are minimum in our institute, and particularly in psychiatry department. So let me start with this unintended measure, which happens to be blessing in disguise. Unfortunately, Sion Hospital had only 60 seats, and accommodation was only for 60 students. Now gradually number of seats increased from 60 to 100 and then 150, and now we have 200 students, undergraduate students, coming to our institute every year. Similarly, earlier even postgraduate seats were very less, and now those postgraduate seats also have increased like anything. Earlier we had 2 seats in psychiatry, now we have 5 or 6 seats in psychiatry. And same thing has happened in other departments. But unfortunately, what has happened that along with increase in number of seats, increase in hostel accommodation has not taken place. So we have 2 or more students per room. Rooms are not self-contained, so the students have to use common toilets and canteen. And so everyone can observe everyone. And there is a kind of compulsory socialization. So nobody is alone. Always you have to be with someone. You can't be alone. In one room, there might be 5 or 6 people. So it is very less likely that you will be alone in your room. Toilets are common, so you have to go out and use the toilets. So again, you are with everyone. And all of them are fun-loving people, resident doctors, students. They play together, they talk together, they eat together, and that brings about a good kind of camaraderie, so that all the people are together. And because of this good environment, hostel environment, I think one of the factor is this, that reduces the suicide rate in our institute. So this is a blessing in disguise. I fully acknowledge that people should have good accommodation, hostel accommodation. At many other hospitals and other medical colleges, they have single room per person. But flip side of that is isolation, that if the person is not very social, he is little introvert, he will be isolated, and under stressful situation, there is a likelihood that he may attempt suicide. So one of the recommendations which we can make to the medical colleges or other colleges where they have hostel facilities, that preferably not to have a single accommodation, at least 2 in a room or 3 in a room works out well, and always they can choose their friends, they can choose their partners for the room. So this, I thought, acts as a unintended measure, which is one of the factors in preventing suicide. Coming to the other measures which are intended, we plan these measures regularly to prevent suicide. So every time when we have new students, batch of 200 undergraduate students and many postgraduate students come to each department, we have a common lecture and department-wise lecture on communication skills for UG and PG students at the beginning of the term. We tell the departments to have a friendly neighborhood psychiatry department. We tell the students about friendly neighborhood psychiatry department which is there in the institute. And we also make them aware about common psychiatric disorders. And anytime if they have any symptoms suggestive of this common psychiatric disorder, we request them that without any hesitation, they can just walk in to our OPD and we will see them. We also tell them about indicators of likely suicide attempts, and if any of them sees this indicators in their friends or colleagues, immediately they should bring it to the notice of one of us, either their seniors, their friends or colleagues, or one of the members of psychiatry department. One, we talk about winding up behavior. If the person suddenly starts giving up his books or his watch or other things, and which is seen as a winding up behavior, that now he is planning the suicide, he is preparing and he wants to give away everything, then you have to be very, very cautious. Any unusual behavior, if you see in a person, that person remains isolated, doesn't speak much, then you should immediately inform. And if he starts philosophical writing, I remember 10 years back, one student attempted suicide, and we found in her diary, she had written all these philosophical things like जिंदगी तो बेवफा है, एक दिन टुकराएगी, नदी एक दिन समंदर में मिल जाके खत्म हो जाती है, kind of things, and which were kind of help seeking, some writing and some kind of that she had suicidal ideation. And if we come across somebody talking lots of philosophical things, then it should be brought to our notice. And also do's and don'ts when someone expresses active or passive suicidal ideations. Like we inform them that don't say just forget about it. अरे रोता क्या है, सब ठीक हो जाएगा, don't worry, you don't have to think about suicide. Anybody who expresses suicide or passively says, I feel life is not worth living, please, please, please don't take any shortcut measures. Don't say, अरे forget about it. Don't say, अरे ऐसा you are a weak person or anything like this. You acknowledge and bring him to psychiatry department. So anytime anybody expresses active or passive suicidal ideation, please don't just ignore it. Take it seriously. Acknowledge that you have acknowledged that he has suicidal ideation, and then you please bring that person to psychiatry department. There are certain other measures like Maitri. Now we have 200 students in first MBBS who come to the Sion Hospital. We have identified 20 senior teachers of level of professor and associate professor from different departments, and each 10 students are allotted to each teacher. So 20 teachers and 10 students for each teacher, so that makes 200 students. And these teachers meet these students once in a week or once in a 15 days. They sit together, they have a cup of tea, coffee together, and the teacher discusses any problem with the student. If students are all the students, 10 students are happy, nothing to worry, just chit chat, joke around, and share your some events which have recently happened, and then we disperse. But if they have any problem or they have observed any problem in any student, we kind of talk to that student, help that student. If he would like to speak to us in privacy, we take him in privacy and talk to them, and we kind of try to help that student. So we meet once in a week or 15 days, and they talk about variety of things. So one is that we can identify if the student is in distress, and also it is easy for them to approach one of us. So that barrier is taken care of. We talk about recent movies, events, studies, facilities in hostel, anything, whatever. It's a kind of free association. Everybody can talk anything. Another thing which we have introduced is what is called as happiness index. So resident doctors from each department, they are asked to rate their overall feeling of happiness, that is satisfaction of working in the department, on a scale of 1 to 10 every month. We give them a broad outline kind of thing, that if you are unhappy, you can rate 1, 2 or 3. If you are not so happy, you can rate 4, 5 or 6. And if you are happy, you can score as 7, 8 or 9 or 10. And every month we do this exercise and see where the happiness index is. And if we find that there is a sudden fall in happiness index, or if we find that one of the students have given very, very low rating, 1, 2, 3 or 4, 5, 6, we kind of call that student, speak to him confidentially, and try to resolve the problems which he or she is going through. So this happiness index concept, we do it in all the departments, and also we kind of compare that what is the average happiness index in psychiatry department, in skin department, or very heavy departments like surgery, gynec, pediatrics, orthopedic department. And if we find that happiness index is very low, we request the head of the department to call the meeting of all the senior people, resident doctors, and find out why resident doctors are unhappy and what can be done about it. So this is another good way of picking up students who are in distress and preventing suicide. I told you about 2 committees. One is anti-ragging committee, and we have boards all around the hospital and in the college explaining the students about what anti-ragging committee is all about. And one lecture is also taken for all the students every year about anti-ragging, and all of them have to fill up one form stating that they will not indulge in ragging, and that form has to be submitted to the hospital office. So our dean is also there, and many members from different departments with their phone number. There are totally 30 members of this, where there are students, nurses, other social workers, professors, and anybody who comes across ragging can contact any of one of the members, and then we will have a meeting. We'll find out about the ragging, and the people who have indulged in ragging, will be appropriately punished according to the guidelines. And this way we can kind of help the people who have to face the ragging. And after these measures, in last 5 years, we had hardly any ragging in the hospital. So I'm very happy with this anti-ragging committee and anti-ragging lectures for the students. And in case if something happens, we take very strict measures so that a message is conveyed that ragging will not be tolerated at all under any circumstances. Similarly, we have another committee which is called as Prevention of Sexual Harassment Committee. And total 19 members are there. Apart from doctors, there are male members, female members, social worker, external member, etc. And any student or any resident doctors who feels sexual harassment at workplace can come to this committee and kind of present their complaint, and we will find out that whether there is a actual sexual harassment or not, and if it is there, a very strict action will be taken against the perpetrator. He can be suspended, he can be dismissed, or any other measures can be taken depending on what this committee decides. So we have this another committee which also is very, very helpful, not only in preventing sexual harassment, but also in preventing suicide. Because sexual harassment can be one of the cause for suicide attempt. As you can see here, AIMS Faculty Association writes to the director over spate of a recent deaths. The Faculty Association of AIMS has written to the Institute Director to take urgent action to prevent the spate of deaths due to suicide. In the past 2 months, 2 students, one undergraduate and another postgraduate, and a medical scientist of the Apex Medical Institute of the country have killed themselves. It's a matter of serious concern. We have written to the director to collectively think and take steps to ensure such incidents are not repeated. So suicide is not very uncommon, and we have to be very vigilant about it, and we should go all out to take all the measures to prevent suicide. Coming to indirect measures which are there in our department, I told you that to prevent burnout, to prevent grudges against each other, to have a happy environment in the department, we arrange various social activities from time to time. So here is a picture of farewell party every 6 months or every 1 year when the students have completed their 3 years of residency. We have this farewell party, and there is some theme. Like for this farewell party, the dress code was jeans and t-shirt. This is the logo of our department, the giraffe. It happens that my favorite animal is giraffe, so our department logo is giraffe, and everybody wears that t-shirt on the farewell party day. Another is IPL cricket match betting. Everybody wants to have fun, and majority of us are very much interested in cricket. So whenever there is an IPL cricket match or World Cup cricket match, we form a group, those who are interested in playing, and the game is all about predicting which team will win. And if your prediction is right, you get 10 points. If your prediction is wrong, you get 0 points. And depending on that, we play this game. So if there are 60 matches, we play 60 games, or 40 matches every day. Everybody predicts and we get points accordingly. This also brings about a very positive environment among students and teachers. Everybody plays. And then the person who wins gets some prize. We have this concept of annual picnic. Every year, all the members of the department, not only resident doctors, not only faculty senior members, but also the staff, ward boys, sweepers, ayabais, nurses, everybody, we all go for an annual picnic. Usually it's in the month of January or February where the weather is good, and we hire a bus of 35 people and 35 of us go to some resort and we enjoy together. Here there is no difference of seniority, juniority. Everybody is together, everybody plays games together, goes to swimming pool together, and we all enjoy. This improves the interpersonal relationship, and finally that culminates in the good environment, and this is an indirect measure which we take for prevention of suicide. Here, another thing is during Navratri festival. You all know in India, we have 9 days of Navratri and there is a dress code for each day. So one day everybody has to wear pink, another day everybody has to wear blue clothes. Similarly, so we all follow that and take the pictures and put it on the group, inform other department also that what we have done, and everybody enjoys together, wears all same kind of clothes, same color of clothes. And this also I have found improves the relationship amongst the resident doctors, and faculty members, and helps in preventing suicide. We regularly have CME programs in our department, and one of us only take a lecture whenever there is a new molecule which is launched, or whenever there is something new concept which has come, new article which has come. We have this CME program from time to time, sometimes once a week, sometimes once in 2 weeks kind of thing. And then everybody presents their cases in there, everybody discusses together, and this also becomes learning activity, and also very good socialization occurs during these programs. Once we also had a fashion show. The residents said we will have a fashion show, and we all enjoy together, senior, juniors, resident doctors, senior faculty members. And these kind of activities reduces the distance between resident doctors and senior faculty member, and residents feel very good. They can easily approach. Rapport is established well, and anytime any resident has any problem, they are not afraid of coming to the doctor. They come to us directly and spell out their problems, whatever the problems they are facing. Similarly, Diwali Puja we do every year. Again, it's a festival. So one of the things which we do is celebrate all the festivals of India in our department together. So department is like a family, and right from day one, where the resident doctors join the department, we tell them that we are all members of the family, we are all family together, and you don't have to miss your family. We are the families, and we celebrate all the festivals together. So these are the measures which we take, certain unintended measures, certain direct measures, and these are some of the indirect measures, like celebration of birthday party. Everybody has a birthday, and on that day we get the cake, we cut the cake, we eat the cake together, and wish, sing happy birthday song for the birthday boy or birthday girl. And similarly in Christmas also, as I said, we celebrate all the festivals together. We have this game called Secret Santa. Most of you are aware about Secret Santa. So everybody gives gift to another person. So I become the Santa for somebody who doesn't know that who is this Santa. So finally, these are the measures: unintended measures, direct measures, indirect measures. Basically, all these measures improve the working environment of the department, working environment of the hospital, and people are under less stress. If there is a problem, they can easily approach to the senior faculty members, and we take care of their problems. Easy solution, easy resolution of the problem. So luckily with these measures, we have minimum suicide rates in our hospital. I don't remember anybody who has died of suicide in last 5 years in our hospital. So I hope, I'm very sure that in other hospitals, other department also, you must be having similar measures. And I think these measures are very, very important to have a healthy environment in the department, which ultimately helps in preventing suicide. So thank you very much.
Thanks. I think Dr. Shah made some very important point, that is about relationship, improving relationship between students, between student and teacher, effective communication, knowing them personally, trying to understand their problems, trying to find out the problem much before it can really present by themselves. So these are important factors that are to be observed by all teaching institutions, and they should lay down, develop traditions, develop policies, programs, and implement in interest of students' health. And that is what we mean when we say that let there not be a single college without a credible and consistent mental health program for students. May I now invite Dr. Sanjay Gupta again to continue with the discussion points he has in relation to the subject of stress management among students. Dr. Gupta, over to you, please.
Yes, it's wonderful, wonderful experiments. Very nice. I think it was really a happy Sunday. And thankfully, Professor Nilesh always has, a lot of things up his sleeves, always doing something new. And I think, that's what is needed. That is what the concept of Professor Amresh of Mansik Shakti. These are the things which are going to improve your reservoir.
True. So you have to take the discussion further that you wanted to make on with
Fine,
your...
fine. So I'd just like to thank you. Taking off from here, I want to introduce, I think, this concept of Mansik Shakti, which is very dear to Professor Amresh. I think, we were talking, but we have Professor Pandey with us also, and we were just talking about spirituality. And one of the experiments that we had done with the people is after which we came up with the sin be good concept. The spirituality, how we have incorporated spirituality into sin be good, is what are your goals? And I said, you must have multiple goals. So you have to have a goal which is your self goal, then you have to have a goal for the community, and then a goal for the universe. So it is it's a transformation of the mind. Along with that, the finding yourself, the self analysis, that part is, I think, very, very important, and staying close to nature. These are the roots, and unless हम लोग रूट्स को, जड़ों को जब तक हम लोग मजबूत नहीं करेंगे, तब तक उसके ऊपर बिल्ड हम लोग कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे. The concept is that from materialistic to a qualitative. A materialistic would classify like a quantitative. Money आपका कितना है, ये कितना है, वो कितना है. So उसका हम लोगों ने कंसेप्ट दिया द कंसेप्ट ऑफ एक तनाव का बैलेंस, एक तो बैंक बैलेंस होता है आपका, एक तनाव का बैलेंस क्या होता है। तो ये बैंक बैलेंस तो सब लोग पता करते हैं, उनके ईमेल में आ जाता है कि आपका इतना आया है, इतना डेबिट हुआ है, तो यू आर on track with the money. Similarly, are you on track as to how stressed you are? How much stress you are adding up every day? And if you are adding up stress every day, आपकी मानसिक क्षति होगी, आपकी मानसिक शक्ति धूमिल होगी। ये तो तनाव का बैलेंस। अब थर्ड है, अब इसको ओवरकम कैसे करें। तो आई वांट टू जस्ट इंट्रोड्यूस द कंसेप्ट ऑफ कार्मिक बैलेंस। जो तीसरा बैलेंस हमने दिया खुशहाली फिलॉसफी में, दैट इज कार्मिक बैलेंस। कार्मिक जो कर्म आप करते हैं। व्हाट इज कर्म? कर्म है हमने आपके लिए कुछ करा, हम आपको जानते हैं, आपने हमने हमारे लिए कुछ करा, आप हमें जानते हैं। लेकिन साथी मित्र, परम मित्र में साथी वो हैं जो भी हमारे यूनिवर्स में हैं, जो भी हमारे नोन नहीं हैं लेकिन साथी हैं। अब इनके लिए हमने कुछ भी करा, एक समथिंग लाइक कोई प्यासा है, उसको आपने पानी पिला दिया, या समथिंग वेरी सिंपल, आप कहीं जा रहे हैं, किसी ने आपको रोका और पूछा भैया फलानी काशी हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय के मंदिर में जाना है, कैसे जाएं? अब एक तो आपने भाग गए, अरे जाके देख लो। एक आपने कहा अच्छा आप इधर से चले जाना, फिर सेकंड राइट ले लेना, आगे पूछ लेना। सो यू हैव नॉट डन एनीथिंग, यू हैव नॉट डन एनीथिंग, बट आपने ये कर्म किया। और ये जब आपने कर्म किया तो आपकी स्पिरिचुअल एनर्जी आपकी बढ़ी। तो इस तरीके से आपने कोई भी जो कर्म किया उसका भी एक बैलेंस होता है। ठीक जिस तरीके से तनाव का बैलेंस होता है, हम लोग डी स्ट्रेस, हम लोग कहते हैं एवरी डे यू शुड डी स्ट्रेस बिफोर गोइंग टू बेड, डू डीप ब्रीदिंग एंड रिलैक्सेशन एक्सरसाइजेस, देन गो टू बेड, इन द आफ्टरनून ऑल्सो डू दैट, ठीक है, नो प्रॉब्लम। तो तनाव का बैलेंस बढ़ेगा तो दिक्कत आएगी। कार्मिक बैलेंस अगर बढ़ेगा तो तनाव को सीधा काट देगा और मानसिक शक्ति को हाई ले जाएगा। मानसिक शक्ति को जब हाई ले जाएगा तो आप कॉन्फिडेंट रहेंगे, सब कुछ आप कर पाएंगे, आपकी जो पोटेंशियल है, यू विल बी एबल टू परफॉर्म अप टू योर ट्रू पोटेंशियल। सो बहुत सिंपल सी बात है, हमें क्या करना है। अगर कोई पूछे कि साहब हमें अच्छी मानसिक शक्ति करने के लिए हमें क्या करना है, भाई आप साथ रहो, जिस दुनिया में रहते हो, आस पड़ोस में कोई भी आए, छोटी मोटी बातें कोई भी हो, हम ये नहीं कह रहे हैं 10 रुपए आप किसी को दो, कोई भी छोटी मोटी बातें हैं, कहीं कोई आया, कोई भाई अच्छा दादा कैसे हैं, I was in States for about 7-8 years, and there people wonder when the Indians when they used to go to States in the 1980s, they used to wonder कि हम तो यहाँ टहल रहे हैं and everybody is saying hello. So हमने उनसे कहा नहीं, वो हेलो कह रहा है कि आप भी कहो हेलो, और आप कहो हाउ आर यू, तो आप जवाब दो फाइन थैंक यू। आपको कैंसर है खुदा ना करे, लेकिन आपकी जो पीड़ा है दैट्स नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम, आप कहिए फाइन थैंक यू हाउ आर यू। तो ये एक सम्मिलित होने का, एक कम्युनिटी शक्ति बढ़ाता है, वहां नो वन इज अननोन। So hi, how are you? No, just walking across the road. Of course, you've been there. We met. So, hi, how are you? Oh, fine, thank you. How are you? And you keep on passing on. So ये क्या है? ये भी एक परस्पर, एक कम्युनिटी रिजर्वॉयर, एक कम्युनिटी शक्ति भी अगर हम लोग बढ़ा सकते हैं यहाँ तो। लेकिन ये दिक्कत है कि आप ज्यादा अगर कुछ किसी को अननोन को कहेंगे हाय हाउ आर यू, तो आदमी कहेगा यार ये तो मनोचिकित्सक था, इसको लगता है जरूर कुछ ना कुछ कहीं खुद ही कहीं प्रॉब्लम हो रही है। So these are the behaviors that we have to start instilling, and drops and drops, बूंद बूंद से घड़ा भरता है। तो ये बूंद बूंद से ये चीजें होती जाएंगी, घड़ा भरता जाएगा।
ओके, बहुत बढ़िया बात करी कि आपने गुप्ता जी। और मैं इसमें अगले स्पीकर को बुलाऊं उसके पहले आपको मैं अपनी इस कॉन्सेप्ट के बारे में 2-3 बातें सिर्फ आपने जो बिंदु उठाए उसमें। तो पहली बात आपने की स्पिरिचुअलिटी की, तो स्पिरिचुअलिटी तो जान है, मतलब कोई सामाजिक, व्यवहारिक और व्यक्तिगत पहलू ऐसा नहीं है जो उसके आयाम में नहीं आता। हम जिस पॉजिटिव साइकोलॉजी की बात कर रहे हैं, अब आप देखिए अमेरिकन मेडिकल एसोसिएशन ने मैंडेटरी रिक्वायरमेंट रखा है पेशेंट्स असेसमेंट के लिए, तो यू असेस स्पिरिचुअलिटी। दैट्स वन, आई एम जस्ट शेयरिंग फ्यू इंफॉर्मेशन। When I worked in England and Canada, what I saw that the Center for Spirituality is right there in the hospital. They call it chapel, fine. And with all honesty, I am telling that number of times I have called the chapel, Peter, hey, can you help this? Number of times patients have said they want to see the spiritual healer. Number of times I have said the patients, would you like to see a spiritual healer? And they have said, no, I don't want to see. So all three dimensions exist, but there are governments, there are policymakers who have truly practiced medicine as it should be. We cannot delineate spirituality from health. If you will recollect that the first proposal for redefining WHO health definition was in 1952. And that came from Israel to include spirituality, and it was shot down because of WHO politics. It was shot down much before it could be even taken into General Assembly. But the researchers didn't agree and they persisted with that definition, and wherever they did research, they included all 4 dimensions: physical, mental, social, and spiritual. Now, you would recollect that last 10 years, that is back, and a lot of redefining health and redefining mental health papers have appeared, and now consensus is that spirituality is an integral part of health. Now, when this Western model does not have, they have found only one word to enhance the concept of health, and that is well-being. लेकिन अगर हम हिंदी में सोचना शुरू करें अपनी भाषा में, तो जब हम कहते हैं कि मानव कल्याण की बात होगी, तो कल्याण शब्द वेलबींग तो नहीं है, कल्याण शब्द स्वास्थ्य भी नहीं है। कल्याण शब्द में वह सब कुछ निहित है जो उसके कल्याण के लिए हो और उसके द्वारा किए गए ऐसे कर्म हो जो दूसरों का कल्याण। तो स्पिरिचुअलिटी का तीसरा डायमेंशन ये आता है कि जो हम उसके जो भी डिफाइन किए गए हैं पैरामीटर्स, उसमें सोशल कनेक्टेडनेस इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पैरामीटर। और जब हम थेरेपी देते हैं, जब हम बताते हैं कि स्पिरिचुअलिटी वी हैव टू इनकैप्सुलेट, और इम्बाइब, so you have to give treatment and change the behavior in order so that the person can start reconnecting with surrounding. हमारे सराउंडिंग में क्या है? हवा, पानी, लोग और वृक्ष। जो जिनमें जान है वो है जानवर और मनुष्य, और जिनमें जान नहीं है वो भी है वातावरण के। तो इंसान अपने अलावा अपने चारों तरफ से कैसे जुड़ता है, वही उसका तत्व है आध्यात्म में। अब इसको बहुत ज्यादा फिलोसफिकल करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, मगर मेंटल हेल्थ में भी आपको याद होगा जो WHO स्केल फॉर मेजरिंग स्पिरिचुअलिटी बना, उसने 16 सेंटर्स में ट्रायल किया। हमारे यहाँ पांडिचेरी उसका सेंटर था, तो उन्होंने उसे, मगर जब मैं स्पिरिचुअलिटी और नए कॉन्सेप्ट को साथ साथ रखता हूँ, तो मैंने सोचा कि इंसान में क्या कमी है और क्या होनी चाहिए। So we suffer from certain deficiencies of our psychological functions. For example, हमारी मेमोरी कम हो गई, या हमारा मूड वेरिएशन हो रहा है. So these are our normal psychological functions, and they have some deficiency. We need to find and fix it. But we need to have something more. For example, to be sensitive, to be honest, to be grateful, to be able to forgive, to be able to connect, to feel sense of pride, to have gratitude, to have trust, to have faith. Now, these are the characteristics which I have defined into quote unquote psychological virtues. Many people sum it up in positive psychology or positive psychiatry. But basically, if we put all constituents of spirituality, all constituents of positive psychiatry, I mean, Dilip Deshte has one paper on this with somebody else, and bring the neurobiological finding and try to overlap all three, they do not. Only about 25% characteristics of spirituality overlaps with characteristics of positive psychology. Not all spiritual people have positive psychological characteristics. Now, there are variations between people who are spiritual, less spiritual, more spiritual. For example, there is an experiment from Brazil. What they did, they called up the people who were practicing spirituality, invited them and had their mental health examination and psychiatric history and evaluated them. The hypothesis was, do people who have spirituality suffer less psychological distress? The finding was negative. That is not so. So to have traits of spirituality, to have belief of spirituality, and to be able to practice, that is, to be able to be self-aware about your own spirituality and use it for your own self, all three are very different things. But to sum up, what we need to teach, that look, spirituality is science. It is integral part of our self. I quote unquote self. It is integral part of self. It begins much before birth and it remains throughout the life. But this is something which goes up and down. We lose it very fast because of our deeds in the way we handle situations. Moral of the story is that anything which enhances your capacity and coping ability makes you survive much better, makes you do things which are more positive, gives you more satisfaction, more contentment, provides you more optimism, more hope, and it can allow you to sustain the social stress. As you said, we do not suffer from stress, but we suffer from our response to stress. So these characteristics can change the magnitude of our response. Your CRF level will go down, your adrenaline may go down, your neuroleptization, your neuroplasticity may be enhanced, and you may be a better person to sustain the same pressure in given contemporary society. So this is what the whole game of what we call मानसिक शक्ति. So मानसिक स्वास्थ्य नहीं कहना है, because it is much better understood that what we mean. Unfortunately, देखिए, the Western psychology has so deeply percolated in Indian psyche. For example, the concept of energy. When I read stuff back home, none of the Western psychology has ever discussed about energy as any gradient. लेकिन आप शास्त्रों में पढ़ें या कहीं पढ़ें, जगह जगह से बात आएगी, इस मंत्र में बहुत एनर्जी, इससे ये होता। अब इसके पीछे क्या रिसर्च होगी, क्या उसके डिटेल में यहाँ जाने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, लेकिन समझने के तरीके में बहुत फर्क है। और अगर मैं उसको एक लाइन में कहूँ, भगवत गीता में राइचियस पर्सन, धार्मिक आदमी, धर्म वाला आदमी, उसके 26 गुण बताए गए। वो उन 26 गुणों में अगर 2 गुण भी हर व्यक्ति में होंगे तो वो पॉजिटिव साइकोलॉजी के लिए क्वालिफाई करता है। तो ये मन की विद्या तो भारतवर्ष में ही विकसित हुई है और हम उस रिसर्च को आगे ले नहीं। फॉर एग्जाम्पल मैं बताऊं आपको कि आप भी जानते होंगे कि ये जो गौतम बुद्ध की फिलॉसफी थी, वो माइंडफुलनेस कैसे बन गई। सारी रिसर्च आप गूगल कीजिए, पेपर देखिए, माइंडफुलनेस माइंडफुलनेस माइंडफुलनेस। सो इस समझ में नहीं आता व्हाट इज माइंडफुलनेस, व्हाट आर द कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट्स ऑफ माइंड। लेकिन हजार पब्लिकेशंस एंड थ्योरी, ड्रग आती है समथिंग लाइक रेस्पेरिडॉन, और हमारे सामने ट्रायल आता है कि वी वांट टू सी वेदर इट चेंजेस माइंडफुलनेस। व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय माइंडफुलनेस? अब आप उसको पढ़िए और जब डिजाइन बनाते हैं तो सामने आता है कि ये तो भगवान बुद्ध की फिलॉसफी है, व्हाट आई कॉल द थियरी ऑफ मॉडरेशन। ये सच बात है कि अगर आप आतंकित होना छोड़ दें, अगर आप अपने इंपल्सेस यानी अपने घोड़े के लगाम अपने हाथ में रखना जानते हैं, तो ही आप अपने जीवन को सुचारू रूप से चला सकते हैं। मगर अब ये कब सिखाया जाना है, कौन सिखाएगा और कैसे सिखाएगा, ये विद्या जो बचपन में होनी चाहिए थी वो अनेक कारणों से नहीं है। आज कोई 7 बजे स्कूल जाता है, 3 बजे आता है, 4 बजे ट्यूशन में जाता है, 8 बजे आता है, न माता है, न पिता है, न संवाद है, न कोई सहारा है। ये समाज की जिन छात्रों के बारे में हम बातें कर रहे हैं, ये एक सच्चाई है कि हमें उन्हें बहुत सी, आज ब्रीफ साइकोथेरेपी की बात अमित सिंह कर रहे थे, तो ब्रीफ साइकोथेरेपी when the dialogue itself is non-exist between parents and the children, because children know कि अभी सिर्फ आधा घंटे है डैडी यहाँ पे, भी गाड़ी में बैठेंगे, उसके पहले पकड़ लो 100 रुपए मांगने हैं या 1000 रुपए मांगने या कुछ बताना है। Now if this is our family, and I still feel that it is still quality family in around us, we are still blessed. There is so much social deterioration, there is so much cosmic deterioration that it is going to be worse if we do not change the pattern and behavior in pregnancy, in child rearing, and in adolescence. So these are my final sum up, that why, and I am not confused what needs to be done, and I'm also not confused what does not need to. We firmly need to start believing what I coin as cultural psychology, traditional psychology. So no human behavior can be defined without taking the context of the geography and the time. ऐसा तो कभी हुआ ही नहीं। इसलिए तो दो व्यक्तियों का बिहेवियर एक समान क्यों नहीं है? वो इसलिए नहीं है कि दोनों एक परिस्थिति में नहीं। तो ये मैं सोचता हूँ आगे कभी एक साल में जब कभी हमारी रिसर्च मीटिंग होगी, और मैं जरूर इनवाइट करूंगा नए रिसर्चर्स को कि वो अपने पेपर्स प्रेजेंट करें, तो शायद हमारी आंखें कुछ और खुलेंगी। काम तो बहुत हो रहा है, a lot of research is going on, no doubt about it. Anyway, so I think I will now invite my next speaker, with your permission, Dr. Gupta. Is that okay?
Yes.
So I have Professor Dalal has gone to some assignment, but he has discussed and prepared his resident, Dr. Babali Kumar. She is a resident at the Lucknow Medical College, and she is here to present his, and rather they are the co-authors of the paper, so their version of policy documentation and programs. I very heartily welcome you, Babali, and thank you very much for taking time out to be here with us and present your paper. Welcome.
Thank you so much, sir.
I'll make you the co-host so that things go easy. Yes, you are good.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. In this session, I'll be discussing the development of policies and programs for suicide prevention in students. In this session, this is a brief overview. We'll be discussing about the prevalence and risk factors of suicide in brief, the preventive strategies, the need for policy and programs for suicide prevention, the current status of these policies in India, and the future directions, including the key consideration for development of the student-oriented suicide prevention policies. Coming to the introduction, a total of around 1,64,000 suicides were reported in India during the year 2021, with a national average of 12.0%. This is the data according to the National Crime Research Bureau in 2021. The suicide rates in the age group of 15 to 29 years old in young adult men is estimated to be about twice that of the global average, and it is around 6 times in young Indian women. Suicide is a leading cause of death among youth, making it a critical public health concern. Here are few instances of suicide in students reported in the media. It is important to note that these represent only a fraction of the published cases. These also highlights the diverse reasons behind the students dying of suicide. Students face unique challenges that contribute to an increased risk of suicide. The academic pressures to excel academically, meet expectations, and navigate competitive environment can lead to significant stress and anxiety among students. Social factors such as feeling of social isolation, bullying, or lack of peer support also play a critical role in elevating the risk of suicidal thoughts. The interpersonal conflicts with parents or relationship issues also pose an immediate risk of suicide. High risk-taking behaviors and mental health problems like depression, anxiety, or substance use can further intensify the challenges students face, making them more susceptible to suicidal ideations. Recognizing and addressing these factors is essential for students, for schools and communities to implement effective prevention strategies and support systems that prioritize the well-being of students. Now, how to prevent suicide? Preventing suicide is a critical societal responsibility that demands a multifaceted approach. There are brief strategies which can help in preventing suicide. First is promoting mental health awareness, raising awareness about mental health issues, reducing stigma, and encouraging open conversation to create a supportive environment. To screen and identify the risk factors of suicide, to implement regular screening of mental health issues and identifying the individuals at risk, to ensure that they receive appropriate intervention and follow-up care. For this, there should be training programs to recognize the signs of distress and equip individuals with the skills to provide immediate support and connect to people for professional help. Next is implementation of crisis intervention protocols. To establish clear protocols for handling mental health crisis, including helplines, emergency services, and accessible mental health care. To address any stressor or interpersonal conflicts or any adverse life events or any abuse. And also to treat any underlying psychiatric conditions like depression, anxiety, or substance use disorder. The promotion of responsible media reporting is also a helpful tool. It can encourage responsible reporting of suicide cases in media to avoid sensationalizing and contributing to a contagion effect. The implementation of these mental health programs in school and workplaces can also help in supporting and training the students and the staffs. Apart from all these, to effectively address this issue, it is essential to develop comprehensive policies and programs aimed at suicide prevention in students. These interventions should be multifaceted and address various factors that contribute to suicide risk. A one-size-fits-all approach is inadequate. Rather, a nuanced understanding of regional, cultural, and demographic differences is essential in crafting effective suicide prevention strategies. These interventions should be multifaceted and address various factors. Coming to the need of policy. In basic healthcare services, there are various policies like healthcare policy schemes for leprosy, for pulse polio, or national policies by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. But as reportedly, there are high rates of suicide, which is suggest the need of national strategies which will raise awareness and help make suicide prevention a national priority. It will provide an opportunity to bring together many sectors of society: government, public health, education, religion, non-governmental organization, users, and advocacy groups. Coming to the current status of suicide prevention strategies. As per the Mental Health Care Act in 2017, there has been decriminalization of suicide. Prior to this law, attempting suicide was considered a criminal offense under Section 309 of the Indian Penal Code. However, the MHCA has brought a significant change in how society and legal system approach an individual who attempts suicide. Decriminalization of suicide decriminalization of suicide attempts and recognizing that individuals who attempt suicide often do so due to mental health issues and they require compassionate and supported care. There are various suicide prevention programs run by the district mental health program. These suicide prevention programs are varied across various districts. In district of Thiruvananthapuram, there is Jeevraksha initiative is taken by DMHP Thiruvananthapuram for creating awareness to prevent suicide. It aims to achieve this aim through awareness classes and conducting street plays. A helpline number has also been introduced to prevent suicide through crisis intervention. School mental health program by DMHP is there to focus on behavioral and emotional problems of school children, substance use, suicide prevention, stress management, and life skill education. Recently, India has launched its National Suicide Prevention Strategy on November 21st, 2022, which makes it the country's first policy prioritizing suicide prevention. The primary goal is to reduce the suicide mortality by at least 10% in 2030 as compared to 2022. The strategy involves various stakeholders at different levels, including ministerial stakeholders, government stakeholders, mental health institutes, and strategic collaborators. However, there is uneven and fragmented implementation across states and territories, which poses a barrier. But there is lack of dedicated policies and programs of suicide prevention for the students. Hence, there is a requirement for policy development designated primarily for the students. Key consideration for development of policies. First is the universal screening and assessment. And there is the need to identify students at risk, and it has to be done early. There is a need for implementation of universal screening and assessment tool for students at risk of suicide. And this can be done through school mental health screenings, teacher observation, and parent-teacher conferences. School-based mental health screening involves checking in with students at school to see how they feel emotionally. It's like asking them questions to understand if they are going through a tough time. Teacher observations can help, while teacher can pay attention to how students behave in class. Sometimes change in behavior can be a sign that a student is going through a difficult time. Parent-teacher conference. When parents and teachers talk about a student progress, it is a good time to discuss any concern about the student's well-being. Parents and teachers working together can provide a better support. Next is the gatekeeper training. The term gatekeeper is used because these individuals serve as a kind of gate or a point of entry for help and support. These are the first people who are being contacted. They can be teachers, parents, hostel wardens, police, or any lay counselor. For this gatekeeper training to school staff, teachers, and parents will help them to equip them with skills and knowledge, and to recognize the early warning signs of suicide and to manage them appropriately. A gatekeeper training for suicide prevention is also been done by NIMHANS Bangalore, and on their website they have also given the helpline number and the email ID, so that one can any volunteers who wish to be trained for gatekeeper can contact them and be trained. Next is the mental health services. Mental health services are done to ensure that the students have access to comprehensive mental health services, including individual and group therapy, counseling, and medication management. These includes promotive services, preventive services, and curative services. Promotive services focus on promoting mental well-being and preventing mental health issues before they start. These includes stress management, resilience building workshop, yoga, meditation. These services aim to strengthen the mental health in the general population. Preventive services are designated to identify and address mental health concerns at an early age and to prevent them from becoming more severe. These services include school-based health screening, awareness campaigns about common mental issues, and stress reduction programs. These are the examples of preventive services. These services are intended to catch problems early and intervene before they worsen. The curative services are focused on treating and managing existing mental health conditions or disorders. These include psychotherapy, counseling, medical management on both OPD basis or inpatient basis. These services are provided to individuals who are already experiencing mental health challenges to help them recover and manage their conditions. Apart from all this, the national helpline is also available. And the best thing is, even when someone is and even if they are dialing suicide in the Google form, the helpline number is directly available. Apart from that, Telemanas is there for easy accessibility of mental health services. The next is the crisis intervention team. To establish crisis intervention teams within school is there to provide immediate support and assistance to students experiencing suicidal ideations and behavior. These teams will consist of urgent. Their role is to assess the students' well-being, provide emotional support, and connect them to appropriate mental health resources. Next is the social emotional learning programs. The integrate social emotional learning programs into the curriculum to teach students coping skills, stress management techniques, and emotional resilience. The students can also be taught pro-social behavior like kindness, empathy, sharing, and which can help in building emotional resilience and better coping skills. Adaptive coping skills and problem solving skills, including conflict resolution, general life satisfaction, and it can help in good self-esteem, sense of purpose. Next is the anti-bullying initiative. To implement the anti-bullying initiative is to create a safe and supportive school environment that fosters respect and tolerance. By implementing comprehensive anti-bullying measures in Indian schools, it can help in fostering a secure and nurturing learning environment. These involves awareness campaigns, robust policies, and training programs to address bullying effectively. Regular monitoring, collaboration, and zero tolerance approach collectively can establish a strong foundation for creating safe and inclusive environment in school that also prioritize student well-being. For an effective program implementation, these points are needed to be taken care of. That is, these programs are cultural first is the cultural sensitivity. There is a need to recognize the diversity within the student population and ensure that the policies and programs are culturally sensitive and tailored to the specific needs and demographics of the student population. It should be a data-driven approach. To collect and analyze data on suicide-related incidents within the school community and to inform the policy decision and program effectiveness. This will help in making a guidelines for a strategic organization for helping to prevent suicide. It will also require a continuous evaluation to regularly evaluate the effectiveness of policies and programs and to make adjustments as needed to ensure that they are meeting the needs of students and the school community. And the most important is to keep an open communication and to address the stigma associated with the mental health. And for this implementation, we should foster an open communication culture within the school community, promoting dialogue about suicide prevention to reduce stigma and encourage help-seeking behavior. Parental involvement. We should also acknowledge the vital role of parents and engage parents and guardians in suicide prevention efforts by providing them with information, training, and resources to support their children's mental health. Establishing a suicide prevention policy at school level is crucial in addressing India's high youth suicide rates. Academic stress, social stress, and mental health stigma make school key intervention points. These policy acts proactively enabling early identification and intervention, integrating mental health services, and providing systematic gatekeeper training for staff. It fosters open communication, reduces stigma, and encourages help-seeking behavior. By engaging parents, collaborating with communities, and implementing anti-bullying initiative, the policy creates a holistic approach to ensure a safe and supportive environment for students facing multifaceted challenges. By implementing comprehensive policies and programs that addresses various factors contributing to suicide risk among students, schools can play a critical role in preventing suicide and promoting the well-being of their students. A step forward is the Union Ministry of Education in October 2023 has released a draft of guidelines for schools to prevent suicide among the student. And it has prescribed in its plan of action the setting up of wellness teams, orientation of teachers and family members, and immediate response to students exhibiting the warning signs. UMEED stands for understand, motivate, manage, empathize, empower, and develop. There is a comprehensive school plan for suicide prevention, in which it is a multi-stage process which involves setting up of school wellness teams, promoting positive school environment, building capacity for suicide prevention, which helps in immediate response for supporting students at risk. And there is support for students who are displaying warning signs, and immediate responses are taken in cases of self-harm situations. And for all these, there is appraisal for action taken by the school towards prevention of suicide. This is the composition of a school wellness team as per the UMEED guidelines. It consists of a school leader, team leader, who is primarily the school principal, and there is a team of counselor and identified teachers, and teachers who are from foundational, preparatory, middle, or secondary classes. And there is a school management committee, and in which there is a representative from parent side and from the community side. And there is also a provision of peer monitors or leaders for each stages, and there is also a school medical office, a staff nurse, and school support staff. And this is in collaboration with in collaboration with the vice principals, headmaster, teachers, and support staff, wardens, house masters, and all other stakeholders. The next is to promote a positive school environment by encouraging peer support, by organizing activities on regular basis for relaxing or reducing stress like yoga, meditation, art, music, gardening, etc. By providing channels for expression, outlets such as access to a trained counselor, help boxes or suggestion boxes to express concern and seek help, compiling resources to seek support for like helpline numbers, phone numbers, and email IDs of counselors and student welfare team, or integrating the mental mental well-being in social functioning, which includes aspects of mental well-being in daily interaction, open discussion, assembly time, and different programs, and also creating a safe environment in school and beyond. For example, in school, blocking empty classes, lighting up dark corridors, cleaning gardens, etc. And for places beyond school, there is vigilance at railway tracks, river banks, bridges, cliffs, or medical shops. Positive environment is also promoted by encouraging a school community participation in collaboration with the school administration, teachers, students, medical staff, parents, and community, and also building awareness of mental well-being among stakeholders or through students by role play, storytelling, nukkad nataks, rallies, posters, or exhibitions, or they can be used in annual day themes also. Next is to build capacity for different stakeholders. The stakeholders include all the school counselor, psychologist, social worker, school teachers, teaching, non-teaching. For all these, there are orientation programs to recognize the risk factors, protective factors, to identify the warning signs, and how to immediately respond to students who are at risk, and to provide information to the school's referral and support resources, and to contact details of the local referrals. For next is to respond immediately and support students at risk. Immediate response for supporting students at risk, there is a provision for crisis intervention where the students are to be approached and to be provided safe environment. They are to be calmed down and encouraged to open up, and the same is to be informed to the student welfare team, and keeping in mind the confidentiality of the student, and providing immediate care to that student. Along with this, it is also essential to keep the student in follow-up, because this is a very important step. It is an essential step required in not only ensuring the safety of the student, but also to understand the challenges. The appraisal of actions taken by the school, there should be periodic assessment, comprehensive review of existing practices related to promoting awareness, fostering a positive school environment, staff orientation, sensitization, and recognizing warning signs. And there should be a provision of feedback. Feedback should be actively sought from various stakeholders, including the parents in the wider community, which regarding the school's action for suicide prevention. However, this manual is still in its early phases. We require more guidelines and their effective implementation to sensitize the students, teachers, and parents effectively. These are to be done to ensure that they are more aware and actively engaged in preventing suicide. In conclusion, suicide is preventable. Comprehensive policies and programs can address the various factors contributing to suicide risk among students. Implementing these policies at the grassroots level, particularly within schools, can be instrumental in preventing suicide and enhancing the overall well-being of the students.
Thank you, Dr. Babali. Thank you very much. In fact, you brought out two very important points: the development which has taken place, the direction in which the government is thinking and has started doing right things, number of guidelines. But the task is so difficult and so mammoth that we all say in suicide prevention that it's everybody's business. people have to join. And one of the purpose of this kind of webinar is to share the problem with our people. Anybody who wants to contribute, it's in fact obligatory for everyone to contribute in program development, in identification, as well as in prevention. So thank you very much. I think I will move on to the next presentation, and then I will announce if there are general questions, then I'll request you to address, and we'll quickly we'll try to catch up as much as we can. Thank you very much. I much appreciate, convey my regard to Professor Dalal and say that we enjoyed your presentation. May I now invite Dr. Shritu Sihna. Dr. Sihna is a psychiatrist with a special interest in child psychiatry. She has recently joined as a faculty in All India Institute of Medical Sciences at Raebareli. And I'm thankful to her and privileged to have you, Shruti, here to make your presentation. I'm making you the co-host so that you can make your presentation. Where is your, yeah. Welcome. So Dr. Shritu Sihna, the assistant professor, is now the host, and she would make her presentation on a very important topic, that is school and college mental health program. In fact, there are a number of examples. For the last 50 years, I have been seeing school mental health program in Mumbai by municipal corporation. Similarly, number of cities and hospitals and municipal corporation and governments have started this. So let us understand from her what is the situation, what improvement needs to be done, and what are her thoughts about it. Dr. Sihna, please go ahead.
So my presentation today is on college mental health programs in India, principles, practices, and the future. The topics of my discussion would be the need to address mental health in students, extent of the problem, need for a school mental health program, existing programs in India, issues and possible solutions, and integration of mental health into education. And I'll end with some take-home messages. So need to address the mental health in students. There was a study by Malhotra and Patra in 2014, in which they found that the prevalence of childhood and adolescent psychiatric disorders in the community was 6.46%. That is 1 in every 20 individuals. Whereas when measured in a school setting, it was found to be 23.33%. That is 1 in every 6 individuals. So that is the actual area which needs to be addressed in the student population. Also, the onset of majority of mental health illnesses occur in this age group, that is before the age of 25. Early identification and treatment of the mental illnesses will lead to better prognosis and response. Also, there are important spurts in the brain development at the age of around 6 years and also around 20 years. Also, research shows that an adequate school, social, emotional, mental, and health support will lead to a better academic performance in students. An adequate emotional nurturance in adolescents leads to development of resilience in the individual, which will serve him in adulthood as well. Now, the problem is more attended by social media. There are some excerpts which I would like to display. India Today has asked why should mental health programs be integrated into the school curriculum. The Wire reports that Indian colleges, universities needs to mind students' mental health well-being also. And also there's a question asked that by the Hindu, that why school and colleges in India need more than just guidelines on mental health. Also, some good and bad critical appraisals. This on the extreme right, this report by Times of India about a program started in Bhubaneswar, which focused on students' mental health, which was in view of the rising suicide cases from educational institutions. Also, on the extreme left, mental health platforms are expected to grow big on corporate tie-ups. This addresses the youth and adolescent age groups. And there was another critical appraisal by the Forbes India that announcing a teleprogram is not enough for India, and India must take more holistic view of mental health. Now, coming on to the extent of the problem. 13% is the worldwide estimate of youth under 18 years of age who have significant mental health problems. Also, India has the largest number of children and adolescents in the world, which further explains why the need to address this population in our country. Now, another report about mental health and college students specifically, since we are addressing that college group here, that there are multifactorial reasons for college mental health problems and suicide rates, which are climbing up every year. And the pressure in this age group is not just leaving home for the first time or facing peer pressures, but there are other issues like bullying, exposure to substance use, and experiences which they might not be able to articulate or express. And that is why there is an important need to address their problems. Also, there are other kind of pressures, like pressure from the social media, which is new to this generation, and pop culture influences, which affect the things like body images and self-esteem issues in students. So if we address all these issues, then only we can ensure a positive mental health for the college age group. Now, need for a school or college mental health program. Now we'll discuss some issues. What are the costly negative outcomes of poor mental health in children and adolescents? Poor mental health can lead to academic decline, can lead to drug abuse, can lead to behavioral problems, dropouts from school and colleges, and also delinquency. So we can see how the severity increases with a poor mental health. Benefits of a mental health program in a school and college. Number one, an early identification of emotional or mental health problems. Number two, early intervention in a community setting. Then these the problems which are addressed here, they can be accessible and affordable since they are being developed in the school or college setting. Also, it helps with the easy follow-up and monitoring for a long term. Parents would be receptive. Sorry. Parents would be receptive, and teachers can recognize the emotional problems in the students. Also, for students, such a health program can allow for breaks and opportunities. It can allow for flexible deadlines. It can help them to encourage, seek help, and equip children with tools and strategies that help them manage their emotional problems, and further teach them resilience, which will help them for their future and adult needs, and they will learn to take care of their own mental health. Other benefits of a mental health program in a school or college setting is that it improves the climate of the school or college in general. It improves the class behavior or the behavior of students amongst each other. It increases engagement in the learning process as well. And there is a connectedness, a sense of connectedness and well-being in the students. In the long term, like we have discussed, that it helps them to cope their own life challenges and build resilience in the students. Now, what are the properties of a mental health program which could be implemented in the school or college setting? Number one, it should be student-centered. It should address the problems of the students in general, not just people who are diagnosed with mental illnesses. It should be inclusive of parents or at least the peer group in the school or college students. It should be sustainable, and it should be culturally competent. That is, it should address the culture-related needs of that particular school or college as well. And there should be a range of mental health services, which means that there should be different kind of stakeholders which help with different issues in mental health. Like there could be a class teacher or a class peer group which could identify people having some mental health issues, which would then go to a counselor in the school or college setting who can help them with general counseling and coping skills. And third, if required, if they have some serious mental health problems, they could be referred to a mental health professional. Also, the services should be tailored for individual needs as well. So it should not only be deliverable in a whole college or school class as a group program, but also when required, individual needs could be addressed. Now, what are the advantages overall of a school or college mental health program? In short term, it helps with engagement of the students. In a long term, it helps them build positive relationship and also work-related skills. Also, in the aftermath of a crisis, they can facilitate a return to normalcy earlier in these students. These health programs are more sustainable because they are closely available to the students and they identify other emotional needs as well. Now, what is a structure of a school or college level mental health program? So this is something which is proposed by the WHO as well. There are 4 levels of interventions, and the first addresses the general mental well-being of the students, where the entire school community is involved. And it is integrated into the school or college curriculum, which would be better for the disposal. Tier 2 addresses the mental health knowledge, attitudes, and behaviors of the students. So this involves all the students and teachers, and again, it is a part of a general health curriculum. Tier 3 addresses the psychosocial problems. So here, counselors, teachers, peer mentors are involved, and the students who have been identified to be needing additional help are addressed by these third tier of stakeholders. Now, Tier 4 involves students having severe problems or disorders, and for them, either the counselors or school doctors or other experts are available, or they are referred for professional management. Now, coming on to some existing programs in India. We begin with the Ayushman Bharat scheme, which is although for the school group. Now, the government of India has given emphasis to even developmental delays and developmental disorders as a part of school health program, and they address autism, learning disorders, and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. In the health promotion section, they also mention about substance use, internet safety and literacy, meditation and yoga, along with the broad category of mental health. Now, coming on to the most important mental health program in India, the National Mental Health Program, which also includes, although it addresses the mental health issues in the general population, it has a separate training manual for psychologists. And in this, there is a general training given to the psychologists who could also be a part of a school or college mental health program. And it helps them identify problems in the student age group. And for example, I have attached a children's mental health screening questionnaire, which can be applied for by these psychologists who can help aid identifying students with mental health problems. Now, coming on to the most important section, the school board recommendations in India. So this is a very important thing, that there is a great self and the environment as a central aspect of the learning process. Now, there are guidelines about all different sections, right from the pre-primary to the secondary school, that how teachers and other paraprofessionals can help in identifying problems, not just mental health, emotional problems, or even stages of change from lower to a higher study or other peer group, and how they can be guided for a better adjustment and a better mental health. They also have a description of how the brain of an adolescent is different, what are the changes faced during adolescence, because this is an important factor which students face apart from their academic pressures. Also, the role of counselors has been defined in the CBSE curriculum along with the role of other stakeholders. So how can parents, teachers, special educators, and administrators in general help with a better mental health program for the school and college students? I would like here to highlight how there are activities mentioned for simple things like controlling anger. There are handouts given for the adolescent age group, that how in a group setting or an individual setting, they can understand handling these emotions and other problems easily. The other program related to education in India is the Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan. In this too, there is a Dropbox facility where children can get support in confidentiality. So they don't have to expose their problems in general, but they can get help. So this can cut down on the stigma associated with emotional problems, and it also trains teachers to identify psychological issues and provide counseling to students. In this regard, the life skills training program was initiated by the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, and it involved training secondary school teachers for the same. Now, there are many other programs running in India, which although in small sections are doing great work, but there is eventually a lack of overall coordination in the country as a whole. So there was a study which was a literature review about over 15 programs in Kerala, which provided mental health services at various levels. So in this, there were empowerment of parents, teachers, students, leadership training as well, and life skill lessons by teachers given to the students. And overall, they found an improvement in the students' mental health and overall well-being by such programs. Also, the district level adolescent school mental health program, which is with a 3-tier approach, was applied in certain areas. And again, this found that this model was sustainable even in a low resource setting. So everything is available, but the need to apply it to a larger scale is very much felt. Also, there are many programs on universal prevention, about clean campus and reduce access to drugs, which is an important issue, which also aids in the student well-being in general. The IPS Kerala branch also launched a training program, which was called Sneh Kavacham, to address digital addiction and other problems in students, which included teachers and parents as a target population as well. An NGO in Goa called Sangat is working in various areas of mental health in India. And the school health promotion and empowerment program was designed for classes 5 to 12. And the intervention was found to be feasible and acceptable in the school setting with positive outcomes in the health related behaviors. Also, another program which was adapted from the UK was again launched. And here too, it was found to have an improvement in the emotional and language development of preschoolers, and teachers were involved in this program. These are the different areas where the Sangat is working, and there are several programs which they are running for the child and adolescent populations. There are other programs in India, like the Seher program in Bihar, which is strengthening evidence-based school-based interventions for promoting adolescent health. And this also had a low-cost approach in utilizing the service of a trained teacher and a lay counselor. So without expertise training, also they found that they could help a lot of students. And they also found that there was no significant difference between lay counselors and professionals in improving basic social skills among adolescents. There are other projects running in smaller circles in India, and they help in selective prevention. Now, what are the issues and possible solutions about all these programs in India in general? Now, there are certain barriers for implementation. After referral, families face challenges such as language barriers, cost problems, lack of transportation, or lacks of flexibility with their jobs, leaving them unable to make appointments. So even after identification of severe mental health problems, they're not able to reach to the mental health professionals in a streamlined manner. Also, there's an acute shortage of trained mental health professional to deal with even severe mental health illnesses, especially in the rural areas and small cities. In school, lack of personnel for such activities. There is a lot of conflict in schools across different roles, and there is very less motivation to conduct such programs because of an absence of funding. Stigma is a big reason for not seeking mental health treatment, and it is still present in several areas in the country. Further, a lack of dedicated physical space, a non-cooperation of the school management, and the reluctance of teachers to refer the children in need for help. And again, the non-availability of counselors every day, everywhere, or regularly in the campus are other barriers for implementation of such programs. Practical suggestions to overcome these stumbling blocks: involvement of mental health professionals as a proactive approach. So even though we know that there is a lack of mental health professionals, they are not available everywhere, especially in the rural and smaller cities, but with the development of telemedicine and other areas, there could be a more proactive involvement of mental health professionals, and they could also provide training to other paraprofessionals, which could help in the dissemination of mental health services. In schools, screening should be incorporated into the school health program protocol. This is very important in schools and colleges as well. Till that basic step is not taken, it would be difficult to form a mental health program for students in India. Also, there is a need for development of human resources and training lay persons and other paraprofessionals, like it has been identified for emotional problems or minor mental health problems. Even a lay counselor can do a lot of help and identify students needing more help. So if they can be trained and more of such paraprofessionals could be found to incorporate in schools and colleges, it would be of great use. Forming a strong parent-teacher associations is also very important to deliver such a program. Managing stigma, managing financial constraints are other areas which need to be addressed. We could cut down on these by using online resources, by team efforts, and try to, like there are studies which say that even in low resource settings, things are possible. So it is more about trying to deliver things rather than just complaining about things are not being possible. Now, integration of mental health support into education. This can be a major help for implementation of a mental health program in student population. And the National Council for Educational Research and Training also has taken a lot of steps. They have designed various modules which are available on the website in various languages, even the state languages, and they provide general awareness and general learning about things like gender equality, about general health, about how to make relationships, and how to control on their emotional skills. So if there are efforts being created, there are modules being created, if they could be followed by the student and teacher or college group, it would be helpful. Also, the Government of India Ministry of Education has another module in which there is an early identification and intervention for mental health problems in school going children and adolescents. And this handbook is for teachers and allied stakeholders. So there is a definite approach given in these modules, which if applied could help in a lot of changes in the school and college settings. They also mentioned how the key stakeholders can be involved in a school mental health program, and how these collaborations can help improve students' well-being and learning. So this will involve parents, teachers, counseling, and the student to come in a unified way. It also provides legal awareness for teachers and school administration. So there are many areas like the POCSO Act, the NDPS Act, the Person with Disability Act. So these legal areas there is basic education about these areas as well, so that such students or such people who are needing these acts can also be guided to the appropriate areas. Also, I would like to highlight how simple things like reflecting on adolescence and growing up process. There are modules given in this manual which can help, which have a guideline about how teachers can conduct group activities for students for the benefit of students and help this adolescent age group. There are some individual programs like by some private colleges or other institutions and organizations of which are working towards helping college students. So like the Lady Shri College has a different section for social and mental health initiatives. Also, there are various guidelines of how to cope with mental health being, especially when students go abroad. So they have a different set of problems. So how they can be helped. There are various modules available for such understanding as well. I'd like to end with some take-home messages. The importance of student mental health. Definitely, children and adolescents need nurturing, and their mental health is a shared responsibility of all stakeholders, which includes parents, school authorities, society, governments, and policymakers. For any kind of intervention to be effective, there should be an adequate resource for its implementation, and there should be synergy amongst the efforts made to address the issues. Emphasis needs to shift only not to, there should not be an emphasis only to train teachers, but because they're already overburdened. So we could include other paraprofessionals who with some kind of training, basic training, can be involved in working with the children and identifying their mental health problems. Also, mental health professional must go beyond delivering mental health lectures in schools and colleges to ensure proper initiation, effective execution, and favorable outcomes of the mental health programs. So I know it is too much to ask for, but everyone, if they work in their own circles, they can bring about a lot of change. There is also enough justification for the integration of mental health into education. So if this integration is already based on evidence-based practice, it can promote positive mental health in children and adolescents in India. Also, there are certain college-specific measures which we could apply. There can be youth-driven activities which promotes volunteers and personal mentors who could be trained as frontline support to address issues around mental health within the campus. So as we know, in a college setting, students are away from their parents, and such mentors or friend groups, they can help identify problems earlier rather than any teacher or parents. Also, there should be a tailored curriculum that supports and interests students. So they should find interest in the academic procedure, and also the need to identify problems relating to the self, their emotional problems, and other problems in adjusting to the environment. Developing resilient educators who can handle students with varying needs and also take a keen interest in connecting with their world. This is very much important. So unless and until there are steps taken to understand what is there, instead of being biased or punitive towards students who are going through substance use or other problems, there should be an attempt to make to understand their world and their problems. Also, they can be helped by hosting mental health counseling camps, some wellness week, and also interactive sessions within the campus, which can help them help them with coping strategies, teach them to self-calming measures and other ways to cope up with emotional problems. If a safe and interactive classroom environment is there, and this can help in organizing activities which address other issues as well, like managing stress, managing anger issues, managing the problem of substance use, and coming out for help. So this all can be done only in an interactive environment. Also, there should be an open door policy to help students feel comfortable in sharing their problems and seeking appropriate support. So like I said, if they are scared of being punished or taken to other legal procedures, they'll never come forward. So there should be an open door policy. They should feel comfortable enough to share their problems. Also, trained professionals should be there to provide in-house medical assistance. So although we are talking about paraprofessionals and lay counselors who can help in the process of school and adolescent mental health, but again, sometimes untrained counselors can sometimes do more harm than good. So a basic training, and there should be an overlooking mentor who can see whether such a counseling is going in the right direction. And whenever required, a proper telehealth facility should be provided to the students. Also, encouraging social time by promoting co-curricular activities is itself good enough to build self-esteem and social skills in college-going students. With this, I come to the end of my presentation. These are my references, and thank you, the audience, for patiently listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shruti. It is a wonderful review, and we learn a lot what's going on and what needs to be done and what are the gaps. You talked about integration, which is so important, and need for new courses, new professionals, skill building. It's very impressive. The government of India is quite sensitive nowadays, and we find a very added focus on mental health, particularly mental health and education. Very encouraging trend to see. And I think I must highlight here, when I started, people were asking, what do you have to give? Tell people. So I used to tell them, the government of India in last 2 years has provided 2 new instruments. One is new education policy, which integrates and provides facility that you can change courses, you can do new courses and come back. It mandates appointment of counselors and mental health professionals into teaching institutions. It demands for creating more courses for mental health. And at the same time, for last maybe 30 years pending demand that government of India should commit to at least some kind of suicide prevention policy. It happened only last year. So these 2 instruments, you can walk in with any district and say, hey, I want to do this work, and it is with the mandate of the present government. So things are changing, and we are quite hopeful that things will change towards all positivity. Thank you very much, Shruti. You did a wonderful job, and I'm so thankful to you. Thank you. Good luck. Now, it's the end of the day, and it was quite compact, 7-8 presentations with varied topic touching upon psychological health of young individuals. I'm now handing over to Professor Sanjay Gupta for concluding the session. Unless, are there any specific questions which we need to address and ask the panel to reply? Okay. So, my sincere thanks to all my faculty members, Dr. Kar, Dr. Dalal in absentia, Dr. Babali, Dr. Shruti, Dr. Gupta, and Dr. Nilesh Shah. Over to you, Dr. Gupta, to conclude the session and give your concluding remarks.
Yes, I think it's been a very fascinating day. A lot of new things have come up, and I think it's a new uprising. I think the felt need is becoming more felt, and I think things are now not just in the pipeline, they are moving. So I think with this particular momentum, I think we carry this thing forward, and I'd like to thank the audience which is here in the committee room of the Institute of Medical Sciences, Department of Psychiatry. And they would like to propose a vote of thanks. The organizers are Dr. Simar, Dr. Manisha, and Dr. Abhipsa. And I think Dr. Simar would like to propose a vote of thanks for this very, very fascinating display and the whole CME on Mansik Shakti. And thanks to Professor Amresh for making us a co-host and co-hosting it at the Banaras Hindu University. Over to you, Dr. Simon.
A very good evening to all the esteemed speakers and all the attendees. It is with great pleasure that I stand before you to deliver the vote of thanks for this remarkable medical CME. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the distinguished speakers, delegates, and attendees who have contributed to the success of this event. First and foremost, I would like to thank our esteemed speakers for sharing their valuable knowledge and insights with us. Your expertise has been truly enlightening, and we are very grateful to you for your time and effort that you have dedicated for this CME. I would like to thank all our delegates who have participated in this CME. Your active engagement and thoughtful contributions have been really instrumental in making this event meaningful and enriching experience for all of us. Also, I cannot go without thanking our organizing committee, volunteers, and staff who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the smooth execution of this CME. Your hard work has not gone unnoticed, and we are truly grateful for your dedication and commitment. Also, I would like to thank the Center of Excellence, the Department of Psychiatry, for their support in hosting this event. Your continued support for medical education is invaluable, and we are thankful for this opportunity to collaborate with you. In closing, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has played a role in making this medical CME a resounding success. Your contribution not only enriches our knowledge, but also strengthens our professional network. We look forward to future collaborations and continued learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. It's now
Thank
closing.
you. Bye. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Signing off.